provides free advisory services, capacity building programs, and financial empowerment, strengthening MSMEs as the growth engines of the economy. Why? Youth and women-led development. ICAI believes that youth are the architects of change and women-led development is the foundation of a progressive nation. With 67% of its members aged 40 or younger and one-third being women, ICAI is fostering a new era of leadership and inclusivity.
It's also heartening to know that the ICAI has started financial and tax literacy campaigns. I understand you're doing it all through the country. And this is going to help a lot of people, in spite of all that is available in public domain. A lot of people still get carried away by misinformation campaigns. And when you as chartered accountants institution run a financial literacy and tax literacy campaign, it certainly has a lot of credibility.
A for accountability, trust, and transparency. Change. A partner that stands firm with deep-rooted values of excellence, independence, and in a world of constant change. A partner that stands firm with deep-rooted values of excellence, independence, and integrity. And embracing the motto, Yaesh Supteshu Jagrati. Driving India's economic growth is ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI stands committed to strengthening India's leadership in accounting and finance. Under the visionary leadership of C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, the 73rd President of the world's largest accounting body, ICAI, embarks on a transformative journey.
I am thrilled, honored to assume the position as 73rd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I want to tell you that I have dreams which I've seen over so many years before assuming this position. Three important agendas for this council. Number one, we mean business. When I come in a commanding position, you will see that there are certain sweeping changes. We want this to be as a boardroom, which does professional business, which transacts agenda, which is of high order. Second important thing, the plight of members and students has to improve. Along with members and students and council, we have to take our employees along. They work exceptionally well in pressure. Let them ease out and work in normal circumstances in the same vigor in which they work in pressure.
The theme for the year 2025-26, Vishwasniya, meaning trustworthy, resonates with the commitment to be a trusted partner in India's development, illuminating the path towards Viksit Bharat. Asmakam karyam vishwasniyam Viksit Bharatasya samarpitam cha asti, meaning our work is trustworthy and dedicated to a developed India. V, vision for Viksit Bharat. V in Vishwasniya symbolizes a vision to make India a Vishwa Guru in the accounting world and steering the nation towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
अपनी देश की इकोनॉमी को सही रास्ते पे ले जाने के लिए ये डेडिकेटेड फोर्स है और मैं डायल से एज 73rd प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट आपको कह रहा हूं सर, ये सब देश के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार है।
आईसीआई इंस्टीट्यूट जो कहती है वो करती है। तो अगर तीसरी इकोनॉमी का वादा कर लिया आपने, तो पूरे देश में आपके मेंबर्स हैं, उनमें आप अपनी ये भावना फैलाइए कि भारत को सबसे बड़ी तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था हमें बनाना है, और जब आप लग जाओगे तो निश्चित रूप से तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी।
As far as chartered accountancy profession is concerned, the highest ethical profession is there, this chartered accountancy. Because we've got such a, I don't say that by birth itself somebody becomes ethical. And by virtue of law, the implementation of law and the punishment that you have, those things that become as deterrence to see that you are not
I, integrity and ethics.
ICAI ने यूडीन यानी यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर की शुरुआत की है। इसके जरिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स के प्रमाण पत्रों का सत्यायन हो रहा है। व्यवसाय में प्रामाणिकता की बहुत आवश्यकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आपकी यूनियन के जरिए ये सार्थक प्रयास शुरू किया गया है।
In the world of finance, where trust is paramount, ICAI stands tall as a beacon of integrity and ethics, shaping professionals who uphold the highest standards of ethics and accountability.
आपका सिग्नेचर सत्यता की, भरोसे की गवाही देता है। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स देश के इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम के भरोसेमंद एम्बेसडर होते हैं। आप सरकार और टैक्स देने वाले नागरिकों और कंपनियों के बीच इंटरफेस का काम करते हैं। आपका सिग्नेचर देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सिग्नेचर की वो ताकत नहीं है जो ताकत एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सिग्नेचर की होती है।
Indian chartered accountants have earned unparalleled recognition for their trustworthiness and expertise. The accounts you sign inspire such immense confidence that the people invest crores of rupees based solely on your word.
S stands for sustainability and social impact. That is embedded in ICAI's core and actions. Going ahead this year, ICAI has formed a special group on impact financing that will focus on profit, people, and planet. To inspire eco-conscious living among CA fraternity, a special group on enabling lifestyle for environment or life has been created, promoting sustainability in daily life. H. Holistic professional and leadership development. C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda is an ardent proponent of holistic professional and leadership development. He believes that a healthy mind and a balanced life are the true foundations of professional success. Bringing the vision to action, a specialized committee on promoting work-life balance has been set up to promote well-being and personal development among members, students, and employees. A, for accelerating digital transformation. To keep Indian CAs at the forefront, ICAI is continuously accelerating digital transformation initiatives and has further strengthened the AI in ICAI committee, focusing on data analytics to elevate AI-driven solutions and education to the next level. S, for stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is vital for true progress, and President ICAI strongly advocates public participation, emphasizing Janabhagidari at all levels. ICAI will actively collaborate with stakeholders for knowledge sharing, policy making, educating and creating awareness, and fostering collective growth.
ICAI salutes our armed forces and every paramilitary force personnel who risk their life for our freedom. Our gratitude must not be seasonal. It must be perennial. It must be perpetual. It must be far-reaching. Let us all support their families with respect, opportunity, and care.
N. Nation First Approach. Dedicating over 1.4 million CA professionals and students for the progress of the nation, ICAI embodies a nation-first approach, underscoring its commitment to India's economic progress.
लेकिन भगवान से दुआ है कि अगर अगली जिंदगी हो तो हिंदुस्तान में जन्म लूं। एक हिंदुस्तानी होना मेरे लिए फख्र की बात है और मैं मानता हूं आप सबके लिए फख्र की बात है। ऐसा देश नहीं मिलता, ऐसी मां नहीं मिलती जिसके गोद में आप हमेशा महफूज हैं।
We are truly grateful. We are also incredibly humbled that you are here and that your visit has come soon after the tragic events that this very town had to face. Most of you with spouses, many of you with children. Now, you wouldn't do that if you didn't truly believe in the place.
आईसीआई के माननीय सदस्य ने इस देश के अंदर एक एथिकल प्रैक्टिस को लागू किया। विभिन्न फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर्स के अंदर उनकी लेखा परीक्षा में शुचिता लाए, उनकी ऑडिट में शुचिता लाए और उसी के साथ साथ
ladies and gentlemen. Empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, reach benchmarks. Thank you. Thank you so much.
A partner that stands firm with deep-rooted values of excellence, independence, and integrity, and embracing the motto, Jaish Supteshu Jagrati. Driving India's economic growth is ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI stands committed to strengthening India's leadership in accounting and finance. Under the visionary leadership of C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, the 73rd President of the world's largest accounting body, ICAI, embarks on a transformative journey.
I'm thrilled, honored to assume the position as 73rd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I want to tell you that I have dreams which I've seen over so many years before assuming this position. Three important agendas for this council. Number one, we build business. When I come in a commanding position, you will see that there are certain sweeping changes. We want this to be as a boardroom, which does professional business, which transacts agenda, which is of high order. Second important thing, the plight of members and students has to improve. Along with members and students and council, we have to take our employees along. They work exceptionally well in pressure. Let them ease out and work in normal circumstances in the same vigor in which they work in pressure.
The theme for the year 2025-26, Vishwasniya, meaning trustworthy.
At Avantage Business Consulting, we offer a range of services to elevate your business. Our CFO services include cash flow management, budgeting and forecasting, and developing processes, policies, and SOPs. Need help with fundraising? We provide deal advisory, due diligence, investment structuring, and ESOP implementation. For startups, we offer bookkeeping, payroll management, and labor law compliance support. Looking to enter India? We assist with business setup, licensing, and employer on record services. We also handle incorporation and compliance, ensuring your entity incorporation and ROC RBI CB requirements are met. We also offer business automation services to simplify and optimize your workflows. With platforms like Zoho and Odoo, we help you automate processes and boost efficiency. Founded in 2012, our expert team is dedicated to delivering exceptional value through innovation. Partner with us and experience seamless solutions that drive sustainable business growth. Your success is our service. If you wish to connect with us, reach us at contact number 9130997600. Email accounts@avantage.in.
लोड कर दो फिर we'll start. लोड कर. I request you all to please be seated. We'll start the session. Namaskar and a very good morning to all the distinguished speakers, delegates, esteemed members, our Central Council members present today. I welcome you all to this GCC summit themed as Ledgers to Global Leadership, organized by Group to promote India as accounting GCC and hosted by Pune branch of WIRC of ICAI. I am CA Neha Fadke, Treasurer of Pune branch. Before we start the day today, I would request you all to please rise for the ICAI motto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जागर्ति य एष सुप्तेषु जागर्ति कामं 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 कापुरुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्म तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः श्रितः सर्वतदूनात्यति कश्चन एतद्वैत 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 एतद्वैत.
Thank you. As we begin with our first session on architects of global efficiency, innovate, integrate, and inspire, I request CA Pranav Apte, Vice Chairperson of Pune branch, to kindly escort our dignitaries on the dais. Our speaker for the day, for the session, CA Aniket Talati sir, CA Pramod Jain sir, and CA Abhay Chajet sir, the Central Council members. Sir, kindly grace the dais. बोलो sir. As we start exploring the evolving landscape of GCC in India in the 2-day lineup that is curated for the esteemed audience, we begin session 1 by setting the tone for an enriching learning experience, bringing together diverse perspectives on today's theme. Let us step into the session with curiosity, collaboration, and a shared commitment to elevate our professional excellence. I would now like to request CA Pramod Jain, Central Council member, to kindly give his opening remarks for the session.
Thank you. Namaste to all. I welcome everyone to this most awaited program of Pune, the 4th GCC Summit. And I can see a galaxy of our star worlds in the front row, the Sanjeev Sanghi ji, who is the convener of this GCC group, Chandrasekhar V. Chitre sir, who is from your own Central Council member from your Pune, and of course, program director for this whole GCC Summit. And of course, Sachin ji, the chairperson of the Pune branch, and of course, Bhishma Pitama of Pune, SB Zavare sir, my mentor and everyone's. Rajesh ji, our RCM, and of course, we've got our chief guest, Nirmal Kumar ji Jain from Accenture. Please be seated. And of course, please, sir. And of course, on the dais, we have our very, very beloved friends, I would say, Praveen ji, of course, Praveen Apte ji, Nidhi ji, Neha ji, and our Deputy Convener of the GCC Group, Abhay Chajet ji, who is also the convener of the Development for International Trade Services and WTO, and other committees also. I'm not talking about all those committees. He is a Central Council member from Bhopal. And of course, our very beloved, our past president, CA Aniket Talati ji, who hails from Ahmedabad. Sir, वो hails from थोड़ा आजकल president से सुन रहे हैं इसलिए I'm talking about that. But yes, a great innovator, and actually he is an idol for many persons throughout the country. Friends, this GCC was the vision of Sanjeev Bhai and Abhay Bhai, and very frankly, this is the 4th GCC summit which is organized by the ICI. The first was held in Delhi, where again Aniket Bhai was the opening batsman of Sachin Tendulkar out there. Today also again he is there in Ahmedabad also, because first GCC we held at Delhi, second at Ahmedabad, third at Hyderabad, and 4th is at Pune. And soon we are going to have another one at Bengaluru. So all Sanjeev Bhai, Abhay Bhai doing a fantastic job. Friends, if I talk about GCC, it is some eye-catching word for everyone because many of us are not aware about what that GCC is. And the whole session in these 2 days, you will be understanding what are the benefits of GCC, what is GCC, how can we get into GCC, form our own GCC or service the GCCs. So all those would be discussed by a list of panelist speakers who are into GCC and otherwise. India currently is one of the front leaders into GCC. We are having more than 1800 GCC out here. And the subject also, if we talk about from the whole concept here is from ledgers to efficiency. The wording is, I need to know because my subject is different. This subject is of leadership. Yeah. From ledger to global leadership, CA shaping global capability centers. And this first session, our guest speaker is, of course, CA Aniket Talatiji. The session is, of course, CAs, the architects of global efficiency, innovate, integrate, inspire. Friends, if I talk about, yes, from being stables to the financial discipline, CAs have today become catalyst of transformation, digital enablers, and strategic architects who support and often drive global decision making. Nowhere is this transformation more visible than in the GCC ecosystem, where CAs play a central role in shaping governance, analytics, risk management, regulatory alignment, and enterprise-wide efficiency for multinational organizations. I'm hoping that not only this session, all the coming sessions today and tomorrow would be very, very beneficial to all of you. And the response which have been informed to us for this GCC summit in Pune is mind-boggling, I would say. And we are in the process. Chitle sir was telling us, informing us, we might be soon having another one, seeing the response. So looking forward to a great learning from this first session, and then our curtain raiser of the GCC. Welcome you all for this very important GCC summit at Pune. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request our Central Council member and the Deputy Convener of the group, CA Abhay Chajet, to set the tone for our first session.
Thank you very much, Neha. Good morning, everyone. Our former president, C. Aniket Talati, thank you so much, Aniket ji, once again for being here, being the 4th edition of the GCC starting today at Pune. And believe me, friends, I think he's the best person and the right person to have the first session to understand the entire GCC. But I'm sure there are quite a few members already into GCC, but still each day it's a learning for us. So Aniket is one person we always have him here in the first sessions to give a background. What are the changes which has happened? What are the new things in the global landscape which is happening? And once again, he's here among all of us. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for our former president, among the youngest president which we have at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. My council colleague, and of course, chairman and vice chairmen of various committees here, Pramod Jain ji from Delhi is again here with all of us. Thank you, Pramod ji. Always been an inspiration for so much. Any subject you talk about, he is ready to speak, response, and ensure that the query of members are resolved. Whether you talk about company audit, you talk about company law, you talk about income tax, any subject, I think Pramod ji is one person always available to respond to members. So thank you, Pramod ji. Pranav, the vice chairman of the Pune branch, and of course, my senior council colleague and the program director, and I would say the project started and initiated almost 2 months back, CA Chandrasekhar Chitle sir. And I think the best part of this event was, in fact, last 3 events which we had was our experience in terms of registration. But I think Pune with Chandrasekhar Chitle ji, with Sachin, with Nilesh, the entire team, I think they were able to have the registration almost reaching 450 numbers a month before. So big round of applause for the team Pune for ensuring that we have the registrations, the numbers which we are looking at because I think the more the registrations, more the networking, more the collaboration which we look at. And I think that is what this global capability centers now are. My another very good friend, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, the convener of this group to promote India as accounting GCC. And I think both of us had this vision when we actually attended, just to share with one experience. I'm sure I'm taking his words, maybe he would have spoken in the inaugural session, but we just went to an event at Hyderabad and we attended an event as a participants, both of us. We thought that why not just see that how these global capability centers are, how it's been organized. So one of the event organized at Hyderabad, we both attended, and that was the day when we decided that we'll have our own global capability center summit. And I think, believe me, friends, it's just in 2 months, we had the first edition at Delhi and then at Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, and today we are at Pune. And just after 2 weeks from today, we have it at Bangalore on 12th and 13th of December. So 5 editions lined up, great success, 2,000 plus members participated till today, and more will be participating in Bangalore. And then I'm sure we have GCC summits regularly being organized and creating opportunities for member as a new vertical coming out of those conventional practice, which is audit, income tax, GST, which we have been doing for last 50 years or plus. I think this is one area now which is picking up, and I see the response from the members. We have a combination of senior members, a middle age, and then of course, more young members, and looking up to this GCC, an opportunity for next 2 days for us to interact, learn, network, collaborate. I think there the opportunity is abundance. My another council colleague, and of course, our managing director, the chief guest for today's inaugural, CA Nirmal Jain ji. Thank you so much, Nirmal ji, for having your presence here today. The Accenture, the MD, which is here, and he'll share his experience for last 30 years plus, where he has been into Accenture and doing so much in GCC's front. So thank you, Nirmal ji, for being here and making yourself as part of this important GCC at Pune. My another colleague, Umesh Sharma ji, from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, a big name now. It was earlier Aurangabad. Now the name has changed. The person behind AI, anything which is done in last 2 years at ICI in AI, he is the person who's headed that committee and who's doing these certificate courses, AI Summit, everything related to AI. And I think commendable work has been done by Umesh in AI Sub. Thank you so much, Umesh. Another, I would say, mentor for so many of us in Pune, Zavre sir. When I started in the council, I was given the responsibility of vice chairman of the Accounting Standard Board. And I think this was when I saw mentors like Zavre sir, is so happy and comfortable. And someone like Pramod Jain chairing the Accounting Standard Board, I was the best person to just learn and do not speak, just listen to the experts and give your thoughts only when required. So Zavre sir, thank you so much for always being there for ICI, contributing so much. A big round of applause. All the dignitaries of the dais, regional council members from WIRC, branch managing committee members, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for all being here. Again, being deputy convener, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. Very important topic when we speak about the architects of global efficiency, innovate, integrate, and inspire. I think just to share with you some of the important initiatives with the Directorate as WTO convener, which mentioned as the Directorate of International Trade Services, WTO. Couple of initiatives which we have taken this year, more important in terms of a global UDAN series. We started in the month of April. 25 plus global UDAN series. Just to share with you, when we talk about innovation, so this is one area where I thought that why not connect to our chapters, which are globally present? Why not connect to our representative offices, which are there? Almost 47 countries plus 81 offices all over the world. Other than India, we have our presence. And I think this was one initiative which we thought from the Directorate that we can start a series and invite the experts from global presence, experts from our chapters who have done good in terms of opportunity places. So each week on Friday, like today also, we have a global UDAN, which is there at starting at 11 till 1 p.m. So this is 25 plus already done every week on Friday based on the timing, the jurisdiction. We changed the time, but it's on Friday. So I would sincerely request members. We call, experts from Australia. Today is from UK. We call from US. We call from Canada, then European countries. Wherever we have our presence, we call experts and they come and speak about the opportunities, more particularly, not just the export of services, but also in terms of the investments which their clients may look at India, and you can be best person to provide such services. So this is one initiative which thought that this could be an innovation from WTO, and we have this Global Udan series going on every week. Request members to please attend. So, and of course, integration. This is one best place to integrate. We have the networkings, we have the collaboration, we integrate with each other. Gone are the days when we speak about audits, income tax, and GST. Of course, that will always remain, and we'll be providing services to government, stakeholders, everybody. But I think integration is the time when we talk about financial services, we talk about ESG, we talk about sustainability and other services where we can provide services now as a member or a member in practice or even members in service where you get an opportunity. So these are the areas where we have to look at, integrate ourselves, create networking, create collaboration. And like it's been mentioned that, from shifting from ledgers to strategic leadership, this is the time where we are in now, and time is changing. I remember, it's 17 years back, our former president thought that 17 years back, he thought of visiting US. I'm not sure if I'm correctly mentioning the year, but 2008, I remember, he started his journey, and he's been doing this work for last 17 years plus. And that was the thought process which he inculcated at that age, I would say. So I think for especially young members and those interested in GCC, this is the time where we have to think of, it's not just tomorrow or maybe after 2 days or 7 days. It is today where you have to think of, you have to get into networking, you have to get into mergers with the firm, you have to consolidate and collaborate and create opportunities. And a place like this, where you have experts already doing GCC, I'm told 350 plus GCC already at Pune, with about 15 to 20% in the financial banking services. I think this is one area where you can start your own GCC very soon. And we'll have experts today and tomorrow sharing their experiences in terms of how you can establish your own GCC, how you can create outsourcing opportunities, and what's new happening in this outsourcing services or global landscape. Lastly, with respect to the Inspire, of course, inspiration on the dais is already there, and a lot of inspiration we already have on the off the dais. We see the front row, these stalwarts are there. All of you have been there in this GCC for last so many years. I think this has been an inspiration for all the young members, especially those who are looking up to new GCC to start with. I think, and also I'm told that looking to the response from the members at Pune, which was so good, and in terms of GCC, which we have in terms of numbers, I think a second GCC also has been not formally, but has been thought of and already planned, maybe in third week of December. So thanks to Chitle sir, Sachin, and entire team, regional council members, of thinking and ensuring that members are not missed out of first or are missed out in first, have been covered in the second GCC. And I'm sure we'll have best speakers to inspire all of you. And in the end, I can only say with 3 words, which we have today, which our former president will be speaking specifically on this subject: innovate, integrate, and inspire. So I can say innovate to build the future, inspire to make it real, and it's integrate to make it real, and inspire to make others part of the journey. So once again, I extend a warm welcome on a wonderful day today at the GCC. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of interaction, a lot of learning, networking among all of us, and a big crowd, full house, which is here. I think this is what an opportunity for also speakers, to speak and come out with best area of opportunity. With the WTO, there are a number of initiatives. I will request everyone to please have a look to the ICI website and see the initiatives which WTO has taken. So thank you very much for joining. And I wish this 2 days learning a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And also thank you for introducing our next speaker while speaking so that I will not repeat it again. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly felicitate our speaker before we begin with his session. I'm sure you all are eagerly waiting. So now I hand over the session to our past president, CA Aniket Talati, sir. All to you.
Thank you so much, Naji, and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A matter of great pleasure for me to be in your midst this morning as we start this two-day wonderful event that is being organized. On the dais with me, the chairman of this very important committee, which was formed a few years ago to promote chartered accountants in the area of trade, commerce, WTO, basically trying to look beyond borders. And I've had the privilege to serve in this committee also when I was a council member. And I think, Abhayji, you're doing a phenomenal job, not just with the Udan series that you mentioned, but for those who may not know today, the opportunities lie beyond the Americas, which is US, Canada, Australia, UK. But there is so much in the Europe and South America that needs to be explored. And one thing that is missing is the language skills. And I think also that what the committee is doing very well is training members in foreign skills, in foreign languages, so that you are not restricted only to these English-speaking countries, but also have truly a global vision in terms of the capabilities that we can have. So compliments, Abhayji, for all the wonderful work you're doing. Pramod Bhai, I think, yes, somebody who can talk on the A to Z of accounting, auditing, taxation, whatever it is. And since I'm at A to Z, I think as we start, हम सब ने स्कूल में शुरू किया था ABCD से. IFAC president once gave the ABCD of accounting: artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computing, and data analytics. Today, I think we will go to E, F, and G. E is for our Chitleji, who's here, chairman of the Ethical Standards Board, and E is for ethics, and E is for equity. I think I was just checking my phone. Kya kare, Gujarat se hai, you can't stop looking at the markets, and I realized that we are at an all-time high. So ethics is important. Equity market is giving a tremendous opportunity for all of us, not just to be investors, but to also do so many other roles that are there in the equity market space, in the IPO advisory, the pre-IPO, in the merchant banking, valuation, due diligence, and everything else. So yeah, E is for ethics, which our Central Council member C.V. Chitleji is promoting and also making sure that relevant changes are being made. I am sure that in a few weeks from now, under his leadership and with the president, vice president, and the entire council, we will all have a new code of ethics, which is going to reshape how we can do work. F is for forensics. So A, B, C, D. E is ethics and equity. F for me is forensics, very important area today where accountants are no longer just required to do the audit and look at the past and give opinions based on materiality, but go deeper and find if there is any financial fraud or misdoings or wrongdoings involved. So E, F, and then we come to today, G, the GCCs for which we are here, Global Capability Center. I think a huge opportunity that is in front of us as chartered accountants, and what better proof than this entire hall I can see from this stage till the last row. We have people sitting here, close to 500 members who have chosen to attend this. And I was told that Mr. Chitle and his team at Pune branch are planning 2.0 in Pune. So compliments to you and all of you in Pune for making this a grand success. I think this is going to be one of the larger GCC events that ICI has organized. And the man behind it all, who has been instrumental in shaping this, I remember him calling me one time and saying, we are planning to do a group within ICI and within the committee for GCC. And I was pleasantly surprised. Many times I got invited to be in part of certain groups. Recently, there was a group on SA 600. I was also part of another group which made certain recommendations for how do you make certain sections of the Companies Act active. So yes, one gets involved at the institute at technical level. But this was a very interesting call. And that gentleman, I think we almost recognize sitting in front of us, Mr. Sanjeev Sanghi. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for him, who is leading this cause of GCCs, the first, and you will always be the founder, chairperson of this group on GCC. I think his vision, very important. There are very few people who actually have it in them that if I have attained some amount of success, if I've been able to get some amount of recognition and maybe transform my life and lives of others around me through a route which was not that common, not that easily chosen. Sanjeev Bhai is a prime example, coming from Kolkata, did not just practice in the traditional areas, though he's technically very competent to look at all those accounting, auditing and tax issues, but chose to do a different area of work, which was servicing US clients. And I think today does a phenomenal work in his own practice. And I think what is truly commendable is that after joining the council, this is his very first year in the council, he says, why don't I give this opportunity which God gave me to all my fellow membership? And Sanjeev Bhai, that's really a very kind and noble gesture. And all the events that you are planning showcase that you want this to truly be a movement and not just be restricted to how it probably changed lives for you and me and some of us. And therefore, the committee, the entire group is doing some very good work. And yes, today, as I stand before you, in the time given to me, I'll try and speak about the opportunities that are there for us as accountants, as chartered accountants, as professional accountants. And when I talk about opportunities, how can we forget a very important person? I think Pramodji referred to him as Bhishma Pitama. I always refer to him as Guru, though I never got the opportunity to directly learn from Sir, but has always been somebody who we all have looked up to in my entire time as branch, regional council, and even as a president. One person who never ages, who looks the same for the last so many years, S.B. Zavare, sir. Sir, continue to inspire us, sir. And would like to know, people ask Modi ji कि आपका health care routine क्या है? हमको सर को पूछना चाहिए कि सर आपका routine क्या है? कि आप इतने साल से sir, you look the same. The smile, the energy is absolutely intact. And while we are at energy and a very important area, maybe before I go on to my PPT, which I prepared, usually I don't do PPTs. I quite often say that PPTs are for people who have no power or point in their presentation, and therefore you need a PPT. But I have today prepared a PPT. So I'll take you through it, but maybe as a show of hands, if people in this hall can tell us how many of you are actually actively working in a GCC or own some sort of a practice, or you are able to help some accounting GCCs by a show of hand. But still, I think 15% of the audience maybe. And how many of you are looking to maybe get into this area, develop your own practice in the international domain? Wow. Absolute. I used to think हम गुजराती लोग ही थोड़े but पुणे आके भी अच्छा लगा. And of course, one other important person, I think when I spoke about the ABCDEFG, the first alphabet is A, and the man behind AI, Umesh Sharma ji, I also acknowledge your presence, doing some tremendous work in artificial intelligence. And I think, Umesh ji, your committee has a very important role to play even in the GCC space, because the biggest fear people talk about is that artificial intelligence is probably going to reduce the work. Artificial intelligence is probably going to reduce the requirement of people or the setup of GCCs. And my thought process, and I say this from personal experience, Zavare sir can bear me out, some of the seniors will agree. I've been in this profession, of course, for a limited time, but I've seen this in my family. My grandfather happened to qualify in 1950. My father is a chartered accountant. So I've seen this profession in that sense through their lens for 75 years. And whenever there is a change, when the calculator came, people said, abhi tumhara kya need hai? Total karenge. And my grandfather, they used to say that accountants will no longer be required. In fact, work increased. My father's generation, the computer came, and then of course clients came and said, sir, wo suspense account dhundna, trial balance tally karna, sab kaam gaya. Computer mein entry dalo, debit credit khud ho jayega. Trial balance tallied, no suspense, your work is gone. Our work increased manifold. GST mein filing, income tax mein filing. I think today with AI, people may talk about the fact that, oh, AI is going to take over all the roles. I personally am extremely confident, and I say this with a lot of conviction that artificial intelligence is there. It will probably take away some of the functions, but I don't see it taking away the roles for us as professional chartered accountants. Because I think one thing which is always going to be in need is professional skepticism. Today, I don't know if you saw, there's a software which is generating images. If you put it in the requirement that I want to create an invoice from this hotel, it will create the exact invoice in your name. And nobody is able to trace whether it's an artificial intelligence generated deepfake or original invoice. People are generating passport images, Aadhaar cards, which look exactly alike the original ones. That is the kind of misuse technology we also have. And one person who has been doing the role of calling off what is false, fake from the real are chartered accountants. And therefore, I think in the world of artificial intelligence, when so much technology is being used, one thing is for certain, I personally believe that the role of chartered accountants will only increase because we are the ones who call out the fake and are able to recognize what is true and correct, attest it, certify it because of the rigorous training and of course the ethical standards that we follow. So yes, AI will change our roles. AI will do certain things on its own, but I don't think anybody in this world will be accepting the fact that the entire accounting, entire taxation or entire processes can be run now by an AI machine and not by humans. I think that day is far, and therefore the artificial intelligence is important to be learned, but I don't see it taking over in terms of the roles of chartered accountants. So maybe, like I said, I'll probably try and share my presentation just so that we have a reference point on this very important topic that has been given to me on CAs as architects of global efficiency. So many roles, accounting is already one. I think we talk about multidisciplinary practice, engineers, and now we ourselves are architects of global efficiency. And how do we innovate, integrate, and inspire? If we can share this screen for the benefit of the audience. And as I take you through some of the slides, maybe a cursory understanding of the GCC framework. And what is a GCC and why do you need this? And again, some of these slides I have taken from some of my colleagues who've spoken in the prior events. But a very important question, I think, as you start the 2 days of conference in GCC, for many of you to understand, what is a GCC? काफी लोग जो दुबई और मिडिल ईस्ट होके आए ना वो कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं बिकॉज वहां भी जीसीसी वर्ड बहुत कॉमन है विच इज ऑफ कोर्स द गल्फ कोऑपरेशन काउंसिल एंड देयरफॉर व्हेन वी से जीसीसी लॉट ऑफ पीपल मिस्टेक इट टू बी द मिडिल ईस्ट एंड दोस कंट्रीज तो वहां का काम कर रहा है तो जीसीसी ऐसा नहीं है yes those countries are referred to as GCC but this is a very different kind of a model and I think the coin of the name GCC is indicative of the roles that these offices function. Back in the day, and you are all aware of these terms, we used to call back office. So kisi bhi US ka, UK ka or anywhere in the world, if their companies were established in India, they were always referred to as back office. Then people started improving grammar and said, no, these are shared service centers. And therefore the SSC came into being, where you said you are a shared service center, shared cost center. And you were always in India looked upon as a location for cost arbitrage. What does that mean? That if I want to hire a person in New York, I probably will have to pay $100,000 annually to him. But at that time, I could probably get the same resource with at least the same qualification for 10,000 a year. And therefore, the 1:10 difference in costing, there you probably were paying $15 to $20 a square foot. Here, you could get it for $1 a square foot. Tab 70 rupees square feet mein mil jata tha. And therefore, it was always about cost arbitrage. And therefore, the word always that got associated with these centers were back offices, shared cost centers, and shared service centers. But I think the beauty of how our Indian ingenuity, the hard work, and the skill sets we possess has made sure that we are no longer the back office or the person behind the door, but we are the people who are in front. We are now not doing roles which are just internal to the organization and servicing some part of the external function. Imagine in the past, if a company was to set up its finance and accounting FP&A GCC here, the CFO would still sit in US, London, or whatever part of the world. And some of his team would sit here in Pune or some other part of India and help them do the functions. but who would be the person interacting with the bankers, with the investors, with everybody else, and most importantly, the person taking the decisions and making all the shots? It was always the person sitting offshore. I think as time has evolved, companies have realized that it is not just costing, which is being done in India at a cheaper cost, but you can actually produce global leaders sitting in an offshore location. And I think though there are so many sad things that COVID and the pandemic brought, I think one of the biggest changes that it has brought about is the mindset and the acceptability that my leader of any function does not necessarily have to be in my office. It can be in... The only change it brought about was that you don't have to lead a function. It may be FP&A, it may be marketing, it may be technology. Your CTO today doesn't have to necessarily sit in San Francisco, but your CTO of the company can sit in the GCC unit in India and make the decisions, take the calls in that mezzanine or in that chat. जो चाहिए नीचे front office को, जो sales कर रहा है, who's meeting the clients, who's interacting, he would be the one facing the client or the customer. But a lot of the work of finding the right pair which fits the shoe of the customer was done by the person sitting who never had a face, because he was probably referred to as Chotu or somebody else जो ऊपर मालिये में था. But now I think the change, and that is why it is important, why and what is a GCC and why we need it, is because now we are no longer sitting there in the mezzanine and providing the shoe, but we are there at the front. People are proud to say that, yes, today my finance function, my technology function is led by somebody who's of Indian origin and is not anymore sitting in New York, San Francisco, Atlanta, or other parts of the world, but is sitting in Pune, in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in Ahmedabad, or Gurgaon, or Noida, or whatever these centers today that are developing as GCCs, and is taking leadership role. So yes, a GCC, I think, is a wholly owned integrated strategic platform, typically establishment in talent-rich locations where you have membership which is available. It may be in the engineering domain for IT and in the accounting domain for FP&A function. And these companies are not coming to India just because we offer talent at a cheaper cost. I can tell you, I come from Ahmedabad, which probably, and I don't have the exact statistics to prove this, but I can probably tell you that today Ahmedabad is one of the largest centers, if not the largest, in terms of accounting GCCs. Sanjeev bhai, we have at least 5 to 7 entities with more than 2,000 people just servicing accounting work. And these work with firms, these work directly B2B with businesses. And the reason why it could develop is because of the accounting talent available. In Ahmedabad, we have people from Rajasthan, MP, Saurashtra, and Gujarat who all are coming and staying there. And therefore, abundant chartered accountants, abundant students who've pursued chartered accountancy, abundant commerce graduates who are available. If you go down south, the advantage is the availability of tech talent. If you go to Bangalore, I think the starting of GCC, of course, was done by the bigger brothers. I think somebody here, Pramodji or Abhayji, were mentioning about their session in Hyderabad and how the tech brothers have dominated this field in terms of providing IT services in GCC. But I think today, if you look at any GCC coming here, 30% of the functions are also FP&A, which our brothers of accounting are taking care of. And therefore, yes, South had an edge because you had abundant IT services and talent pool available, Bangalore, Hyderabad, or anywhere in Tamil Nadu that we talk about. But today, when the integrated operations are coming, it is not just IT, but it is also other roles, other functions which are getting shipped to India. And I think that is why when somebody mentioned that there are more than 35 active GCCs here in Pune, and I think you will hear from the MD of Accenture talk about their experience and journey of setting it here. My road from airport to here, I could see so many Barclays and so many other in BFSI who have set up their GCCs here. But I personally believe that this potential for a city like Pune is tremendous. 2-3 reasons. Of course, the cost competitiveness that you provide against Bangalore. Yes, you may have traffic issues, but you still are nowhere as compared to Bangalore in terms of the infrastructure. And I think with all the expansion in the metro and everything else happening, the city is going to become faster in terms of commuting. And a very important aspect of what I see in Pune, of course, besides the social life that you provide here, is availability of abundant talent in both the fields. You have technology talent, so people doing IT, and you also have accounting talent. And therefore, very important that I see this role maybe in the next 5 to 10 years. I will not be surprised that from the 35 odd that people were mentioning, I think we may well be beyond 3 digits in terms of the number of large size GCCs. And if you include smaller GCCs, where any one of you in the hall who raised the hand and said, I want to be an opportunity provider, imagine there are thousands of firms in the world. Let's leave alone the non-English speaking for now, but go to the US, go to Canada, go to UK, go to Australia, go to these larger places. And there are so many accounting firms who are struggling desperately to find resources. And if I in Pune can set up my own center and say, I will service 3, 4, 5 good accounting firms, do all their work here and become their GCC or help them set up their integrated center, I think that number can go beyond 500 to 1,000, because there are just so many entities who are crying for help and drowning and saying, can somebody solve my accounting, taxation, compliance issues? So yes, huge opportunity. And therefore GCCs, I think, will have to understand that this is a integrated approach where you set up and operate to access the top talent. You are enhancing value. Your pitch today, ladies and gentlemen, when you go for a GCC, cannot be that come to India because I offer lower cost. Today, Poland can offer lower cost. Philippines, in my view, sometimes is even more cheaper than what India offers. And therefore, cost is not our arbitrage. English speaking, hard work ethics in terms of the number of hours we are willing to put up, and the quality of service that we are able to deliver. I think that is the value addition that we can provide. And therefore, we must tell this success story. Of course, it is wholly owned. There are various models today that happen in GCC. There is a BOT model where somebody builds, operates, and transfers, very similar to how we have highways and other national assets which are built. Today, BOT model is very popular, where a company, let's assume for a moment, and leave the Fortune 500 companies because they are at some point in their journey thinking of coming to India or have already come to India. But beyond the 500, if you look at the top 5,000 companies globally, they don't know where to start. If I want to come to India, which is going to be my center, whether I should come in a company form, LLP form, can I come as a direct subsidiary? Should I do a step down? Can I have a branch office, a liaison office? What are the requirements? I think a huge opportunity for us to consult these next Fortune 5,000 companies who are looking to access the talent from India, but don't know how do you access this market. And therefore, I think as chartered accountants, you may be working in GCC, you may be looking to set up your own GCCs in the accounting space, but also very important area for members who have that 360-degree view is consulting in the GCC space. Lot of opportunity available there, telling them that what are the right locations, what are the right structures for you to come, and building a GCC for them, operating it for a few years, and then transferring the GCC at a value for them. Today, the world no longer lives in the past where companies or organizations were built to last. If you look at 20 years from now, most corporations were built so that I would say it is going to be me, my next generation will run it, the generation after me will run it, and this business is going to last forever. Today, nobody talks of perpetuity. People today build to sell. There are so many younger entrepreneurs who are building companies and are flipping it over and selling it. And therefore, I think you must also appreciate that in the GCC space, a very important aspect and a BOT model where you can build a small GCC, scale it, expand it, give them the right services to have the right structure, and then flip it over and make a solution for that. So yes, besides working for GCCs and creating your accounting GCCs, I think a lot of opportunity available in the accounting GCC space where you can build, operate, and transfer. I think these are dynamic hubs. What you require as chartered accountants and that understand the fact that we are no longer just number crunchers. You have to be visionaries. You have to shape the future wherever you work. And I think Abhayji mentioned my own experience. I think we have been in this area of accounting, and now we call them GCCs, but what was outsourcing earlier for the last 25 years. And let me tell you, in the early 2000s, when we had to do this work, we did not have this concept of cloud where you could upload anything and then say, I can share it. We used to work in an environment where if a server was in the US and I had a server here, I had to set up an FTP or a file transfer protocol. Every night, the business or the CPA firm that I was working with would scan invoices, upload it on the FTP. I would then overnight download these invoices here. My team would then put them, Mr. Jain is laughing because I think he's going back to those days when this work used to happen. Sanjeev Bhai has also done this. And then we used to get those invoices. Then we used to maintain a version of the accounting package. Because today, so many accounting packages are on the cloud. You have Zoho outside. You have so many others where you can record an entry from any part of the world. But back then, if you made an entry at one version and the other version, so you had to sync them and make sure that whatever work is done in India gets rightly updated in the US. And we had to typically download this, record those accounting entries, and move forward. This was, of course, number crunching. It worked 25 years ago. Today, 90% of that work is not needed. He sits and scans the invoice through OCR. All the 13 important characteristics are picked up. What is the name of the vendor? What is the name of the account in which it should be debited? What is the amount? What is the sales tax or use tax? All those numbers are OCR read and put on front of a screen. You just need to approve them. So yes, that effort has gone. And therefore, I'm not just number crunching. Now I'm giving him value and saying whether it's going into the right account. Can I have a correct subledger so that when I want an MIS to report at the end of the month, I can tell him which exact products are delivering in which line of service? I work in the real estate sector. Can I make sure that I give them reports in the real estate, which tells him exactly which building is giving him what yield, what revenue, which square foot is yielding what? Should he file for a certiorari and make sure that his municipal tax equivalent in the US can be reduced if I'm doing the right kind of accounting? So many things that I can add value to. And that validation will happen if we think beyond numbers, if we think as architects and as value creators. And therefore, I think you have to innovate. Why are people therefore setting up enterprises and GCCs? Yes, very important. There is a business impact. You have leadership teams that are here sitting in India. You have flexible capacity and you have diverse capacity. You are no longer restricted to the same geographical jurisdiction. We have all learned about risk mitigation. We've all learned about the fact that I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. And I think what GCCs offer to all the global players is not just the geographical diversification and the cost arbitrage, but also the fact that risk is being mitigated. In today's world, when wars start at the drop of a hat, you have seen the Israel-Gaza conflict, we've seen the Ukraine and the Russia conflict, and so many others that happen globally, which can change the entire dynamics of business. And therefore, very important that these flexible structures where you have operations in multiple locations, ensure that these corporations can keep running without getting impacted by some of these socio-political changes that are happening. So yes, very important. And today, globally, many companies have KPIs linked to GCCs and their technology products. Because today, all businesses, it may be the smallest retail store running in any part of the world, to the biggest tech companies which are delivering cutting-edge solutions, AI-driven models for the world to use, their coding and back-end work is also happening here. And therefore, very important that we understand that the drivers which are influencing this are, of course, the business impact that this can deliver, the capabilities that we have in the age of AI, ML, and the kind of talent which is available with us, and the capacity to scale. Today, if you look at the infrastructure, it is no longer restricted, like I said, in terms of the GCC preference to cities like Bangalore and Hyderabad. Abhayji comes from Madhya Pradesh. I'm told that today there are no grade A large real estate buildings available in Indore for you to set up a GCC. That is the kind of demand. And even in a city like Pune, I think the future is very bright because of the availability of larger corporate premises. The capacity increase which it offers is tremendous. I come from Gujarat, and let me tell you, we have today in Gujarat a very important area called the GIFT, the Gujarat IT and Financial Services Center, where we have a regulator of IFSCA, which is very clearly now come up with an important change in its policy. Across the world, wherever you have international financial centers, you can go to Dubai, you can go to Singapore, you can go to any other part. A financial service is what? It is banking, it is insurance, it is equities. But realizing that India needs to expand the financial service space. I had the opportunity to interact with none other than the Honorable Prime Minister in GIFT City. And I think the agenda was very clear. Today, you're all reading it in social media about the Indian large four or the Indian big fours equivalents that we want to create. It was in that meeting that I was asked that what are we able to do to create large Indian global firms? And with that perspective, a committee was set up to create accounting hubs in India to service the globe. I got the privilege to chair that committee, and we gave our report, which now is in the form of a regulation in IFSC known as BATF. And what that does, and very important for all of us to understand, is that for the first time, yes, fintech is financial service, banking is financial service, insurance is financial service. But for the first time, bookkeeping, accounting, forensic services, and taxation is also included as a part of financial services in GIFT. And therefore, anybody who's setting up today a center in GIFT City, and you are providing any of these services from there in the FP&A role, your entire income is exempt for 10 years. That is the kind of benefits that the central government is giving to ensure that we create larger accounting centers. We are able to create accounting hubs where we no longer do accounting work for our clients just in Pune, Pimpri Chinchwad, or Maharashtra or India, but we actually become global accountants. And therefore, the capability and capacity becomes very important. I think we also have to understand that when we are talking about the accounting GCCs, you cannot function or grow merely on the basis of FP&A. I think what is going to be very important is an integrated approach. I am very happy that the council is very actively looking at multidisciplinary practice and how chartered accountants and engineers can work together. I personally feel this can be one of the largest changes that can happen if Institute has a forward-looking vision. And I'm sure with all these wonderful people who are representing us in the council and are aware of the scenario which is there and the opportunity which is available in the global world. If I am able to build a multidisciplinary practice, जहाँ मेरा partner सिर्फ chartered accountant होने की जरूरत नहीं है, but I can take an engineer on board and make him my partner, and he's somebody who's extraordinarily doing well in technology, we can then jointly provide services of not just FP&A, but also from the IT side, and make sure that the next gen services and technologies are available. We are able to give them data analytics, cloud and mobile. Yes, the very important aspect of why these GCCs are different. They are different because they have the talent. We are no longer, like I said, the person sitting in the mezzanine, but we are forward-looking, front-ending people where we are presenting ourselves to the clients, directly dealing with customers. There used to be a time, I'll give you an example, where I used to work with the largest audit firms in the US. And all the work that we did was restricted to then reporting back to the partner or the manager who was working on the assignment. And he would then communicate with the client. And he would then say, fine, this is what I want to present. But what has changed over 15 years, I can tell you is, today, people who are working in these accounting GCCs no longer just report to the CPAs in the US. We directly talk to the client. We directly talk to the customers. I think that is a very important aspect of the change in talent, the change in confidence that is there in our country and in this landscape. Of course, it leads, like I said, to expense savings. If they were to do it in the US, first and foremost, you probably will not get accountants. I'll give you the example from the Institute. Today, we are more than 400,000 active members. I think the real number will be close to 500,000 because many don't renew their membership. And we have 1 million students pursuing chartered accountancy. Imagine the pipeline, imagine the kind of people with the right talent and skill sets which are available in this domain. And when I go to the US, आज हमने यहाँ GCC पे seminar किया है, 9 out of 10 times, if you go to a CPA gathering there, you know what are the topics that they discuss? पूरे दिन में 6 में से 4 topic होंगे. How do you make the profession attractive? How do you make younger generation get to accounting? How do you make it relevant for people to join? How do you solve the talent crunch? Because that is today the fact. They are not able to get that. And we are, I think, privileged, at least for the next 10, 15 years, where we have a great talent pool of people who are still actively engaged and willing to do accounting and technology. And therefore, I think the expense saving is there in terms of the availability of the resource and the talent. We have business capabilities. These are not cost centers. These are capability centers where we are delivering world-class productivity. And therefore, I think the strategic leadership that we have for chartered accountants goes beyond numbers. We have to be able to think 360 degrees and not just look at the process that we are doing, but think how I can get into the strategic roles which are available for companies. Think of how I can add value to the organization in making decisions. Can I be a part of that board, of that executive committee meeting, running this GCC and give them input saying, how about we change this process from X to Y so that it increases the efficiency, reduces lead time and other aspects. And therefore, I think we have to put in all the skill sets that we have learned in our articleship days, in our practice days, and see how we can implement them for the benefit of our customers. Yes, we have a huge edge today. I think Umesh ji is here, who understands GST better than nobody in the hall. And I frankly believe, Umesh bhai, that जिसने इंडिया का GST समझा है, जिसने ये 3B, 2A, 1C, आई एम नॉट अ पर्सन ऑफ जी, आपने इतने फॉर्म भर लिए हैं, फिर आप दुनिया का कोई भी रिटर्न भरना है, इट मे बी ऑस्ट्रेलिया रिटर्न, it may be a US return, it may be UK return. I think it is going to be a matter of ease for you. But at the same time, don't take it that because, I've done this, work will be at my doorstep. Yes, we have to improve our skill sets, understand. For example, today you have block credit here. You have similar concepts of what you or you cannot take as credits. Yes, we have to understand. But what I'm trying to tell you is, हमने इतना complex समझ लिया है, तो बाकी समझना difficult नहीं है. You just have to take that first step and say, yes, if I am setting up this for the US, I need to understand that for taxation, for example, if I have a WDV method of depreciation in the Income Tax Act, what is the method that they follow? What are the useful lives that they follow under the tax basis financial statements in the US? Can I make sure that I am giving them those solutions? And then it is not just accounting. You will file their tax returns, you will file their income tax returns, you will file their sales tax returns. So much more in that ecosystem which is available. There is global taxation, but I think the benefit we all have, especially with our course and the practical experience we all have gained, giving these services to international centers is going to be extremely convenient for us. I think the role of chartered accountants is evolving. We are advising today, not just on the taxation for them, but the international tax structures, on transfer pricing, a very important area where now offshoring, outsourcing, and GCC setup has begun is in the area of ESG, environment, social, and governance, where we are giving not just accounting in terms of numbers, but GHG accounting, carbon accounting, calculating what is the carbon impact of every transaction that the company is making. And a lot of this work is actually now happening here in India. You'll be surprised there are multi-million-dollar ESG outsourcing centers which have been set up. They have raised capital, and today thousands of people sit in these centers and provide ESG solutions to Europe. Of course, with the change in the governance in the US, and now the president there talking about drill, 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 and drill, baby, drill, the priorities for the US has changed, but Europe still has a lot of focus on ESG, and therefore a very important area I personally see in the next 5 to 10 years for all of us as accountants, not just to do the debit, credit, and accounting, not just to file the tax returns, but now what we'll have to upgrade ourselves and learn the skills is going to be of ESG. If there's a transaction which is happening, अगर मैं raw material खरीद रहा हूँ और मेरा vendor मुझे माल भेज रहा है, what is the actual carbon impact? If that raw material is brought through mining, then there is carbon emission. For the transport that I incurred, there is carbon emission. How do I not just put a debit against transportation expense of $15,000, but I calculate that the transportation expense of bringing that raw material from that factory to my factory? And because I was not running an EV vehicle, I was doing an ICE vehicle, and what that led to in terms of consumption. And accounting for that, I think, is going to be a very, very important. These are things we have never done in our life. हम जब एक ट्रांजैक्शन को देखते हैं, हम उसको ओनली फाइनेंशियल एंगल से देखते हैं और टैक्स एंगल से देखते हैं. But I think now the future is going to be looking at it from the ESG perspective of how every transaction that we do impacts environment, impacts society, and impacts governance. And I think if we are able to do this, just look at the opportunity here. A GCC in India today, these are all the centers. And you can see Pune is right there in terms of the number of GCCs. Bengaluru has taken the lead, but I think now with the restraint that it offers in terms of the infrastructure and of course the capacity of any city to go beyond a point, I think Pune sits very pretty, close to Mumbai, close to the financial capital. And now with this new international airport coming, I'll give you one example. I was with one of very big GCC owners of consulting entity there. And they mentioned to me that one of the biggest FedEx, I'll just take the name, one of the biggest courier and transport and logistics company of the world is setting up its GCC in Navi Mumbai next to the international airport. And imagine the proximity that you have from there. The opportunities that is going to come up for all of this in Pune is going to be tremendous. I think certain examples of these GCCs today. Retail, so many retail players of the US are today already in India, have their GCCs. Last month, McDonald's, I don't think it needs introduction anymore in India, a global brand, they decided that they're going to set up their GCC in India. Marriott, the hotel brand which owns this very hotel where we sit, they are coming and setting up their GCC in India. Aviation, I think, is going to be a huge factor with these large airports, material handling operations, and so much more, which is going to come around these airports. I think a very important logistics GCC companies are going to see their presence here in India. And of course, BFSI, where Pune already has a very important lead, I think can only grow further. How do you measure a success of GCC value index? I think these are some slides that I borrowed from the, like I mentioned, previous presentation, but very important for us to understand. You have incremental savings because the costs are lower. Today, you can get a building rent in Pune at $1 to $2 a square foot. This is probably not possible in most part of the Western world. You have increase in efficiency because of the use of automation. You have talent which is available in large scale, and therefore we are able to do a transformation and have a revenue as well as business impact for the companies. I think going forward, very important for us to appreciate that we will have to think of ourselves as professionals without borders. Our course curriculum has given us the skill sets. Today, I think Zavre sir is here, and a very important role he played in making sure that our standards are today aligned with the international standards. And therefore, accountants don't need to relearn how do you account. You already know IFRS. The younger generation is brought up learning Ind AS as a part of their curriculum. And therefore, when you have to do the accounting, you don't have to now go back if you want to work in UK or Australia and learn how I will do a particular transaction. If lease accounting changes globally, we also have the same change in the lease accounting. If revenue recognition changed, it changes here also for us. All the changes that have happened internationally in any of those standards, simultaneously India is adopting to them, and therefore we as skill sets have the right amount of accounting skills. Our ethical standards are internationally benchmarked, and I think going forward with all the ESG benchmarks being set up by IFAC and the IFRS Foundation globally, I think these standards truly make a case for us to think of us as not just accountants from India. We must proudly say that, yes, we are global accountants. You see that logo over there. There is the institute emblem. Uske baaju mein ek logo hai. We had the privilege in the council when we were reconsidering what should be the logo for the future. We had the old logo, you all remember, with the green tick. And the council, we said, how can we now take this to the next level? When we are talking about CAs without borders, when we're talking about global capability centers, can I have an opportunity that when you meet an Alex who comes and says, hi, I'm Alex CP Australia, or a John who comes and says, hi, I'm John, I am CP Ireland. Can we have an opportunity that we come and we go internationally and say, hi, I'm Sanjeev Sanghi, I am CA India. And that was the thought process, to give that kind of recognition to our course. We have now the tricolor very proudly on our badges, in our logo, in our brand of CA India. I think carry this profession of India and proudly say, today, saying that I am from India is a matter of pride. I think we are not just the third largest economy soon to be, but we are also a very important center in terms of global trade. And therefore, if we look at this in terms of profession without borders, try and take up strategic roles and think of it not just from a compliance and accounting perspective, but think of it from a transformation perspective. I think we are truly going to be architects of global efficiency, as the topic that was given to me. In a world shaped by technology, transparency, sustainability, and speed, one truth is clear. Wherever there is complexity, opportunity, and responsibility, there will be a chartered accountant helping the world make sense of it. I used to use this term when I was the president of the institute. I went to Africa. I went representing ICI at multiple locations. Friends, it is not the time to compare. It is not the time to compete, but it is the time to collaborate. Look at other professional bodies, not just as competitions, but as collaborators. Look at other professionals, engineers and others, not as competition, but again, as can I look at them as collaboration and provide multiple services. And if I am able to reskill, reimagine, and reshape, I think the theme that our councils in the past have given us, be noble, act noble, but think global. Definitely, we will go beyond ledgers, beyond standards, beyond reports, and become architects of global efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request our Vice Chairperson of Pune branch, CA Pranav Apte, to propose a formal vote of thanks for the first session.
Thank you, Neha. Dignitaries on the dais, CA Aniket Talati, sir, past President ICA, CA Abhay Chajer, sir, Deputy Convener of the GCC Group, CA Pramod Jain, sir, Central Council Member, dignitaries of the dais, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, Convener of the GCC Group, our Guru, CA Dr. S.B. Zavre, sir, our beloved Central Council Member, Chitale, sir, Umesh, sir, Central Council Member, all other Central Council Members, regional council members, our chairman Sachin of Pune branch, MCMs, all our regional council members, and all the participants, a very good morning and a warm welcome to this GCC Summit 2025. It's indeed our pleasure to have CA Aniket Talati, sir. I think, and I'm sure that all you will agree that CA Aniket Talati, sir, has actually batted like Sachin Tendulkar to set the perfect tone for this GCC summit. So we very much thankful to Aniket sir for setting the perfect tone for this. He talked about the 3 I's, that is innovate, integrate, and inspire. And also he talked about the global opportunities that the chartered accountants we all will be having in coming future. So thank you so much once again for such an insightful session. And thank you the GCC group for allotting this particular conference to Pune. And we are very much thankful to GCC Group as well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks to all of you. As we move ahead, for the curtain raiser event for our GCC summit, I'm sure that the first session, the tone was set really right. तो उस अंदाज में एक अर्ज करना चाहूंगी कि इल्म है इस महफिल में हर सोच को परवाज मिलेगी, इल्म है इस महफिल में हर सोच को परवाज मिलेगी, जो सवाल दिल से निकले हैं उन्हें आवाज भी मिलेगी. So definitely we are moving ahead towards a wonderful journey of the next 2 days. I would now like to request our secretary, CA Nilesh Yevlekar, and our branch chairman, CA Sachin Minyar, to escort our dignitaries on the stage. I welcome our chief guest, Mr. Nirmal Jain, Managing Director of Accenture, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, convener of the group of Promoting India as an Accounting GCC, CA Abhay Chajed, Deputy Convener of the group, CA CV Chitrai Sir, Program Director, and our CCM. Sir, kindly be seated. Let us go towards light from the darkness. And as this new subject we are dealing with, which is new definitely for most of us, let us begin by lighting the auspicious lamp. I request all the dignitaries to join for this. I also request the council members and the regional council members, central council members, and branch committee members to join for the lighting.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसार परमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा
We have a very important, a budding artist today to sing a small prayer for us. So I would like to request our managing committee member, CA Rushikesh Badwe, to escort our next artist on the stage, Kumari Haripriya Rushikesh Badwe.
Join your hands. Join your hands. One. वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा मोरे
आम्ही भारताने तुझीच सेवा करू काय जाणे अन्याय माझे कोट्यान कोटी मोरेश्वरा पहा तू घाल पोटी या कुंदेंदू तुझाला हाल धवला या शुभ्रवस्ता भृता या विनावल दंड मंडित कला या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्मातु संकल्प प्रभुती बिल देवै सदा वंदिता क्षमां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निश्चय सदात्यापहा सर्वमंगल मांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते.
Thank you.
I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly felicitate the artist. I think she deserves a huge round of applause, definitely. Let's now hear from the people who have led these initiatives of GCC across the country. They will share their vision for why global capability centers need skilled chartered accountants and how a profession can play a stronger role in growing the ecosystem. Uh, I now request CA Sachin Menyar, the chairman of Pune branch, to kindly brief about the conference.
Thank you, Neha. Respected Chief Guest, Mr. Nirmal Jain, Convener CA Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, Deputy Convener CA Abhay Chhajer, sir of GCC Group, Program Director and our own CCM CV Chitay, sir, Past President Aniket Talati, sir, distinguished CCMs Umesh Bhai, Pramod, sir, distinguished speakers, senior members, and all delegates. A warm morning to all of you. It is a matter of great pride for Pune branch to host this 4th edition of GCC Summit. The GCC movement in India is gaining extraordinary movement, and ICI is playing a pivotal role in the same. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the GCC committee for giving Pune branch the opportunity to host this summit. We are truly honored to have with us today Mr. Nirmal Jain, Managing Director of Accenture, whose presence adds immense value to this inaugural session. Pune has emerged as one of the most dynamic capability hubs, as Aniket Bhai also told in his speech. Hosting this summit here is both a privilege and a reflection of the city's growing stature in finance, technology, and global operations. As chairman of Pune branch, I am delighted to welcome all delegates, including past chairmen, senior professionals, and participants not only from Pune, but from various parts of Maharashtra. I am confident that the session lined up over these 2 days will offer deep insights and actionable perspectives for the future. On behalf of Pune branch, I extend a warm welcome to all present and wish the summit a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request the program director, conference director, CA Chandrasekhar V. Chitre, our CCM from Pune, under whose able guidance we have dared to organize this conference. Sir, please, you would like.
Good morning, all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, Nirmal Jain ji, who is heading Accenture, one of the largest GCC in Pune, whose invaluable guidance would be of great value to all of us. GCC bosses, Sanjeev Sanghi, Abhay Chhajer, both my council colleagues. In audience, we have Umesh Sharma, Pramod Jain, former President Aniket Talati ji, one of the prominent player in GCC and who has just now shared his secret with you. At lunch session also, he is available. So considering the schedule which we have dispensed with the question and answer sessions. Maybe offline you can meet the faculty. We have a room meant for that. There we can certainly interact with them. And there would be other opportunities to interact with them. Because as yesterday we were discussing with Abhay Chhajer ji and Sanjeev Sanghi ji, that due to capacity restraints, we could not accommodate more than, say, 450, 500 people. And there is great demand. Committee members, my colleagues, Chairman Sachin, Vice Chairman Pranav, and others were receiving calls that we want to join this particular conference. Considering our financials, last few bookings we made at the charge of 7,500 rupees, and there also were takers. We had to close it at 500. So we closed it because capacity limitations. But then we have announced, with kind consent of WTO Chairman Abhay Chhajer ji, GCC to GCC returns, what we say. So that will be on 21st and 22nd December. As guided by Neha, the treasurer, those who coordinate this particular thing, Nanda Kumar and Nilesh, they have stated that considering that the event would be at a location of Pune branch, where capacity is limited, we will be announcing this initial fees till 30th of November. After 1st December, there will be a different state of fees. So those who are interested, your friends, even if you want to return, you can avail that invitation fees till 30th November. Thereafter, it will be increased. In due course of time, maybe today or tomorrow, chairman will make the announcement. At the outset, let me welcome you all, and it's utmost satisfying that this particular event we are holding on 28th and 29th of November, but we closed this particular registration on 30th of October itself because the adequate numbers were there and the capacity could not be increased. So I, first of all, congratulate all of you to responding to our response, our appeal and registering at an early date. As far as Pune is concerned, which is one of the hub for the purpose of GCC, accounting maybe to start with, but as Aniket has explained, maybe going forward, various value additions and digressions from accounting. And there are various other services, like maybe we are talking about offshore, but even within India also, like now 4 labor codes have come. Abhay Chhajed is organizing program on that. So once those labor codes set into motion, the entire compliance arena is online. And only chartered accountants can do online compliances. If there are 10 audit reports finalized on 30th of September at 5 p.m., before 12 p.m., all the 10 will be uploaded. That capacity is only with chartered accountants, not with any other profession. And whether the electricity is there or not to mention, still they will get uploaded. Hence, the request was made that we will have. As far as this very concept of GCC, as earlier said, that Sanjeev Sanghi, although today he's in posh area of Kolkata, he hails from a very small town near Kolkata. He came to Kolkata, maybe his story will tell while he dilates. And there he has set up his empire. And that's why he felt that, okay, if a person from small town can come to Kolkata and set up his empire, why not share the secret of success with all? And that's how the GCC group emerged, and he is heading it. Thank you, Sanjeev Bhai, for really sharing your secrets. कुछ client भी ज़्यादा हो तो बता देना, वो भी देख लेंगे. Now, as far as GCC is concerned, it is not only that you know the accounting, you should know technology. So Umesh is holding courses in technology. Besides that, there should be understanding of knowledge, language, nitty-gritties, some law in a country for which you are rendering those services. So if you are rendering for England, if you are rendering for Australia, maybe there are different things. Like in Maharashtra, if you meet, you say namaskar. So likewise, if you go to China, you have to say ni hao. If you have to go to UK, what you have to say. So all those things have been cut out into courses. And Abhay Chhajed, the head of WTO committee, he will dilate on that. So what generally is recommended by them is, if you are starting offshore services, don't look at the whole world. Focus into some jurisdictions so that you will know the background, you will know the accounting processes, you will know the accounting software, you will know their language, you will know their law, and there you focus. Supposing if you are rendering to Australia, maybe learn everything about Australia, render those services to Australian clients and digress it. If your team is comfortable with Australia, they're rendering services, and if you have reached a particular capacity, maybe you move on to other jurisdiction. It is not that you cannot move. But when you move to other jurisdiction, whatever skill sets you have learned for Australia, they will need amends. So maybe you will need team to train on that particular skill sets for a country for which you are looking at this particular processes. So Abhijit, thank you for really coming out with these courses. I have many more occasions to interact with you. So I'll restrict myself to this extent because we have to more learn from Nirmal Jain ji, the nitty-gritties of this GCC, etc. For Maharashtra, now GCC policy is also drafted. So We had also, we have invited the very secretary who is in charge for drafting of this GCC policy. He had to go to Nasik, but we expect that maybe by evening or tomorrow he will be with us. He will explain us what are the incentives available in GCC policy, so that if we want to take advantage of it, and certainly people would feel like we can dilate with him. Otherwise, we had invited him for this session, but he will be coming later on. So with these words, once again, I thank GCC team, Sanjeev Sanghi and Abhay Chajerji. Also Nirmal Jain ji for accepting our invite, and former president, other council colleagues for gracing this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request the visionary and result-oriented CA Abhay Chajet, Deputy Convener of the group to promote India's accounting GCC, to interact with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So once again, I'm here. So you have to bear with me for maybe a couple of more minutes before we hear our chief guest. So highly respected and honorable chief guest for today's inaugural session, CA Nirmal Jain ji, the Managing Director for Accenture. Sir, thank you so much once again for being here. Truly an honor and privilege to know your experiences for all of us. It's an opportunity to hear from you the importance of GCC. I think we've been speaking about opportunities for months now, but I think hearing from someone who spent 30 years plus in this global capability centers and experience, possesses so much within himself, I think is an opportunity to hear our chief guest today. So big round of applause for Nirmal ji for sparing his valuable time on this Friday today and is among all of us. My council colleagues, two important person, which is very instrumental in holding this GCC, the 4th edition. Because first is CA Sanjeev Sanghi, the convener, the man behind this GCC summit, started in June 2025. And in 4 months, we have done 4 GCCs, this being the 4th edition and 5th edition in December. So the journey is just begun. It's not just, I would say, a beginning or an end, but it's just begun with number of GCCs already planned and in pipeline. I think this being the 4th, and as already mentioned by our Honorable Council colleague, Chandrasekhar Chitleji, that this being a full house of 500 registration, which we expected, and we got those numbers. We've already announced 21st, 22nd of December, the GCC Summit Pune 2.0. And big round of applause for the project director, Chandrasekhar Chitleji, for taking this initiative. And joining with him is the chairman of Pune branch, Sachin and Nilesh. And I must say, Nilesh, team, Sachin, everybody, at Hyderabad they came. They actually saw how this event been organized, and I was so pleased and happy that the effort started almost 2 months back. They thought of this GCC at Pune, but wanted to understand how the structure would be, how the speakers from where they are coming, what these sessions will be, how many sessions, panel discussions, all the podcast which was done, the experts were there. I also welcome our honorable council members here, Durgesh Kabra ji. Thank you so much, Durgesh bhai, for being here. Big round of applause for Durgesh ji from Mumbai. Yeah, so I think I'd just like to add, of course, we'll hear from himself only. So yesterday there was a career advice which was given to 7,000 plus students under one roof, and ICI bagged the Guinness World Record, the Guinness Book World Record under the chairmanship of Durgesh Kabra ji, first time ever under the Career Counseling Committee headed by Durgesh Kabra ji. So dignitaries of the tires, of course, already spoken about them. So not take much time, but some of the important initiative which I thought is important for members to know, because not everybody reach out to the website of ICI. Not everybody sees the WTO webpage which is there on the directorate, but there are some of the important initiatives which are there from the WTO. More important, spoken about the outsourcing services certificate courses. We started in way back November 23, the first batch of overseas outsourcing service US. We had an extremely tremendous, or I would say, response from the members. The batch was full in November 23, the first which started in November, and today we have completed 10 batches of overseas outsourcing service with 1,300 plus members already attended this certificate course, and 1,000 plus members have cleared the certificate course. So that is the response which we got. And looking to the response, we thought that why not go to other jurisdictions? So we started with UK certificate course in September. Second batch already started on 25th of November, just 3 days back from today. So this is the response the members are looking at, the opportunities members look at, and especially after the FTA, which the free trade agreement now between India and the UK, which is signed, the opportunities are tremendous, where now it's not just the accounting, bookkeeping, taxation, advisory services, but also the audit services with UK now will begin in few months or years to come. So this is an opportunity which now we are looking at. And I'll further would like to add on these overseas certificate courses, like was mentioned by our former President Aniket, that Australia, Europe, Canada, Middle East, these are places where we are looking for opportunities. So 2 certificate courses we are now adding in the list of 2 already, which we have issued and announced. One is with Australia. Very soon we'll be launching first batch of Australia certificate course to make you learn to build the capacity which you don't possess for that particular jurisdiction. Australia in January we plan to do it, and Canada also, which is in pipeline, will be announced very soon. These 2 certificate courses will help you to understand the rules, regulations of that particular jurisdiction, the opportunities which are there in terms of accounting, payroll management, taxation, and any advisory services which you are looking at Australia or even at Canada, and then going forward, the New Zealand and Middle East. These are certain areas where a lot of work which is now coming to India. So a lot of export of services. Now this helped us, to reach out to the foreign entities, the Indian firms. I'm not sure how many of you have seen the portal of the accounting process outsourcing, which was launched in February 2025. The 2nd February 2025, we launched an APO portal under the WTO Directorate. It is called the apo.ici.org. So I would request members to have a look at this accounting process outsourcing portal. It's APO stands for Accounting Process Outsourcing. And this was launched on 2nd of February 25, where we are asking the Indian entity to register. We are asking the foreign entity to register at this platform, giving opportunities to both these entities and creating networking, collaboration, creating opportunities, getting services from overseas. So we have about 700 firms already registered at this portal. We are in process of approving them. We have set certain eligibility criteria, certain ranking points, which will based on the credentials of these firms. And once approved, the foreign entity will be able to see location-wise Indian entities, firms which are available for providing services to these foreign clients and accounting firms or CPA firms. So apo.ici.org is a portal which is launched few months back, is picking up. Members interested, please have a look, give your suggestions, inputs. Certainly most important for us to improve in the opportunities front. When we talk about the GCC summit, these are places where we network, we collaborate. But there's one question always there among the members who come and attend the summit, that opportunities will come when and how. So that is where you are looking at. So this is one place where you can register yourself. Of course, there are various other ways where you can create opportunities, build your capacity through these certificate courses, attend the Global Udan, the Global Week, which we have been organizing every quarter. Certain other initiatives, languages. We've started 7 languages. Language has always been a barrier for chartered accountants. You don't know Japanese, but you have a opportunity which is coming from Japan. You don't know Spanish, but there is opportunity coming from Spain or any other. German, you don't know, but there are opportunities where you have some connect, but you don't know how to speak German, how to speak Japanese. Business English, again, is very important. We are among those best professionals who speak very good English. But if you learn other languages, I think this is again would be an add-on for an opportunity. So overseas, when I do say, if there is a work which is coming from Germany and you know language or you know German, I think this would an add-on for you to get this opportunity. So 7 languages we started a couple of months, or maybe I would say 1.5 years back. Register German language, Spanish, already launched the next batch. We do have regular batches of languages. So Japanese, tremendous response from members and students. 600 plus members have already done. So these are languages which we need to know, we need to learn. And I think will give you an opportunity, or would be, I would give an upper edge against those members who are actually not aware of these languages. So this is again an opportunity for you to learn. Reach out to the WTO website, register yourself in case interested. And lastly, I would say, when we talk about the MRAs, the mutual recognition agreements, we talk about the MOUs, the mutual understanding which we have, the unilateral or the bilateral agreements. So 8 MRAs which we have done with different organizations overseas, CP Australia, we have done with Nepal, we have done with England and other jurisdiction, 8 MRAs where you appear for exams and then you become a member of that institute. So this is again an opportunity where exemptions are available for exams, languages you learn, and then do overseas certificate course and register with this APO portal will give you an opportunity that you are ready to provide services to foreign clients. So these are some of the initiatives which are already hosted on the WTO web portal. Please have a look. And then, of course, a lot of publications which are released for you to understand the opportunities, the certificate course background material, which is already hosted on the website for the US, we'll be releasing for the UK and for our jurisdiction. So these were some of the initiative I thought is important for members to know, for those particularly who have not visited the WTO website or ICI website. And of course, with the GCC, a big success, the numbers are growing, members are attending, members are interested. So we get encouraged to organize such GCC, and thanks to Sanjeev Sanghi and of course Chandrasekhar Chitleji and entire team of Pune branch led by Sachin, that we have 2 GCCs, never happened in past, 3 which we have done at Delhi, Ahmedabad and Hyderabad, 2 GCCs together in 1 month's time. I think it's a truly deserve a big round of applause for the efforts done by the entire team. Thank you once again, Pune branch, everyone, for this opportunity to host this GCC event. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of interaction, a lot of networking, collaboration, opportunities which you are looking at. And I'm sure there's a lot of takeaway for all the members, participants who are here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request a very approachable and insightful convener of the group, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, to share his vision with the audience.
So good morning to each and everyone. On the dais, we have Nirmal Jain ji, the chief guest and the managing director of Accenture, program director Chitle sir, who had been very instrumental to make this GCC a great success, a deputy convener of this group to promote India's accounting GCC, Abhay ji. 2 important persons, Sachin and Nilesh, and all the other members who were there in the Pune who made sure that you get the best experience. When we call this GCC, it is not an event, and in this course of discussion, we are going to share these insights. To the past president of ICA, Aniket sir, who had been kind enough to attend 3 GCCs with us, and to all my council members, starting with Umesh Sharma, an AI man. We also call him, and I was talking to him, whether he's an AI man or a GST man. He said, well, it depends on situations and jaisa mahol banta hai. Pramod ji, Durgesh bhai, who has just witnessed a Guinness Book of World Record, and he's going to talk more on this. We don't want to talk much on that. Javre sir, very formal council members, and to all the members, ladies and gentlemen, sitting over here. We mean business. All of us sitting over here, when our former president was asking how many of you want to start their own GCC, and there was a curiosity, there was a laugh, and there was a raise of hand to say, well, why are we all here for? We all have a dream, and we all have a plan. And let me promise to you, as a convener of this group, that in these 2 days, you will definitely have a roadmap, an execution roadmap of what you will do, how will you do, and what's the roadmap going forward. So we mean business. We as professionals are very rare. We are just, the numbers you can say is only 450,000 chartered accountants in the country, and the whole world is looking for us. Let me tell you what is more important today. And just before I finish my video, I'll show you a small little video after that. But then let me tell you what is more important today in this conference and why you all are here. I'm really grateful that you all came in large numbers, and really want to apologize 300 plus members who are waiting to attend this GCC, but we had made this live on YouTube. So this YouTube is being traveled across the world. Even the overseas chapters of ICI and all the members across the country are listening to what we are speaking today. This is how we are creating the traction. The event, when we talk about, we might see a lot of speakers speaking about a lot of important things which are connected to this, but we wanted to create that impact. And that is the message which I wanted to share to all of you. That is what Aniket sir was talking about, that shoe guy. We are not behind. We are going to come forward. And the reason how we can come forward is through that projection which we want to make. How we can position ourselves, how we can change the perceptions of people around to say we are not just people who can do compliance. You can rely on us. You can be dependable on us. And we don't just talk about, getting your returns filed. Well, those are all important activities, or get your audit done. We are moving from, the cost and the compliance to values and strategy. Where the business owners, where the enterprises, where the organizations across the world come forward and talk to us and say, yes, we want to grow with you. We want to understand and rely on the numbers. Think about a situation when you are consulting for an organization who is setting up industries and companies across the world in 3 different countries. Are we ready for that? The question which comes up is that we all want an opportunity. We all want to have our own GCC, either create that or have our own infrastructure, or we want to do a consulting on that. The question comes, are we really ready for that? Well, Sanjeev, we all are chartered accountants. We are all intellectually strong. But are we digitally ready? Do we have our office where we can do operations at the click of a button? Are we all having right certification in place? Can we manage our office anytime from anywhere? Can we look into our accounts, our clients, and at a click understand what is it going on? Are we creating that experience of wow in front of our clients, in front of our team, in front of all our stakeholders? To say, well, when I'm working for this firm or when I'm working for this client, there is a wow, there is a difference. And if we are not ready for that, this is the journey which we all need to travel of coming up with a huge transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly. When we say we need to adapt, what is that adaptability? Which Aniket sir was talking about 25 years back when I started this journey. As a chartered accountant in practice, there was no money. Went to US, no travel cost. Nobody has taught me what US laws is all about, what US taxation is all about. I have not even taken the hotel on that night because I had no money for that. I stayed with the CPA for 5.5, 6 months. I started with $200, and in 5 months, in the year 2002, it came up to $3,000 per month. That is the integrity, that's the conviction we need to have in ourselves, because what we have learned so far, what we have done so far is immense. Let me tell you, with my 25 years of experience working internationally with clients across the world, the domain knowledge which we have, the accounting knowledge, the taxation, and all other things, the gravity which we hold is unparalleled. What we need to learn now is the approach, is the commitment and the discipline of time. I think Aniket sir has missed very important point, which he always speak in his conference, and I'm going to borrow that we are talking about 5 p.m. It cannot be 5:05. It should be 4:59. When we talk about how we can deliver, it should be completely transparent. It cannot be a black box where we can go back and say, well, we are doing your work and we don't know what happened to that work. Are we in a situation where the client can exactly see what is going on behind that work? They can see who is working on it, what is the stage of that work, what is the communication going back and forth behind that work, and they can go back to the client and say, well, this is the stage of your work. This is why your work is not completed, because we have these documents pending and these communication which has been given to you on these and these dates, and you have not responded to it. Are we in a position to do that? Are we creating these infrastructure? What comes first? Well, when we get the work, we will definitely do it. Well, gone are the days. Are we really going to experiment with people who are not going to invest in their team, in their knowledge, in their scalability, in their skills? The question comes, well, the chicken will come first or the egg? I think we need to get ready, because people are looking for all of us. The entire world is looking for all of us. We are going to be the accountant, not just for a country, for the entire world, because there's a huge dearth. There's a huge dearth of accountants. If you want, you can go and check in Google. There's a huge decline of accountants across the world, and they're looking for us. The only challenge is, are we digitally, industry, and globally ready for us? That. So this, it is not about cost, it is about the brain which we have, the power which we have. So in this journey, which Abhay has just started in Hyderabad, when we started thinking about GCC, we had taken a dream together that we are not going to talk about ledgers, we are talking about leadership. And that's why this theme which you are seeing over here, from ledgers to global leadership, is the theme which has been repeated the entire year. In all the summit, we had the same theme. Why this has happened? Because we wanted to hit that mindset to say, let's come out of compliance. Let's go beyond that. And let's talk about the role of leadership. Let's go back and talk to the client to say, we understand your business. We understand your numbers. We will help you grow. We will make you scale high. And if we walk that journey, I think everyone is going to come forward to us. For that, we need to start traveling that journey. And this is how we can collaborate, network, engage, and inspire with people around us. And make sure that, yes, we will and we can do this. Let me tell you one more example on this. When we started with this Delhi summit and Hyderabad summit, we were in Ahmedabad, the gift city, the city where Aniket sir is coming from. We closed the registration over in Ahmedabad again 1 month back. And people who came over there, they were just, going on through this. Many of us, how many of us are coming from outside Pune? Can I see a raise of hand? You just see, go back and see so many people coming outside Pune, and there were more who wanted to come. In Ahmedabad, there were members coming from 15 cities from across the country. And they have that dream. The first step you have already taken of coming over here. But then don't stop here. Try and travel. Try and network. Don't come with 4 friends of yours and go back with those 4 friends. Make sure that today you are going to exchange card with 500 people sitting over here. Try and learn what they are doing and how we can work together towards a common objective, because this is the time of collaboration, which I think rightly pointed by Aniket sir. Let me tell you why this is not just an event. We had tied up with all the ministries. More than 10 ministries are working together with us. You talk about ministries of engineering and telecommunication, SCPC, IFCA, Ministry of Commerce, all of them, NSDC, National Skill Development Corporations, all the ministries are coming forward to say, well, we are so excited that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is now working not in an event, but on a revolution. Everywhere, wherever their GCC policy is coming up, we are being invited on that. We wanted to work with the government to say we are not just partner in nation building, we are partners in global building. And that's the message we all want to take it forward, because if we work together, if we all collaborate together and make the country proud, I think that's the message which we all wanted to share to the country at large and the entire ecosystem of the country. If you go and check in social media, 8 months back, nobody in Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was talking about GCC. Today, when you go into Google and just type in GCC, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, GCC Summit is on the top position. That is what we all together have done, and we are going to make this a history, a revolution, and we want to make sure that each and every chartered accountant sitting over here will aspire the dream, will network, and will make sure that they all achieve of becoming the accountant and a solution provider for the entire world. Wish you all the very best and enjoy learning, engaging, and happy networking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights. I'm sure you all are waiting to hear from our chief guest for the day, Mr. Nirmal Jain, Managing Director of Accenture, because he has a rich experience of over 34 years and we would definitely want to hear from you. Before that, I would like to request our dignitaries on the dais to kindly felicitate our chief guest for the day with a Puneri Samman. Sir, can you please take over the mic?
First of all, thank you for such lovely welcome. Good morning, everybody. Is it still morning or is it afternoon now? I didn't check the time. It just turned in the afternoon. Fantastic. Now that Aniket ji has broken the rule of the presentations, I do have my slides. Okay, so I hope it is not being treated as that I don't have a point of view. Okay. Now, before even I begin, all my life, okay, and I thought I will not share this, but I thought it's not a bad idea to share this. All my life, I was surrounded by chartered accountants. Okay. My father is a CA, got married. My father-in-law was a CA. And then I realized my brother-in-law is a CA. Okay. And lest I knew that I'll be invited here to speak in front of all the CAs full of room, but really touched to get this invite and really thankful to be here with all of you to share some of my thoughts with my experience, with some of the research I would have done. And I hope that I can give you some specific ideas that what business opportunities exist today where you can play some roles, okay? These are not about some earth-shattering rules. You guys already know about it. But having seen it from the other side, what works well, some of these ideas where you can just, are you thinking of starting on your own? Then these are very, very specific ideas. And how do you scale from there is something I would like to share. Now, if you notice, if I can get these slides up here. Okay, perfect. Now, hope I can, yeah. If you notice, Aniket ji was sharing his numbers. He had about 1,300. In span of 30 minutes, I have increased it to 1,750. Okay. Now, that is the power of India GCC centers. But it's not about the numbers, guys, okay? It is about the direction we are going into. These numbers are numbers. You can take it with a pinch of salt. Somebody else will set the context and they will say 1800 GCCs or 2000 GCCs. But it's not about the number. Look at the projection we have in front of our way. About 2,400 GCCs are expected by 2030. Okay. And what does that mean in terms of opportunity size, guys? Look at the staggering number of $110 billion. That is the opportunity India has. This is the power of the GCCs India is commanding today. Okay. Today's employment, those who are into employment or those who want to get into the business opportunities, yes, 2 million people are out. And this is just a direct employment. I'm not even considering the cascading effect. We take the ratio of about 1 to 8. For each 1% into these areas, there are 7 or 8 roles get created. So if you get into this business, this is the contribution you are going to make. And as Aniket ji also had shared, that only about 40 to 50%, my number is 30%, but again, doesn't matter what the number is, that we have only limited global 2000 firms today, and this is increasing, okay? The number is going to be based on the research, around 120 GCCs each year will get set up in India. This is the staggering number we are looking at, okay? Now look at the cities which we have, and a lot of people have shared their views about it already here, that Pune is at sweet spot. Yes, we have a competition, but I would like, and this is what we were sharing with some of the committee members today in the morning during the early part of the session, that we all have an obligation to influence in whatever power we can to suggest the infrastructure improvements. We already have good infrastructure, but I think it needs to step up. Why? That is because our own cities in India are competing with each other. Like Hyderabad, if you speak to consulting companies, today they give the consulting to the multinationals that where they should set up their GCCs in India. And Hyderabad is coming at the top. And Bangalore, which is already crowded, people are suggesting go to Hyderabad. The reason is, of course, the infrastructure, availability of the talent pool. English speaking is, of course, the criteria, but we have that here in Pune. And therefore, it's all our responsibility to influence in whatever form and shape we can make that pitch. Of course, it's not a priority, obviously, for governments do a lot of work. They deal with it in a different way. But in whatever fashion we can, influence that, and we should influence that. I'll still continue with some of the numbers. Of course, the wave started with the technology, no doubt about it. That offshoring started early 90s, and I feel very fortunate being part of that journey since the beginning. Being part of a technology, offshoring, cost arbitrage, and EKG, and others have already covered. But in the current form and shape, it has moved on. These are the types of GCCs we have in India. I would draw your attention on to ignore the scaled operations. For us, we can participate into nano GCCs or even the mid-sized GCCs. These are the clients who have their revenue size is between $100 million to $1 billion. Not necessary to target only in the global Citibanks, Goldman Sachs, and of the world. Okay, you have an opportunity. You start with some of the unknown names. There are beyond the investment banks. I work very closely with my UK clients. And these are small players. They are retirement funds, pension funds, insurance companies. They have not even into your radar. The brand names are not known to us. These are not the retail giants like Walmart's, the Targets of the world, okay? Or even the Goldman Sachs of the world, right? So we have that ability to attract that. And they also have significant work still being delivered from the local geography. The third item I would say is that while the majority of the origin of the GCC countries are from US, UK, these are English-speaking nations, but there is a traction now from even countries like Nordic, Sweden, Denmark, etc. And therefore, when I was listening into Abhayji, a really great initiative, this was something I was going to recommend, that we all have the responsibility not only to learn English, which we all learn nowadays, that we don't have to make any extra effort to that, but additional language. And this is the initiative we run internally in Accenture as well, because we service a lot of our Europe-based clients. Language is key part for us. Having started this even 10 years back, I was working very closely with one of the Finland bank. They didn't speak English. They would come here in India, but in the 10 years, they have made significant effort. We are learning Finnish as a language. They are learning as English as their language. That is breaking the barrier and that is creating an opportunity. So I would again give 2, 3 messages one more time. Small, innovator, mid-sized companies, keep you in your radar, small brands. You don't have to go to the full big size companies. Start somewhere, get into this journey. Once you get into this, the process should be, how do you find the adjacent space? You can start from accounting. There's nothing wrong in it. No shame into this. Even if it's a small commodity process, but you're getting into it. Of course, you will find your strategic play. You will find your leadership role. You will have the say into the board, and therefore you will have the opportunity to influence in a very different way. But start somewhere, because that has to be first step for us to get somewhere. Whatever is your strength, if you love numbers, you are into, of course, your chartered accountants, but you may have a flavor of technology. Please don't shy of learning the technology, hiring the techs with you, creating the full scale, faster, better proposition to your clients and offer that. Okay. The other way to do is that sometimes we struggle to, of course, I was talking to Nilesh ji just now, and it is a practice oriented driven business here in India. CAs don't sell proactively, but the GCC business requires a different mindset. You will have to create your sales proposition capabilities. It's not easy to sell that. You really will have to make an effort to create that capability in-house, participate that, and maybe you will have to hire, invest, and take that risk of hiring those specialists into those roles. These are some things I would suggest. Of course, mid-sized nano. Yeah, on to the right-hand side, these are the specific nano GCCs are coming up, because these are very special purpose-driven. For example, I'll take some of the examples and I'll share that, but these are very, very nano GCCs. And when Aniket ji was sharing captive, bot, hybrid, these are the different GCC service models. Captive, of course, I'm taking the liberty of making an assumption that you guys are possibly listening in now and hearing about this. So those who already know about it, just ignore for time being. But captive is fully owned by the headquarters somewhere abroad. They own that sector. They own the place. They run, they hire people. They have their own hierarchy. But there is an opportunity. When they come to India, they do not know anything about India, but they know that there is a talent availability. They know there is a cost arbitrage. They know that they can benefit significantly by setting up some form, shape of operation. Even if it is BOT model, which is build, operate, transfer, even if they come back, say that we want to run it for 2 years, please do not hesitate, because you never know. 2 years is pretty long. They may change their mind. They will continue with you. You're not going to lose your capability. In the process, you will build that capability as well. Okay. We do see formats like hybrid models as well. We give only certain percentages for people back to them. Not necessarily we will give everybody as a transfer of the full capability. So you can create contracts, agree with them upfront that we are going to give you only 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever your number is, which you feel comfortable with. And that is how you can even go with the full capability transfer. This will give you an ability to get into that zone, get into this stepping stone, and create your own in-house capability. Therefore, please do not ignore that. Captive and third-party service providers, we have a lot of GCCs here. You can directly provide services here to them in India. As a lot of people have said here on this, from this podium, that a lot of leadership roles are here in India today. They are taking the decisions from here in India. So if you create your network, reach out to them, and you can kind of, in spite of they having their own staffed, fully employed people here in India, there is always demand for the additional capacity. Okay. That's not going to go away. And this is where your role come in. You as consultant, you as a specialist can provide that. And fulfill that gap which is there into the industry. Talent is not available in reality. It is so hard to get the talent, retain them, and actually provide fill that gap is really, really difficult. We day in, day out, even for my client delivery, we struggle. This is the single most escalation which we get, that you do not have the talent available. And this group can create that capability. You by yourself are specialist, and you can hire people working with you as specialists, and this is one of the key areas. Now, of course, you do a lot of work into this space, but this is how the GCCs work. This is the kind of work they deliver from India. IT, of course, it started with technology firms like Google's and the Microsofts, they outsource. But remember one thing, they have their own internal work, accounting, the finance, the compliance, the HR. That work itself is being, for example, Accenture. Though we give services to our global Fortune 500 or big clients, we do the delivery. But our own countries, we operate from 55 countries. That work gets outsourced to India. Okay. And that itself, and I was speaking to one of my very close friends, he's a chartered accountant, and I was discussing with the group today in the morning as well. He's working with similar company. He's setting up his finance function. It is not an accounting, but it is an analytics reporting. He is setting up a team of 1,500 people here in India. And if you can carve out something from that as something with the combination of your skills, something which is better, faster, and cheaper, I'm pretty sure he'll be all open to take that service from you. Okay. The second area I would like to, and I'll keep it very short and I'll give you some specific examples, what I have seen which works very well. The first bullet, if you note, risk management and compliance. Every bank, every insurance company, every asset management company, they need that function. Why? Because these are mathematical models. Whatever they have committed to the business, to their customers, they need to keep updating their mathematical models. And this is where that calculations, you are very good at numbers. It is not a low cost job. A lot of expensive consultants are working on to this. And this is where you who are very close to it, this is one specific idea which you can actually take away, and you can create our own capability and create that capacity, capability, fulfill that gap. Even if the GCCs are hiring in India, they still have significant gap, and there isn't enough opportunity for all of you. The other one is the CFO, which is up to the ladder, CFO value, enterprise value creation. Every CFO need that capability. It is beyond accounting. How do you reduce the cost? How do you enhance the customer value propositions? The corporates, all of them have this need. The third or the fourth or the fifth one are, again, I'm from the banking and financial services background, and therefore I'm calling out these specific examples. And I'll share my process with you. How did I go about this? Of course, I've been working with these groups. Asset management is one more side of the investment management. So global banks do investment management like our mutual funds. Each insurance company, retirement fund, pensions companies, they have the asset management. They are known as the buy side of the funds, right? A lot of research they do, that research can be done by you here in India. Of course, I know if I speak to those guys, they will say maybe CFAs are needed for that. Not necessary. You can participate into that journey. You can create that capability, provide that research from India. There is a lot of demand. And even the smaller size of the, as I said, that the pension players, $300 billion assets, these are smaller players known into that parlance. They are not trillions of dollars managing, but 100 billion to $300 billion, all of them need that capability. And some of my clients who are GCCs in India, they are doing it from here today. And therefore, that is another opportunity for you. I know that we need the actuarials who are very specialized jobs, but even for actuarials beyond, reverse the process of the investment banking. The pension funds, they collect money first and then they distribute later. When they're collecting the money from you, they need to ensure that they are committing some returns to you. Now there is a market risk that whatever investments they have made, are they going to be able to fulfill that commitment? And again, that goes to the calculations, financial modelings. So we have the tools like planning tools, the consolidation tools, insolvency reporting. These are the niches. These are not run-of-the-mill opportunities. And you can create that capability, provide that service. Also, I would like to tell you that please partner with software product providers. SAPs are known. That is known. Oracle Financial is known. But have you heard of things like Tegetic? It's an Italian insurance IFRS company. Such a super niche skill. When I was trying to find some people in India, I could get 2 CVs, only 2 CVs. And it is not about tech. It is about understanding that process, understanding that tool, then implementing. High paying job. It is a niche skill, very low skills availability in India and equally abroad. And therefore, you can step up here. You, with your domain knowledge, expertise, you can partner with such firms and create that capability, help companies. They need that help and capacity to implement such softwares, right? Another out of the space, which is not maybe very close to you, but I would suggest my son, he's here today. He's working with another GCC in India. They did their setup directly from India. Small company, they've just gone live, but the tech hub is in India. Can you imagine that the founder had to send his son to India for internship? This is the power of India. This is the power of GCC. And this is what we can achieve from India together. And therefore, I do feel that this is a super initiative. Really good to see you, all of you, in such huge numbers. And of course, many such events are lined up. Really thankful to the committee, to the CA, all the CAs into this room as well, to enable me to interact with you also. But before I go, the last one which I have missed is the brand management. It is not about advertising. It is about managing that process of the brand manager. If you are a CA practicing into the retail space, you can understand that process, hire people working with you, and this company is doing that business from India. They don't sell anything in India. They sell in America. They're going to open up, they sell through Amazon, but they have to create their advertisements onto the Instagrams and so on. And that entire process is managed from India. And that is another opportunity. So if you're working in your space with closer to these groups, now how did I go about it? This is what I would like to leave. I did speak to many people before coming here. I understood internally that what are the things working, where do you work, what do you do. Similarly, you can reach out to your colleagues working in different industries, find out what they are doing, what piece is working, why it is important for that client, and create your own point of view. Start with somewhere, find the next adjacency space, that how can you move into the other areas. It is not something you will create a global firm like Accenture, TCS overnight, but it is something you can start today. It takes 40, 50 years to build such businesses. But I believe we have a significant opportunity in India. This is a pivotal moment for India, except that there is one risk which we need to all watch out for, that we may become a concentration risk in India. However, with our government policies, I feel very positive that the world will not look at that if everything is being done from India, is there a risk? That's the only risk I see, the concentration risk. Otherwise, we are on a very significant trajectory path. And I would request one more thing. Of course, a lot of people have shared, Aniket ji and others. Do not be shy of learning technology. Please, agentic AI is not for me. I'm a techie. It is not for me. It is for each one of you to learn. And this is what we do in Accenture. Our CEO, Julie Sweet, if you hear her, she says we are a learning organization. What did she say? Each and every board member of Accenture started learning agentic AI. I don't want you to become expert into that, but understand that very closely. how that it function works. You don't have to code, you just have to learn how it works. Once you learn, you will be able to apply how can I make my audit process, tax process, invoicing process, financial and accounting process, risk compliance process better, effective, and this is the title of the from global ledger to the efficiency. So it is my humble request, whenever you can, it is not for somebody else to learn, it is for us to learn. With these thoughts, I would leave it here. I hope I was able to share some of the very specific points with you that what businesses you can get into. Thank you. And thank you for having me here. Really honored to be here, and thanks for all the welcome and all of this. And I must say that I really love to see that young girl, 4 years old. She really was amazing. And I would really encourage and make a request to the ICI Institute to increase this diversity into this group. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Noted your suggestion. There are two important releases also which we have to do, one after this curtain raiser. And now I would like to request our chief guest, Mr. Nirmal Jain, to release the 4th edition of GCC booklet titled ICAI GCC Insights. I request all the dignitaries to join.
So not much. Just wanted to say that this book, the soft copy of this book will be shared with all of you. And if you want, you can go to gccici.org. You will get all the presentations, all the videos, all the podcast, and all the booklets with articles right over there for all the 4 summit. Thank you.
I request our branch chairman to share a few words with you.
I just take this as an opportunity that, sir, the link for GCC2 was already ready. Yesterday we had that informal discussion. I was just waiting for the approval. And now that it has been announced from the stage, the link is active over there on the website. So I would first of all, I would like to apologize many of those members who called me and I said I can't give you the registration. So friends, the GCC2 link is active on the website, so you can share that with those who could not register. Only one thing is based on, yeah, all of you also can come. And based on the feedback for this, there would be some different topics as well in GCC2 and with a few different speakers as well, right? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I now request CA Nilesh Yevlekar, Secretary of Pune ICI branch, to propose a formal vote of thanks to this curtain raiser session.
A very good afternoon to everyone present over here. On behalf of the group to promote India as an accounting GCC under the DITS and WTO Directorate and the Pune branch of WRC of ICAI, it is my privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks for this curtain raiser session of the 4th edition of GCC here at Pune. First and foremost, we express our deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Nirmal Jain sir, Managing Director, Accenture, for gracing the summit with his insightful address. Sir, your perspective on the evolving GCC's ecosystem and the strategic role that India continues to play has set the perfect tone for discussions ahead. We are grateful to CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir, convener of the group, and CA Abhay Chhajer sir, deputy convener of the group, for conceptualizing and steering this initiative with exceptional clarity and purpose. Heartfelt thank to you, our own CCM and program director of the summit, CA Chandrasekhar Chitale sir, for his guidance and to CA Sachin Miniar, Chairman of Pune branch of WRC of ICAI, for the wholehearted support in hosting this summit. I also extend our appreciation to all the dignitaries, speakers, partners, sponsors, and the branch staff who have worked tirelessly to bring this event to life. I also request everyone present here to visit the stalls of our sponsors. A special thanks to all the participants joining today with us. Your involvement strengthens the shared mission of positioning India as the global hub for accounting GCCs. We look forward for an insightful and good sessions which are lined up ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. I definitely understand that aggregation of firms is the need for GCC also, since we have to reach global markets. So we are going to make a very important release today. I request CA SB Zavre sir to please join us, and also CA Aniket Talati sir to join us on the stage. I request our CCM CA CV Chittare sir to kindly share his view with regards to this Pune Panchayat for organizing mega partnership with all the audience.
Good afternoon, friends. If you talk of GCC, as opposed to tax practice, maybe one person is sufficient, two are sufficient, one doing some administrative work, and the brain deals with the complex issues relating to taxation. As far as GCC is concerned, dominantly it is an organization's work. Not only organization by way of staff, but at ownership structure, partners, there has to be multiple personalities. Then only one can hope to get the outsourcing work from big corporates. Otherwise, it becomes really difficult. As far as Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is concerned, we are very much supporting aggregation of firms. So the more and more partners join a particular firm and the firms become big, they would be in a position to garner better resources, also have more work. Now take example of a organization where you are handling, say, GST, income tax, foreign exchange, auditing, and there is a proprietor or maybe a couple of partners. It would be a daunting task on them to update in all these walks of disciplines, which is very difficult. At a particular point of time, you may know everything about a field, but in this dynamic world, every day notifications keep on coming, circulars are issued, judgments are coming, they are interpreting the law in a manner which was not hitherto interpreted. So it is not cup of tea of one person that he looks at the entire arena. There are various professionals who at times in informal meetings said that, okay, this particular guy, the promoter, he was having earlier turnover of say 50 lakh, 1 crore. I told him how to prepare vouchers, how to prepare books of account. Then maybe in last 5-10 years, his turnover has grown to 100 crore. And our is a small firm, say proprietor or 2-3 partners. And now he has left us and he has gone to a big firm. So it is cause of introspection for everyone that why this happens. One of the reasons is he may not have confidence that he would be able to thereafter support the need of the increased volume, of the increased complexities. And that's how the world goes ahead. So unless you have ability to change the world, you have to amend the ways you function. And here the aggregation comes. So last year, under presidency of Charanjit Singh, Ranjit Agarwalji, a committee for aggregation of firms were formed. This year, it is still functioning. So for networking, for international networking, various regulations are being made and they will be soon released. Along with that, even government is active in promoting the mega firms of chartered accountants. What government feels is that the data relating to, say, Indian Telecom or some hospitals or some railways, if some big firm having foreign affiliation, if that do the audit, there is possibility that that data may get leaked to other countries. So if it is a homegrown firm to which these particular assignments are entrusted, then at least the India will retain this. And as Aniket ji said that, okay, the batch services were added in Gift City, that is bookkeeping, accountancy and taxation. At that time, when I discussed with Aniket, he said कि मोदी जी ने ये बताया कि पूरे दुनिया का फार्मेसी हम सप्लाई करते हैं, तो क्या पूरे दुनिया को अकाउंटेंसी हम नहीं सप्लाई कर सकते? Being Aniket, he said affirmatively, yes, certainly we can. And the rest is the history which he has already narrated. So the government is also looking not only at the domestic work, but also upcountry work which should flow to India because it has adequate talents. So somewhere we have to set the ball rolling. Supposing some chartered accountant comes, knocks your door and says that, okay, I have come, I am so and so. Would you like to join me as a partner or shall I join you as a partner? The first thing will come into my, yeah, मेरे पास क्यों आया है, दूसरे के क्यों नहीं गया, क्या हो रहा है, इसका internal understanding क्या है? So these things of questions come up in mind. So what we thought that supposing those firms which want to grow, let them have a list. So we have prepared this Pune Panchayat for organizing mega practices, mega partnerships. So there, those firms who want to grow and who want to invite partners, who want to invite resources, they can enroll here and they tell about their firm name, what office they are having, what partners they are having, what work they are doing. And then more importantly, they are asked. Now let us assume that a particular firm is rendering GST consultancy or GST services. So they will say, we are rendering GST services. And then ask. There can be variety of views. A firm may feel that we are doing GST, so let us have partner who is doing direct taxes. Or let us have partner who is doing auditing. So they may write so, auditing or maybe GST, whatever. Or a firm may feel that we are a GST firm, so we want to be the topmost GST firm, maybe in Pune to start with, maybe in Maharashtra thereafter, maybe in the whole country. So they will say, if we are doing GST and if you are doing GST, come with us. So maybe they can have division of GST, manufacturing, construction, trading, retail, hotels. So anything comes in GST, that particular firm should be first coming in mind of every person. What should be the philosophy? We'll leave it to that firm. But at least if they say in that ask that they want a partner who is practicing in GST or interested to practice in GST, at least he can go and contact that firm and say, yes, I am the person who is practicing in GST. So I would like to, you may consider me for joining. And thereafter, it is their cup of tea to discuss how to negotiate. So in this process, what we have done, today we are releasing this particular portal wherein as on the date, 254 firms are already enrolled. So once when we click the button, the data of all those firms would go public to you. It will be accessible. You also can, those who have not enrolled, they also can enroll so that this will increase, the bandwidth will increase. Initially, it may be Pune. Later on, we can go to other nearby branches. Vaibhav Modi is here from Pimpri-Chinchwad, so they also can take advantage. Maybe Maharashtra and pan-India level, we can grow so that you will have the listing of all the chartered accountants and you can take advantage of it. Part B, the branch has also decided to hold meeting of those firms who have listed on aggregation portal at intermittent intervals. So maybe informally, formally, they can come to the meeting, they can discuss. And there, if they feel that some suitable one or more chartered accountants are there, maybe offline they can discuss. One more aspect is there. When the discussion goes on, ultimately one has to consider what about the conduct of practice and how about sharing of profits. These may be the issues to be dealt with. And with the help of various personalities, we have developed some structure relating to partnership forms, some principles how profit can be shared. Because if you look at, if some friend tells you that now we have become a 7-partner firm, and next year he meets and you say that I'm really in problem, I'm not having resources, but you are good because you have 7 partners. And they say, no, yaar, do chhod ke gaye. But there are certain firms, they run for 50 years, 100 years, and no partner leaves them, they keep on growing. So what are those principles where partners are held on and they don't exit that particular firm? So having examined that, maybe at that particular meetings, we can also deliberate how a partnership can be a long-lasting one. And the days have come that bigger the partnership, better the cake of practice one can share. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Zaure sir, who has always advocated the mega partnership firms. So it's our fortune, sir. Whatever thought you have propagated, we are able to bring to light. And Aniket Talati, who has also during his term as a president and earlier also, and later also, he is also propagating this mega partnership. So at the hands of Zaure sir and Aniket ji, we will be releasing this portal. But ahead of that, I would request Zaure sir and Aniket to offer a few words so that thereafter we can release.
All the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and my dear participants in the GCC. I'm not taking the names of all the dignitaries so that time can be utilized more effectively. Thank you, Chandrasekhar Chitale, for introducing the concept of Pune Panchayat, aggregation of firms. Primarily, I remember the days of 1970s, where the chartered accountants were not in practice even for income tax. Very few chartered accountants were practicing. Question of excise, custom, sales tax at that time was not arising. So what was the practice? Internal audit and external audit. However, the days have changed. And after 50 years, I can see the sea change in the profession. The young generation, the new topic is opened, GCC. Questions are in mind. How I can reach the dream? How I can participate and grow? My individual identity, whether it will be maintained or not. And so many questions are there. However, my friends, when I became a council member in 2010, at that time issues started. Is it what I have to carry on the traditional practice or I have to change? And change is the way of life. And what is the change required? Change yourself. I'm not talking in terms of money. I'm talking a combination of money plus satisfaction, work-life balance. And in that context, I should do the best. And thanks to the information technology, whereby we should take the advantage and we should aggregate the firms. I started in 2010 stating, gone the days of sole proprietorship. Even we're talking gone the days of small partnerships. And even on 1st July 2017, Honorable Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi ji, also talked about Indian big firm. And that is what we are moving. I'm glad that today in Pune, we are talking about global leadership. Thanks to Chandrasekhar Chitale for introducing the idea of Pune Panchayat, aggregation of mega partnerships, making the LLPs. Individual is not expert. You have to first decide whether I should do the general practice or whether I should do the specialized practice. And in case if I carry on a specialized practice in a particular field only, it may be possible that you can carry on and continue with your sole proprietorship. However, when I have to carry on the general practice, I have to update. So many changes are there, so many circulars are there, so many case laws are there, contradictions, how one can keep a pace in the professional areas. And that is not possible for an individual, or that is not possible for a small partnership firm. For that purpose, we require a group. If we see the revenue of Big Fours, the revenue is tremendous. We can't imagine. We can't compare. Globally, how many people are working with them? And the success is a group story. Forget about individual identity and try to come together with those partners, potential partners, where my thinking, his thinking, my talent, my skill, his talent, his skill can be merged. And it is better for but it is for the betterment of both. It is betterment for all. And that's why multi-subjective, I was always talking about multi-locations, multi-age. We do not want the partners of the same age. Youngster to elders. One has experience, one has a knowledge and the technology. Sometimes the elder may be lagging behind as far as technology part is concerned. The youngster will help as far as technology part is concerned. So multi-locational, multi-talented, multi-age, and multidisciplinary. This is what is required, and that is the anxiety for this profession. Today morning only I was talking with another professional that we are in a profession whereby there is a lot of scope to improve, but we have not reached at that stage. In general, I'm not talking about a particular chartered accountant's firm or particular chartered accountant, but we can reach at the higher height. Look at the medical professional. They are helping each other also. And that's what I'm very glad that somebody talked about. Yes, he is doing GST. I'm also doing GST. No competition, collaboration. That type of thinking is required. So, my dear friends, how we can enhance my talent, my skill, my education, we can say, the strengths. And for that purpose, this is a solution, and I'm very glad that platform is created. Market is expecting multidisciplinary professionalism from your firm. So naturally, for that purpose, when we talk about that, yes, I'm only doing statutory audit, not enough. That practice will also go to other firm. Multidisciplinary, that means we should be able to do, the firm should be able to discharge all professional avenues. We never talked about HR earlier. But yes, our many of chartered accountants are in HR practice. When I became a chartered accountant and thereafter I was handling 1,600 employees. And yes, I developed the insight in the HR. Days are changing, technology is changing, laws are changing. I was talking with my labor consultant, daily you are sending the circular, how can I remember? But it's a fact. I was also talking about the law should be changed only once in a quarter, once in half year, only yearly. I was talking with the Accounting Standard Board also, chairman, in recent meeting, that we should make a change in the standards once. But continuous changes, then compliance is a problem. And in case we are not able to change that, we should change. And what is that? We must have multidisciplinary, multi-focus partners with us. You have to compete with the large firms. And the anxiety is big Indian firm. And that is possible. We have talent. Finally, if you see the history of the Big Four also, who are working with Big Four right now? Indian chartered accountants are working. Yes, majority. Why we can't? We can. But that should be my ambition. But whenever I talked about this with my sole proprietor, professional colleagues, they say, my identity, my name is not mentioned. Who is A. Ferguson and Company? A. Ferguson at that time, then Deloitte and E&Y and KPMG. Like that, there will be SBZ. What difference it makes? Name is not going to make any difference. But my mind state accordingly should change. My dear friend, there is a demand for specialized services. You have heard me many times saying, Aniketji, chartered accountant is a financial doctor. Chartered accountant is, you stated, therefore I'm looking at you, financial engineer. Chartered accountant is financial architect. Chartered accountant is financial lawyer. Into bracket, not liar. And chartered accountant is business solution provider. In the recent time, my change is totally changed. I'm business solution provider right now. Recently, my client asked me, SOPs. Then I thought of appointing a consultant. And consultant quoted large amount of fees. I said, what is the problem for me? I sat for 15 days, prepared the SOP. The customer asked, who prepared this? Who was your consultant? I said, consultant is sitting with you. So chartered accountant can do everything. Only I must have confidence in myself. I have to work. I have to show the talent. I must have commitment. I must have dedication. I can't say after merging together, 1, 2, 3, I will not be there in the office. That is old mentality. Chitles have also chitles. Not this chitle bandhu mithai wale. Also changed. Open whole day. Right? Earlier it was 1 o'clock. Once I could not purchase something. They said, no, closed 1 o'clock. Come at 4 o'clock. Come at 4 o'clock. Anyway, no problem. My dear friends, there are key benefits are there. I said first, don't look at only from money aspect point of view. Please look at satisfaction plus money. Work-life balance also required to be maintained. Your brand will become big brand and you will come across bigger entities. Right now, if I want a limited company, I want a listed company, who is Bizabre? Why I should give to them? No, we'll give E and Y, we'll give to them and so on. I'm not able to catch the big companies. But once you 50 people come together and you try to explain them, yes, Tata Motors Limited will also come to you because you have that talent. But right now you don't have a brand. So by that way, brand will be created. There will be access to the talent and the domain experts. I said this is a group expertise, not an individual. Very, very important. Can I individually or a small partnership firm afford technological software and hardware? And the answer is no. How much I can spend on technology? So for that purpose, naturally, group has to come together and share the investment. So technologically, I have to improve. Very important, economies of scale will totally change. Value will change, margin will change. And as far as we are concerned, what is our investment? Investment is small investment nowadays. When I became chartered accountant at that time, we were not talking about investment at all. Very important, internal improved governance has to be there. And very important, broader service basket. I will have number of services with me. We talked about so many things. It is not only the traditional practice of audit and taxation, but it's a practice of multidisciplinary. And you can let it be anything, whatever you want. Chartered accountant really is a business solution provider because he understands the finally M vitamin, and that is money. And for that purpose, he will certainly have value addition, either by way of a cost reduction, by way of a change in process, by way of multi-services, which counts. And that is what is required. Of course, there are some risks also in this proposal, because cultural friction between the partners. You must have adaptability. You have to change. You must have flexibility. If you say, no, if I don't change, this was my practice for the last 30 years. I cannot change like this. I can't accept. No, you must have flexibility. If it is not there, there is a risk. There will be loss of identity for a smaller firm. Chitre rightly talked about profit sharing disputes. Profit sharing. We have to be very clear, transparent, honest, dedication, commitment, terms and conditions has to be very clear. And I think in that direction, ICI will also help that how there should be an agreement as far as all these aspects are concerned. There may be client transition issues. Because in case if I merge, I have an option of demerger also. That is not a problem. You might have seen the guidelines and the government gazette also published in January 2025. Then in case if my client has gone to now a big firm and I want to demerge, this client may not come back. Therefore, you have to think number of times, and therefore ICAI forum, we always advise earlier networking. You first enter into networking, try to understand each other, understand the talent of each other, understand the areas in which you can improve, and thereafter you can have merger of firms. Demerger of alternative is always available. Very important, we have to keep in mind, it's a system technological way we have to improve. Paperless office has to be there. Many of my professional colleagues of my age who have not kept the pace with a computer, they are outdated chartered accountants today. It's a fact. My friends are there. It's a reality. They say, why? Let me retire. What is the problem? But we say that as far as professionals are concerned, there is no retirement date. And it's a way of life. One has to decide. So technological driven firm has to be there. We have to invest in technology. No other alternative. What makes this aggregation successful? If that is the issue, vision alignment between the partners. You must have developed each vision after communicating, after talking, during networking stage, that yes, here is the thinking, I can work with these people satisfactorily. There has to be clear governance policies. I said also terms and conditions. There will be very important, you have to define your role. You have to define the role of each and individual partner. Key performance indicators, very important. Key performance indicators. and revenue sharing mechanism, then only it will be successful. Strong change management. See, in any group, there has to be a leader. So you have to choose some leaders, and you have to accept that if they are working in the interest of a group, please listen them. Sometimes there may be contradiction, but please keep in mind, even though there is a contradiction, finally, if you have to work together, you have to have a flexibility. There is no other alternative. And for that purpose, strong change management is required. Investment, I talked about. Technology. There is a branding and communication strategy. Friends, you will not believe, Aniket's father and myself were almost at the same time. And once we talked, and that also, we talked where we met at the hill station. Sir, when we were doing auditing, we were pointing out as article clerk, we were pointing out 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, that serial number, voucher number, what has happened, what is the problem. And all the queries are sorted out. We are tearing and throwing in the. Is it possible today? No. You will be under disciplinary mechanism. Where is the documentary evidence? But we have thrown. Because those were the days, that was the practice accepted. Today there is a total change. And therefore, my dear friends, vision and fit assessment. Your vision, is it matching with others? And are you able to fit in a group? Fit assessment. That you'll have to check up. Number 2, structural planning. Operational integration. Your role and long-term strategy. It is not a short-term strategy. Difficulties are there. Number of milestones are there. But if you have to achieve the dream, starting from a leisure, I'm very happy that that is put leisure to global leadership management. It is possible, and there are opportunities. And very important point was raised by some speaker earlier. If you are able to have special language, maybe a French language, German language, Japanese language, lot of scope is there in Japan, I tell you. There will be value addition further. Then you are able to communicate in a local language, as well as you are able to communicate in English language. And Aniket ji rightly talked about why India is leading, because our English is good and accepted worldwide. However, there are still some countries are there where English is not necessarily used to that extent, extensively. And for that purpose, my dear friends, we have to take advantage of that situation too. Yes, dream is there. Try, think over. Multidisciplinary, multi-locational, multi-age, and achieve the goal. The platform is opened by ICAI. Take the advantage of our mother platform, and let's try to get involved in that, and let us try to improve. I wish you all the best. Listen all the sessions carefully. Try to understand what I can catch, right? Like a honeybee, and how I can change myself so that I can also become a part and parcel in the global management. Thank you.
Sir, sir, before I request CA Aniket Talati sir also to share a few words, I request both of you to kindly click on the link and so that we can. Okay.
No, I think not much to be added. I think when Zavre sir has been so precise, and I think the detailed points that he covered, I don't think I have much to add, but I'll probably take a few minutes. I think recognizing, again, as Zavre sir said, we'll not take names again, but Durgesh Kabra ji, who was not there in my session, pleasure to have you. And I'm sure those of you who have known him, when he came in, I was thinking there's some reverse aging happening. He's looking 10 years younger. So Durgesh ji, very good to see you on a fitness mission. And I think we all will take inspiration from that. Friends, I think I will definitely mention this. We all had the inaugural address and the chief guest Nirmalji speaking. And for all of us who are in the room, when speakers like this with 25 years of experience, he mentioned from the 90s, he's in this area. We have to pick the brevity of words and understand in some small sentences, he has said such important facts. He mentioned about how branding is important. And he differentiated that with advertising. Many times we confuse advertising and branding. Brand is something you aspire for and you're willing to pay top dollar, top price for it. Whereas advertising sometimes is forced on your head. And that if we are able to recognize and create that niche, huge opportunity. He said at Accenture, we are perpetual learners. You are constantly learning technology and upgrading. Such an important message. And for us as professionals, look at it, Zavre sir in this age, how many times I was trying to count after 25, I lost count. He mentioned the word technology. Another gentleman, very important in our profession, AC Chakrabarti, one of the senior most past presidents, 93 years old, from Calcutta, from Sanjeev Bhai's town. Whenever I meet him and I say, sir, what is the future? He says three things: technology, technology, technology. All three are just one. And similar message Zavre sir gave of why it is important that we adopt technology and why I think a very unique term he has coined, multi-locational, multidisciplinary, but multi-age firms are important so that seniors and juniors, technologically adept and not so technologically adept people can all come together and create larger firms. And why is it important? Many people say, well, small is beautiful. Yes, it is. If that is your choice, absolutely no harm in saying, I want to become a proprietor. I only want to do this. But then for those who feel, no, I want to grow, for those who feel that I want to give a larger service package, and you don't want to feel left out that he went in front and why I didn't. Think about this, friends. And I always try and give this example. God forbid if something was to happen in your family, where do you go? Where is today your choice? I was inquiring here and people told me if something happens to my family, I'll probably take them. And again, I'm not endorsing any brand here, but I'll take them to Sayadri, I'll take them to a Sancheti, or I'll take them to a Manipal. Why do you do it? Will it happen that you go to a hospital and they say, yes, you need a blood test, please go to this. From there you will go and they'll say, oh, now you need to get an anesthesia done, go to hospital B. After the anesthesia, they say you need to get operated, come to hospital C. Will you as a patient be comfortable moving around? Or will you want that I go to a multi-speciality hospital where starting from my diagnosis till my treatment and physiotherapy and subsequent recovery is all taken care under one roof? So जब हम patient हैं, जब हम customer हैं, when I am the user of the services, I want everything in one place. That is what my ask is. When I go to a hotel, boss, multi-cuisine, give me Chinese, give me Indian, give me dosa, give me even misal pav. सब एक जगह मिलना चाहिए. Hospital सब एक जगह होना चाहिए. But जब हम provider of service हैं, no boss, small is beautiful, I'll do everything. Can you imagine a doctor who says, I'll do heart surgery and tomorrow I'll be ortho? Probably will not be possible. But we think that, हाँ, सुबह GST, दोपहर Companies Act, शाम को income tax भी चले जाएंगे, accounting भी कर लेंगे, audit भी कर लेंगे, and everything. It is not in today's world going to be possible. As Zavre sir rightly mentioned, in that time, it probably was, there were fewer accountants and things were not so complex. So you could do this. You could audit, you could have a query sheet which no longer was required. You signed off, you also did the income tax work. You did not have a section 144 of the Companies Act today, which prohibits you from doing this. So what I think a very important message, and my compliments, sincere compliments, Chitleji, to you, your entire team of Pune branch for coming up with this panchayat, bringing together people. I think it is one of the most unique initiatives that you have taken and a very, very important thing and a need of the hour. I always give this example, and the younger generation can probably relate to this. You can either have a cupcake, chota sa cupcake hai, and you can say, this is my practice. I will eat the whole cupcake and therefore I will have the whole practice to myself. Very good. But then you'll only be a cupcake. The world today wants a 3-tier large cake where you have different flavors. You will not eat the whole cake. You don't need to. But a slice of that cake will probably be much more than that small cupcake that you have. And therefore, let's build those 3-tier cakes where I can only get a slice. I will share it with others, share it with my partners. But once I'm able to do that, I think there is the benefit in there for my client. And that is where I think this branding, this session that we had before is important. Not just thinking it from our perspective, but putting ourselves in the shoe of the client, of the customer, of the global customer that you may have, and what he will want from you. And therefore, these multidisciplinary firms, therefore, these multi-locational firms, these larger firms that Pune branch under Chitleji's leadership is trying to create. I think Chitleji, tremendous initiative, Pune Panchayat, for organizing mega partnerships. As always, Chitleji has been unique in carving out this name. I remember 2 years ago, he created a national movement for firms, Namo, and but again with the idea that how can across the country firms come together. But today, with his dedication towards Pune, he has done it to start it small. I am sure it is going to be extremely successful, as I also hope is going to be his very important initiative of getting a very wonderful infrastructure for you. आज 500 पे restrict करना पड़ा. I would hope, Chitleji, under your leadership, with Zavre sir's blessings and support of entire Pune, you can also get a wonderful infrastructure for your Pune branch. I come from Ahmedabad. We are probably similar size. We could give Ahmedabad a world-class infrastructure of 125,000 square feet, which I had the occasion to inaugurate. And I know people may say, is physical infrastructure necessary, blah, blah. I'm very clear. For students first, and then for members, you need that infrastructure. You need that bonding that जब आप पुणे से गुजरो आप लोग दिखाते हैं कि ये सिम्स है यार ये यूनिवर्सिटी है या ये कॉलेज है. If you go to Ahmedabad, they'll say, this is IIM Ahmedabad, this is NID, this is this college. Year 2, they'll say Symbiosis, this, that. I think for a profession to grow, you should also have a landmark that they'll say, this is the CA Bhavan and I'm close to it, I am near it. And therefore, that infrastructure for branding, for students to get attracted, for all purposes, is extremely important. So, Chitleji, I know sometimes you will face opposition from your city itself. Happens. You cannot please everybody. And I think only jokers are here to please everybody. For everybody else, you have to take tough decisions. So we have to make sure that we are taking a decision where majority's interest is there. And definitely you are going to have a wonderful infrastructure. I'm confident with all the wonderful council members who are there to support. And I myself, coming from Western region, I would love that our region also has a wonderful building for Pune. Finally, I'll only say that this is an initiative. My request to you, Chitleji, and the entire Pune branch managing committee, have more sessions. I think handholding of the membership is important. How Sanjeev Bhai, Abhay Bhai are trying to create sessions for GCC. The next session I was reading is how do you set up your own GCC? Similarly, maybe you can have sessions on POMP of how do you create partnerships? How do I admit new partners? What should be the profit sharing ratios? What are the best practices? What are the success stories of firms who have been able to do this? And I think if you are able to build that and do it, next time I'm here, I'll probably see many 3-tier cakes. And I think that is going to be one of the biggest achievements for all of us. I wish all of you all the very best. And I'll only end by one quote, which I always used to say. And I request all of you to believe that I am the I in ICAI. ICAI और कोई नहीं है. ICAI ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है. आज president कोई था, कल कोई और है. What is ICAI? I am the I in ICAI. शुरुआत भी आपसे, अंत भी आपसे, इंस्टीट्यूट भी आप, इंडिया भी आप. जय हिंद.
I hereby announce the establishment of Pune Panchayat for organization of mega firms. Say mega firms.
Thank you, Chitleji. Great initiative.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the dignitaries on the dais. I think we can break now for a hearty lunch. And I request you all to visit the stalls which are there outside. There are amazing sponsors with amazing products. Kindly, definitely visit the stalls. Please come back at 2 p.m.
अरे तो मला वाटतं सर्विस जशी आहे सर्विस ग्रेट
business automation services to simplify and optimize your workflows. With platforms like Zoho and Odoo, we help you automate processes and boost efficiency. Founded in 2012, our expert team is dedicated to delivering exceptional value through innovation. Partner with us and experience seamless solutions that drive sustainable business growth. Your success is our service. If you wish to connect with us, reach us at contact number 9130997760. Email accounts@avantage.in. Thank you.
In the early 1980s and 1990s, the world discovered India. Multinational companies from the United States and Europe began outsourcing information technology and back office work here. Call centers, help desks, data processing. India became the natural choice. Why? Low cost, skill. Multinational companies from the United States and Europe began outsourcing information technology and back office work here. Call centers, help desks, data processing. India became the natural choice. Why? Low cost, skilled English-speaking talent, and the magic of time zone advantage. By the late 1990s and 2000s, outsourcing wasn't enough. Companies wanted more control, better protection of intellectual property, and less dependency on vendors.
So just like China has emerged as the factory to the world, India is now emerging as the office to the world.
So they set up their own offshore offices in India, and then they rebranded into what we know today as Global Capability Centers, or GCCs.
Global capability centers are actually deeper functions.
No longer just about saving costs. They began driving analytics, research, product engineering, and even global financial strategy.
India's global capability centers ecosystem is expanding rapidly, with over 1,700 centers employing 1.8 million professionals and contributing over $64 billion annually. With significant growth projected by 2030, chartered accountants are poised to play pivotal roles, not only in governance, ESG and digital finance, but also in building and scaling GCCs, driving global tech strategies, talent acquisition, and upskilling initiatives.
I think this is the time we have to come out of box, think differently, think out of those traditional practices which we have been doing for years.
By the 2010s, India had become the GCC capital of the world. Multinational corporates tapped into India's deep talent pools. In the 2020s, GCCs are not just execution engines. They are the leadership hubs. They drive artificial intelligence, automation, ESG, and even entire global CFO offices.
Chartered accountants, transformation, not just as financial experts, but as strategic leaders, driving governance, compliance, ESG, global tax planning, automation, and digital finance.
Sustainable finance needs is 57 lakh crores in the next 5 years. And similarly, ESG reporting is already mandatory in India. ESG assurance or impact assessment is already mandatory in India. Nowhere in the world at this scale it is mandatory. We can certainly make India as the ESG GCC capital of the world because
India now hosts 53% of the world's global capability centers, and we are on track to cross $100 billion GCC industry by 2030.
Earlier, the concept of export, like in services, the 4 modes. But now we have noted that GCC is also emerging.
What began as cost advantage has now become one of India's greatest strategic strengths. India's edge begins with unmatched talent. Every year, more than 1.5 million chartered accountants, professionals, MBAs, and finance experts graduate.
Perception to bring the difference. A perception to say, let's come out from ledgers to global leadership.
India has the largest number of CFA, CPA aspirants outside the United States. Today, India is a rare and powerful blend of finance and technology.
We are talking about, if we chartered accountant, 450,000 chartered accountants, 11 lakh students come together, we can be the world accountant. We can be the global accountant. And we are all the knowledge. If for this 25 years of experience, which I had working with this GCC, I've seen the knowledge and the domain specialization which we own is uncomparable.
That is what our mindset has to be if we are talking about GCC or anything new.
India is also among the world's top 3 artificial intelligence ecosystems. With over 2,000 AI startups, GCCs here are testing the future. Artificial intelligence-driven finance, blockchain compliance, robotic process automation and audits, advanced analytics piloted in India, and then scaled across the globe. The Indian government's push adds another layer. From Gift City's IFSC to Startup India to the National Artificial Intelligence Mission, policy is becoming GCC friendly. Progressive tax structures, simplified compliance, and global finance laws all attract Fortune 500 companies to the Indian subcontinent. When one GCC sets up in a city, others follow. The ICAI brand itself is a seal of trust, with MRAs with 8 professional accounting institutes and MOU with 16 professional bodies, 54 overseas chapters, and 31 representative offices spanning 85 cities across 47 countries across the globe. Indian chartered accountants are globally mobile.
I think you guys, chartered accountants, you are the custodian of trust today.
Looking ahead to Bharat at 2047, India is aiming for a $300 billion GCC industry. From ledgers to leadership, chartered accountants are rising as architects of global strategy. Catering to this, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has come up with a group to promote India as an accounting GCC. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is also set to work closely with the government ministries in structuring GCC policies across the country and collectively work in enhancing the GCC industry. The group to promote India as an accounting GCC has introduced a series of GCC Summit for the year 2025 across Delhi, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, and Mumbai. The first series of the summit at New Delhi on 27th and 28th June was an astounding success, bringing together over 7 ministries of the government, several sponsors, partners, dignitaries, and a forward-thinking crowd of delegates. ICII then brought the second edition of the GCC Summit 2025 to Ahmedabad, India's own global finance hub at Gift City, on the 29th and 30th of August. The summit turned out to be even bigger, with the participation of 12 government ministries, over 400 delegates, 40 distinguished dignitaries, and the support of several leading partners and sponsors. It became a true 2 days convergence of chartered accountants, policymakers, industry leaders, and finance professionals, further reinforcing India's position as the undisputed leader in the GCC landscape. The ICEI GCC Summit 2025 to Hyderabad at HICC Novotel on the 9th and 10th of October.
This is the time when we can say, if we are signing the audit report today,
Good afternoon to all of you. I would request all to kindly be seated so that we can get ready for our next session. I, CA Sharvari Wagh, welcome you all once again to the second half of day 1 of the GCC Summit. Teamwork is the secret that makes common people achieve uncommon things. And Pune Panchayat is the greatest boost that Pune branch of WIRC of ICAI has given to all of us. We have witnessed the ideology and thought behind GCC in the first half today, and now in this session, we will understand the execution part of it. So to get started with our next session, I would request CA Durgesh Kumar Kabra sir, CCM ICAI, CA Rajesh Agarwal sir, RCM, along with our guest speakers, Mr. Rakesh Sinha sir, founder and CEO of Quintus Global Private Limited, and CA Aditya Jakotia, Director, Valioso Services Private Limited, to be on stage, please. I would request all of you to give them a round of applause, please. Yes. So moving forward, I would like to introduce our speakers for today. CA Aditya Jakotia, Director, Valioso Advisory Services Private Limited. Aditya Jakotia is a chartered accountant and a company secretary with 20 plus years of specialized expertise in financial strategy, regulatory excellence, treasure management, and enterprise-wide automation. As the founder of Valioso Advisory Services, he empowers global organizations to enter and scale in India with confidence, delivering end-to-end support for establishing high-performing global capability centers across the country. Recognized for his ability to design structured, compliant, and scalable solutions, Aditya is a trusted partner for enterprises looking to navigate complexity, drive efficiency, and achieve sustainable competitive advantage. We welcome you, sir. Moving forward, our next speaker for today is Mr. Rakesh Sinha, sir, founder and CEO, Quintus Global Private Limited. Rakesh Sinha is a trailblazer entrepreneur, CEO, and founder of pioneering platforms in the GCC and GBS space. Recently honored as the People's CEO of the Year at the People First HR Excellence Awards in Dubai, he brings over 2 decades of expertise in advisory, operations, business transformation, and technology. Along with this, he is also awarded the Most Promising Business Leader in Asia by Economic Times. Recognized as thought leader and transformation guru, Rakesh has been featured by Economic Times, Inside Success, and Asia One, amongst the others. He has co-founded Quintus Global and has been awarded the NASSCOM SME Inspire Award 2023 and established SSF Global in 2011 to build the GCC ecosystem, authoring pioneering research and driving impactful transformation initiatives worldwide. We welcome you too, sir. Yes, you can applaud if you want to. Okay, so moving forward, I would ask CA Durgesh Kabra, sir, to
Just one
set the tone for
second.
today.
Let me tell you before we call Durgesh sir on the dais to give his opening remarks. Let me tell that he's a council member and he's the chairman of Committee on Career Counseling. He's going to announce something very, very important, which was a big accolade for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and for the entire country. I want him to speak from his own words. A big, big round of applause for Durgesh sir to give his opinions.
Good afternoon, one and all. My colleague in the council, Sanjeev Sanghi from Kolkata, a person who has given a thought of GCC in ICAI. And you can see that this is the third version of GCC, which is happening in Pune, and in time to come, 2 more versions may come. This is 4th version, and the 5th version will be in Mumbai, which I expect, which is the only place pending. The other 2 speakers and panelists of this session, the session which is going to talk about GCC from vision to execution. The regional council member, Rajesh Agarwal, all seniors in the professions and professional brothers and sisters. It's always indeed a pleasure to be in Pune and to interact with all of you. So just to start, as Sanjeev has said, that I need to tell you something about what has happened yesterday in Mumbai. We have tried and we have attempted under the Committee on Career Counseling, a Guinness Book of World Record, named as the largest career advice lesson. And under one roof, we could accommodate around 7,462 students in NESCO Goregaon, who were from all municipal schools and junior colleges, because my target was catch them young. What we normally do is we go and do the career counseling in colleges, whereas career counseling is needed at the time of 8th, 9th, or 10th standard. Or rather, I would say that even from 6th standard. So, two things I have decided. Attempting this world record, which has been accorded by the Guinness Book of World Record to the ICAI, where the session was taken by the career counselor and the focus was on commerce and chartered accountancy education. So, congratulations to all of you that ICAI got the recognitions from Guinness Book of World Record for the largest career advice lesson in the world. Now, second thing, which I just want to talk to you, how you can build up the GCC unless and until you do not know the commerce. And just to make the awareness about the commerce, what I thought of when I was studying in 6th standard, there was a subject called Vanij Gyan. और अभी जो पोजीशन है, शायद जो बच्चे हैं 11th से कॉमर्स पढ़ रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र में और बाकी दूसरे स्टेट में भी. So when this is happening from 11, by the time you reaches to 11, I think you have made up your mind that which stream or which profession is to be chosen by a student. So I thought that this is not the right way of promoting the commerce. We are doing career counseling, going here and there in the colleges. We are telling them join. By that time, they have already joined something. They have made up their mind. And that is why the percentage of joining the commerce has gone down drastically in country, and around 5% student, less than 5% student are joining the commerce. The time will come, if this percentage continues, then the situation which has arrived in the US, where there are no accountants and they are hiring the accountants from India and some other countries. The same things will come in India, that we need to hire the accountants from somebody else. And today, the chief accountant in all the government departments are having the Bachelor of Arts degree. A person who has done arts, who doesn't have the commerce background, how he can be the chief accountant in all the government department and can manage the accounts and see the finance? It's something not acceptable, but somehow this is happening. And that is why I decided to meet the various secretaries and chairmen of the Higher Secondary and Secondary Education Board. And then accordingly, we have decided to have a meeting also of all these, along with the Secretary of Education Department, Government of India, and most probably it will be graced by the Minister Dharmendra Pradhanji also on 19th of December in Delhi. So all the secretaries and the chairmen of the Secondary Education Board and Higher Secondary Education Board have been invited, just to make them aware about the project Vanijya of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. That yes, commerce is the soul of any economy, and if commerce has not been given a due attention, probably the growth for 2047 which we want to do. We want to be the third largest or second largest economy of the world, will not be possible. GCC will also be successful only on the basis of the calculation, commerce, paisa, cost. But you do not know all these things. I think it will be very difficult. It is very, very important. So this project Vanijya has been taken up by us in the Career Counseling Committee. We have drafted the curriculum for 6th standard onwards for the commerce, and we are going to present the same before the all secretaries and chairmen of the education board. Friends, these two things we are doing at the Career Counseling Committee, but I am also chairman of one more important committee, which is Committee for Financial Market and Investor Protections. Again, the commerce is very important there. Sara paisa wahin se hai. This is the award which was we have received yesterday, and Abhishek was the witness yesterday for this. So we all are there, and as I told you, this is a feature in the feather in the cap of the ICAI, I would say, and we all are being congratulated for the same. Now, coming to since I have been told to introduce the subject, I talked about the commerce and the initiative which is being taken. But when we talk of the GCC, Global Capability Center, I think the Pune is a place which is one of the most advantageous place. You have a lot of space which is available on rent for having your own GCC at a very reasonable rate. You have best of the talent available with you and talent coming from outside and settling here at 30% of the cost less as compared to other technology centers, maybe Bengaluru, Chennai, high-tech city of Hyderabad or so. So this is the advantage where the Punekars can do wonders in the GCC. You can be the entrepreneur. And I would say that any person who has completed 15 or 20 years of practice, I think should get into these kind of activities. You should be the entrepreneur. Leave compliances aside. You don't need to be in the compliances. कब तक करेंगे हम 50,000 और 1 लाख रुपए का काम? Chartered accountant. You need to think differently. And when you will start thinking differently, probably you will also be like founder and co-founder of these kind of units which are there and helping the globe and global enterprises in India to execute their accounting and financial work in this country. We are giving end-to-end solution. So define your object, strategize it, have it executed in this city, and I am sure when you are defining, you are strategizing, and you are giving a shape to GCC, probably your strategies will take you to the top and you will be a successful GCC founder in time to come. GCC today are no longer only a capability center, but they are footnote on the balance sheet for the cost arbitrage. It is the bold, beating heart of our enterprise, digital and innovation strategy. Our GCC is not only shared services now today. It is a strategic co-ownership of our global success. So, if we really want to have our global presence, GCC is going to help this country. And as is rightly said by Aniket, and Chitle sir has referred it, that yes, why we cannot be the supplier of the accountants globally? I believe, yes, it can be done. These GCC center will help to acquire the countries later on, to acquire the companies later on in the other countries who are into these kind of activities. Because you have created your capability and capacity in the country, and that will help. Friends, I'll not take much of your time. I believe, taken more. I know that there are two panelists and a person who has developed the thought of theme of GCC in ICAI is there to speak all about the GCC vision to execution. I think there you need to learn more from them where you can be more successful. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Durgesh sir, for setting up the foundation. And I think the foundation was that start young, catch young. And that's the reason, not just the very, very high voltage career counseling advice for which we got the Guinness Book of World Record. He's also proposing commerce education to come in at maybe 11 years of age of a person. And with that, the mindset of a person who is learning commerce at the age of 11 and 12 to becoming a chartered accountant and going forward towards GCC is a great thing. Now, getting back into this business of setting up with a vision, with a dream to execution. That is what is the first step. And that's the reason in the first half, we wanted to give you the thought. We wanted to give you that aspiration, that dream, the objective. And now going forward, the journey is how can we do the setup? We have a thought, we have a vision. And for that, we have two important persons who had actually been doing this. They had been on the floor. And we are going to come up with various questionnaires, interactions with you where you can ask questions. And we know very, very well this is a post-lunch session. So we ensure that each one of you sitting over here will have something to ask. And both these panelists will definitely, make sure that each and every question within the time, because now we are running short of time and we want to have as much interaction as possible. So we are getting straight into the business. And the topic right now is vision to execution. So I have with me Rakesh Sinha, who is from Quintus Global, Aditya Ji. Both of them are there. So before I move further, may I have a very, very important opening remarks from both the gentlemen? Over to you, Aditya Ji.
Thank you, guys. Vision is definitely a very important thing. But then comes a boring part of execution. And boring part comes after lunch session. Yeah. So please bear with me. See, the basic thought process, because as a chartered accountant, Rakesh is a management guy. So he has been taught about marketing. I have not been taught about marketing. But it is all about how we present ourselves, and not as a cost center, but as a capability center. That is where the overall thought process have to be looked into. And as in the morning, other speakers were saying, अकेले कुछ नहीं हो सकता. GCC अगर आप अकेले खड़ा करने जाओगे 2 दिन में गिर जाएगा. So we have to have a right team for execution of these things. So now I'll hand over to Rakesh for further.
To Rakesh Ji.
Thank you. First of all, thanks, Sanjeev Bhai, for having me here. And I think thanks to Institute for organizing such a lovely session. This is the 4th. And I had the opportunity to be part of all the 4 sessions along with my colleagues here. Now, this is lovely to see the hall the way it is full now post lunch. And it's also difficult to ensure that we are able to communicate what we want to communicate. So let me start with other way around. So I would like to know from you, how many of you, by the show of hands, raise your hands, how many of you really believe that you are enabling or working for a customer to be called as a global capability center? How many of you believe you are there? Not bad. Few more hands. Very nice. Which means that I'm audible at the back as well. So a lot of hands at the back too. So very nice. Thank you. How many of you believe that you have an immense opportunity in front of you to really become a global capability center? Thank you. How many of you believe that you are having some gaps which you would like to learn and understand that how can you really capitalize on that opportunity? Great. Right. So that is something which I will try to cover in my conversation today and sharing today. And I'll tell you one very, very important thing. I hope everybody can hear me well, right? One very important thing, simple thing post-lunch. I promise that I'm not going to say anything which is Google search, chat GPT driven data, or learning from any other company's collaterals. I will share only based on my experience of last 25 years of working in this global capability center world on the basis of three things. Working with global companies, encouraging them to come and experience India. And based on my strategies, I have been very proud and with humility to share, we have created 150,000 jobs in India. We have worked with 200 programs like that globally, with global and regional and Indian organizations, where my clients have received $600 million of savings. $600 million of savings. So I'm just going to share with you my experience. In fact, I'm very happy that I have a friend, industry colleague, and also now is my customer, Sanjeev from Adani, sitting here. And he will echo, he has a session after me, so he'll echo some of the learnings which I'm going to share now. I also share with you that pretty much in India, and I think I really compliment and appreciate what Institute is doing. And I think the way Sanjeev Bhai is actually leading this from the front is phenomenal. A round of applause for. It was very much needed for last 15 years. Let me tell you honestly, as a young entrepreneur professionals, I always thought Institute will do it. But कहते हैं देर आए दुरुस्त आए, अभी बहुत अच्छी बात है. This is very nice, and they are going to make a huge shift. This is like an inflection point here. I can see that very well. Quick few facts to share with you as a part of this vision and this entire journey, and then I'll go back. First fact, the Global Capability Center, the GCC, there are three ways to look at it. One, this is for a global organization who are coming here and setting up their so-called pure play captive. That is the way it was all known for years. They will come, set up their centers, they will do it. Second was then the regional companies, Indian multinationals also started following up. And we have fortunate to work with many of the Indian multinationals set up their GBS or GCCs over the last many years. So they were still setting up their pure play captives. And the decision maker here was CFOs. And this is a huge shift you will find in the trend now. Two things which have changed. The first, now it is not remaining pure play captive, which means that owned by them. Now it is on the foundation of partnership. It is on the foundation of collaboration. Foundation of partnership and collaboration. And second, which is most important here is, it is not now remaining only a cost arbitrage discussion. Everybody's talking about that. Having said that, I will still talk about the cost in a very short while, why it is still important from the cost perspective. I have an interesting poll question. And if somebody can help me with that poll, there's
Up a little later.
only one, just take it as a starting point, then we talk. There's one poll question, which will actually is a very simple question. Since morning, whatever you have heard, it is a question from that perspective. Simple thing, all of you will have a smartphone in your hand, right? Just log into menti.com, menti.com, menti.com. And I think the code will come on the screen. Just log into menti.com in your phone. I request everybody if you can do that. Yes, it's on the screen. Just play. Yeah. And the code is 44. Sorry, I can't read it. 442859. Oh, this is going and coming here.
It's getting reloaded.
Yeah, it's coming. 44285998. Moment you dial menti.com, you'll ask for a code. The code is 44285998. And there are a few options there. You can select your options. It is anonymous and there's no credit provided by the institute for wrong answers or taken back. So please do participate in this poll. The question is very simple. In your opinion, what's the most important reason organizations in the recent past is important, which is like last couple of years, have set up Global Capability Center in India? In your opinion, one of the most important reason why organizations have set up the GCC in India? This is literally testing. This is clear.
So I think you can see the move over here, like how each and everyone is believing that the talent is the biggest arbitrage in this entire ecospace which we are talking about. If you see the majority of people sitting, and this is what all of us are thinking together, that why talent now is more important. And that brings up a very important conversation, that when we thought that, well, we have become a chartered accountant, we have spent 5 years getting this degree, do we really need to study? Or do we really need to come back into the beta mode, or come back into a situation where we need more knowledge, more skills? The answer is right in front of you.
Yeah, let me just give a very contrarian view to this. And that's what I love doing it, right? That's why it's practitioner perspective. That is where, if I had to say, we all have to do things differently. Just see the response here. We are all talking about talent abundance, that access to talent pool and specialized skill. That is given. As Sanjeev was saying, it's given now. India produces millions of engineers, multiple thousand chartered accountants every year, and so on and so forth. So the talent abundance is given. If you really want to make a difference from a GCC point of view, and if many of you raise hands by saying, I want to learn how to do things differently to become really a GCC partner for a global company, they are now looking for, and I'm just giving you headquarter view. Head office wants not to come for talent now. That is, they're saying is given. Cost arbitrage is given. They want to come here for that ecosystem. There must be a reason why they were going to Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, now Pune, and then maybe a few other cities. We keep calling tier 2, tier 3. The talent is never the problem. That ecosystem, an ecosystem means here, you like a partner available to say, raising hands by saying, we can do it for you. And you can offer from academia point of view, institute point of view, tech stack point of view, and multiple other perspectives. Real estate, facilities, infrastructure, cyber security, So they are expecting more ecosystem providers available, which is, of course, as a foundation is talent. But just by saying, I have a talent, are they going to come and give the work? Maybe not. So you need to establish that ecosystem, an ecosystem mindset from a collaboration. And I'll talk about collaboration in a while. I'll just take.
So I think, yes, Rakesh ji, from your perspective, you're absolutely right. And again, when we are into a panel, we always will be coming with more thoughts, more ideas, so that all these answers are all right. It's not that one is wrong or one is not wrong. It's about how we are perceiving it. That's how it makes a difference. Ecosystem, getting people together, collaborate, but let's first build the foundation. I just want to quickly go back to Aditya ji on his thought and view on this particular aspect.
Definitely talent is in abundance, but again, getting the talent to adapt to the mindset of GCC is very important. When we look at an Indian structure, it is always a straight line reporting. But in a GCC, there is always matrix reporting, which creates a lot of confusion to the talent. If they have two bosses, that creates a confusion. Kisko report de pehle, kisko baad mein de. And then which is important. So that is where and mindset shift has to happen, that just because we have completed CA, it will not work. We have to continuously learn and be ourselves agile into the whole environment. And to add to the importance of Pune as a city, let me tell you, more than 35% of my manpower are being recruited from Pune. And this is because we were not able to set up our client in Pune, so we had to import talent from Pune.
So okay, so both of you, like even I had been into this journey for last 25 years, and looking into so many things, and we are really getting more deeper into this topic of setting up, and from vision to execution. And again, we are getting into a situation that yes, whether talent is important or maybe ecosystem, maybe capital, maybe funding. The question which comes up over here is that what's that first step? After moving out from this hall, what are the to-dos? And I want both of you to give me, whoever wants to give first, the other has to give the rest. So anyone can take this as an opportunity. What are those top 3 or 4 to-dos according to both of you? A member who is so excited joining this GCC, go back and say, yes, I got the value. And these are 3 to-dos I'm going to work upon. Who wants to start first?
Can I? Okay.
And the other part has to answer something different than what he has said. Go ahead.
Okay. So
Maximum 3. Maximum 3 to-dos.
Sure. So most important thing is we should understand what are our shortcomings and with whom we can collaborate. Because as I said earlier, alone we cannot do anything. And whether we have an capability within ourselves. So capability finding, then look at the target market. You cannot look at entire globe. There has to be 1 or 2 target market. And then again, the target services. Are you going to get into controllership role or FP&A role or basic transactional processing? So those are the 3 things I think we should start with. Then whether we succeed or fail, that's a different matter.
Sir, very, very good answer. But sir, पहले धंधा चाहिए. मैं आता हूँ उसमें, but first let me hear it from him. मैं थोड़े से और ground level में जाऊँगा. But yes, Rakesh ji.
Yeah, so I think you're right. I think we'll keep doing a double click on it. So finally, how to generate business is the ultimate question. But before even going to generate a business, you need to start with preparing for that business, if I had to say that. And I'll give you practical experiential tips, 3 parts. All global organizations, Indian organizations, as a strategy, they always used to follow a 3C strategy. And I have suggested, and I'm taking from what even Aditya ji was talking about, we have built a framework called 4C strategy. Right? I mentioned अब Google से नहीं दूंगा, मेरा अपना framework है. So 3C strategy was given by Kenichi Omae, a Japanese management guru. He used to talk about a triangle with the 3Cs. Company, which is your own self. Competition. So what is your competition doing in this space? And the third C is your customer. So know your customer. So which is your target audience? So company, what is your current strength, your offering, your capabilities, etc. Second is your competition, what they are doing in this space. Third vertical was, or the third, C was customer. Now, this is the shift which we are saying. You must know what is you're doing as a company. You need to understand what's competition doing and what customer wants. And to fulfill the gap, many times you will come out with a gap. And to fulfill the gap, you need to add a fourth dimension or fourth C to it, which is the power of collaboration. One of the biggest mistake I still see the CA fraternity and advisory firms are not doing is they're not collaborating. Even the institute allows you to collaborate. There's a huge opportunity to collaborate. Now the power of collaboration, and again, ecosystem point of view is what kind of collaboration? So I'll give you another second perspective here is when it comes to GCCs, while you're talking about accounting specialists, majority of time when you're reaching out for business opportunities, you are still seen as accountants. You're still not seen as a capability center partner. Because today capability is not just about accounting. Or even if I expand it slightly beyond finance and accounting, which is the entire value chain of finance and accounting, it is about finally resulting into the P&L and a balance sheet impact of the enterprise, where you need to have understanding of multi-function. Do you understand HR function? Do you understand procurement function? Do you understand IT? And I'll talk about emerging tech any which ways. I think there was a very nice video which was playing and talking about blockchain in audit and all the stuff. I think how much you know about it is important. First. And second, you need to find a partner, not to create, don't reinvent. I will never suggest that to go ahead and create your own technology and tool. But I can tell you in this hall itself, you will find at least 20 of you running a boutique technology solution as well. If you go outside, there are many stalls. They all are providing excellent tech solutions. Have you got a partnership with them? No one is expecting you to pay a heavy capex to build that capability. But if you go back to your target audience and say, I have a capability which includes a tech stack, will be a huge difference. So I will say, look at this 4 C's. I'm repeating it for you. Company, which is your internal focus. Competition, which is outside focus. Do you know your competition? Not the CA firms, but from the GCC point of view. Who are the guys who are offering it? The third C is your customer. Understand what they're looking for, your target audience. And then identify collaboration. I'm not using the word collaboration loosely, but very specific in your case as a part of it.
And let me give you one example. I've been counseling many professionals. So one person came to me and said, sir, if I do a forensic audit course and I want to pursue my career in forensic audit, I'm just giving one as an example. Will I get business? Will I get clients? How will I take it forward from there? And this is going to be connected with what he has just said and what both of them have just said. I said, yes. And again, I'm repeating your word. You'll not find this in Google. This is my personal way of telling them is go and learn first. That's the first step. Go and find different elements of learning on that forensic. I'm just taking that as one example. Once you know that you have good knowledge on that, what is the second step? Don't wait for the work. Identify and find people who are the best working on this particular domain across the country. Network with them, meet them and say, sir, I've got a good knowledge about it, but I don't know how to work on it. I have no exposure on this. Can we work together? Can I work in your firm for some time at whatever? And you jump on it. If you work with those organizations in whatever model you want to, be with them for 6 months to 1 year, one of two things will happen. You have the knowledge, you have the exposure, and you have that commitment to go beyond in that particular domain. And that's how that first step of journey gets started, that now you are proclaiming yourself in terms of branding, in terms of knowledge. Then you go back to any person and say, sir, I have the knowledge and I have got 20, 30, 40 case studies which I have done that demonstrates your thought process, your work that you have been. This is just one small thing, and I want quick reaction from any one of you on this particular thought. Is this a right way to go forward?
Definitely, the collaboration is the right way to go forward, no doubt about it. And there are these technologies which we keep looking at. Every time, if you are setting up a GCC, you will need and functional consulting for any ERP integration. You cannot do on your own. You need to collaborate. So, and just by doing a course and waiting for business to come, it will never come. I have been in industry and then got into consulting. Getting business is really difficult, but not impossible if we showcase our talent.
Good. So let's make it more engaging, and we already got the comment from Aditya, but let's go back to Rakesh and see, how and what next poll is all about.
So we have another poll, and I want to engage you in terms of your thoughts to it. And then I'll share some more specifics in terms of, just if you can click on the next slide. Just click on the next, yeah. It should come on the screen. Yeah. I think again, log into menti.com.
The same GL
and the
code.
same code, which is 44285998. I request if you all can do that. This will be a huge learning opportunity. I can tell you this will be a big takeaway for each one of us from here.
And please read these options very carefully. Even if there are only 10 choices, like everyone is voting separately, but think from your thought process of what you think.
I'm just repeating the code. It is 44285998. There are 200 people logged in and only we have got some 10 responses.
Yeah, we're getting.
So the question is, what critical gaps do you absorb among CAs, finance professionals in the new GCC world today? Give at least 20 more seconds before we just jump into the discussion.
Now, this is something which is very important to understand, that where is the gap? We are intellectually strong. We have a domain expertise. We had good experience. Then where is the gap?
So while you guys are polling for it, let me just share with you some interesting another framework which I feel is important. Like I talked about this 4 C's. One of the challenges which is perceived, again I'm talking from a perceived point of view, is that you are still seen as a processing centers. Very much a processing guys. While you keep calling yourself as a capability, you're still seen as a processing center. And that is where two things. In the interest of the time, there was a session in Delhi where I spoke for about an hour on how to build branding for the advisory firms from the GCC point of view. I assume that video will be there on the ICI website. You can go and look at it. But one of the things I talked there was the 5 level of the GCC maturity. So maybe you are at an L1 level of which is like processing, and you can really move up the value chain, and how you can move the value chain from L1 to L2 to L3 to really become the capability. And capability still, the GCC today is in India, even for global firms, they are pretty much in the L2, L3 level, just to share with you. They are rarely in L4, L5 level, which means you have a huge opportunity to take a leapfrog and start becoming an L3, L4 player, if you can do that.
And just I want to quickly add to this is as soon as you understand the gap and start working on it, I think the speed will be very high because that gravity is there.
Absolutely.
That basic element is just the way we do things. It's not what we are doing, it's how we are doing becomes more important. Yes, maybe you can conclude
I think this is interesting responses. So I see there's a 79 responses for cross-border reach. See, my eyesight is a challenge, so I'm reading from here that options. I think the second largest is 55 for the expertise beyond accounting services, and 46 responses are for holistic capabilities as a service plus tech transformation, which is a service and tech put together. The lowest has gone to advanced digital and AI literacy, which means that all of you are believing that you know the advanced technology and AI, right? That's what you all are voting, right? I mean, I'm surprised, but happy. Right?
So Pune is really good. Where is our AI committee chairman? I think he's yes, that's why.
So congratulations to you for that. But I think again, taking it as as Sanjeev Bhai was talking about practical, actionables. I will say it is very important to know about it. You don't need to overdo it. But in today's world, if in your conversation, there are two words, let me tell you, in the last 5 years, if you're not talking these two words in the first 5 minutes of your meeting, you're not considered to be intellectual. The first word is GCC, second is AI. Half of the people I've meet every day, they don't know many times the full form of generative AI, agentic AI, what AI, no AI, right? But everybody will talk about AI, right? And then GCC. These two words have to be used. So first thing first, start using it. But then, of course, have some understanding and knowledge of it as well. But cross-border coming as an 84 is not a surprise because I know a lot of you as an India company and I personally can talk about it. We also face struggle. I don't want to sound like, oh, we have cracked all the codes. I'm building a new startup. Quintus is a startup. While I have a credential of last 20 years of doing it in a different avatar, but Quintus as a company is a startup which we are trying to build it, but build it for India for creating employment. I'm very happy to see the point on the holistic capability as well as the multi-function expertise. These two are going to be a critical success factor for you to move away from a processing center to a capability partner.
No, but this cross-border reach, which we are talking about, is a critical gap. Let me ask, how many of us, and I want to see a raise of hand this time, very important, have actually traveled outside India into a conference for the purpose of conference? You understand the reason? Maybe 4, 5. This is one big challenge. फायदा क्या होगा? The day you realize that in a conference, if me or you are putting in few thousand rupees as a delegate fees, the organizers are spending at least 50 to 100 times more than what we are spending. So please, when you are coming to Pune or you're going across, we have this WOFI. This is a forum where I'm taking the opportunity to, promote WOFA 2.0, which is coming away. We are expecting 25,000 plus chartered accountants coming over there. But that is not just the thing which I wanted to share. The most important thing is you have conferences. I've been traveling across the world for last 10 years in Dubai, in Singapore, in Australia, try to take your organization as a startup and not something where you're taking in 60% or 70% of the top line back into your capital market or back into your profits. Invest back, travel in, and try to see how the world is moving. What are the new opportunities which are coming? Network with them. They are looking forward to you. Once, if I come in GCC 2.0, it's a very short time. But then if I see 200 people raising the hand to say, I've been to a conference in the place which is outside this country, I think that vision will come, that networking will go much, much, much higher.
If I can just add to one interesting point is also about the technical, if you can just take it off, that's fine. This data we'll share any which ways for your benefit, but just to give you interesting, another to-do, if I can say that. So we have talked about this collaboration. We all have talked about collaboration. We all have talked about understanding that ecosystem, and we talked about how to do few things in terms of processing center and partnership with technology, etc. One interesting and most important thing which I want to raise here and leave it to you guys is the mindset shift. There are 3 kinds of sets we talk about. वो कार्ड वाला सेट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं. There are 3 types of sets which we talk about: skill set, capability set, and mindset. The skill set is given. It is given for you guys. You have a absolute, like what we have been talking about, the talent, that ability, etc. is given. The skill set is given. The capability set is not skill set. Just to differentiate between a skill set and capability set for you, a skill set is that accounting, understanding, compliances, Ind AS, whatever it is. That is your skill set. That is not capability. That is skill. The capability set is how well I'm using systems, how much I understand ERP, SAP, project management, deployment, timelines, value, impact, ledgers. That is your capability set. And the third set which I'm talking today about is a mindset. Mindset is a biggest challenge for many of us here not to really grow beyond where you are. And mindset shift is required. And I'll give you interesting 2 mantras on the mindset shift. And this is something I can tell you, you will struggle big time. I'm struggling as well today. I don't want to claim that we are not struggling. I'm also struggling. How many of you know this word called BAU? What is BAU? Sorry, sir? Business as usual. BAU is business as usual. That's what the BAU stands for. Business as usual. Like if you're doing anything in a company, it is like as usual. So you're coming to office, going back, everything is business as usual. Now, if you're part of your entrepreneurial venture, anything as a business as usual, it will remain business as usual. So I interestingly coined a term and gave it in one of my papers in Economic Times. And this is still to patent it, so you can use it if you want to. It's called DAU. In fact, there's a term called BAU, CAU, DAU, but I don't want to take you into CAU. I'll talk about CAU also. So BAU, BCD. So BAU is business as usual. CAU is chaos as usual. And we are supposed to be in the world of chaos. I give you a very interesting example. You think about you are a plumber. Nothing against a job like that. But if you're a plumber, you go to a society and there is no leakage there in that society. Will you have a job? You want a lot of leakages there, right? If you're a plumber. Some tap not working, something not working. So think about you as a professional. If you think that chaos is a problem for you, how are you going to deliver? You want chaos. So chaos as usual. And the third, which I want to talk about DAU is, which is disruption as usual. The difference between chaos as usual and disruption as usual is chaos is something which is external. You want chaos to solve for it. Disruption is what you create in your own mindset. Change your mindset from a BAU, embrace CAU, and drive DAU. Drive disruptions. Drive disruptions. Be a what I call as a CM, not chief minister, but chaos monkeys.
So I think a single line which I always say is a transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly. The journey is not easy. We can speak about it. We had been using, well, जब तक हाथ में print नहीं आएगा ना संजीव समझ में नहीं आता. I cannot work on PDF files. I cannot work on these automated and connected systems. Give me a print and then only I will understand. Unless and until I don't use a paper and pen, I put colors on it, I cannot do it. So adaptability to work on something new is the first step. So it's a journey which is not easy. It's going to hit your brain, your mind to say, yes, and you be the pioneer in that. You cannot depend on your teams. You have to take that first step. You have to get into that mud. वो कीचड़ के अंदर आपको ही चलना होगा. अगर आपने एक सॉफ्टवेयर इंप्लीमेंट किया है तो सबसे पहले यू आर द फर्स्ट यूजर ऑफ इट. You cannot call your team and say, look, I buy you a software. I purchase this entire capabilities for you. You work on it. I'm not doing anything. You have to go in and make a discipline of putting your attendance system, putting your salary in, putting your performance chart. Well, I'm the owner. I'm the boss. How can I put my performance into this? That's the first step of mindset, what he's talking about. I think we have very little time. We want to wrap up in just 5 minutes. So because we have 2 more sessions lined up and we have to, vacate this hall today as early as possible by 5:15 today. So just quick reactions on the execution part. And I'm sorry, we cannot take any more of the polls now because we have to wrap up in 5 to 6 minutes. Is on the execution, once we have these visions, objectives, the gaps, the learnings, the collaboration on the execution, a very, very quick couple of minutes for both of you, and then we can conclude.
On the execution, as I earlier said, getting a right collaborative talent is important. And then you should have a right SLAs in place with the client. Whether it is an internal or external, SLAs are important. Governance framework and proper governance meeting should be held, and they should be published as a dashboard. Those are the three very critical things which will help proper execution of any GCCs here. And this will give a lot of confidence to the your other partners as well.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, one question which I have in mind before I get back to Rakesh is, how many of us are creating a dashboard, a real-time dashboard for yourself or for your client? A very, very simple thing. We are today talking about GCC. I'm talking about something, not even 15 people. You can do it from Tableau. You can do it from Power BI. You can do it from Google Data Studio. You can get all your systems connected and you can learn it in 15 minutes. If this is the first step you want to take decisions out of your business, what he has just said, know your company, know your clients, know your customers, know your team. How will you know that? Because you are involved in BAU. जैसे चल रहा है चलने दो, जो हो रहा है होने दो. So once you collate all these informations together and have a live screen which shows what is my productivity today. हम cricket देखते हैं, they keep a scorecard of each and everything what they are doing. कब उसने 6 मारा था, किस अटेम्प्ट पे मारा था, कितने बॉल में मारा था, क्या किया था, all the data are captured. So once you start capturing data inside your organization, one very funny question I wanted to ask, because I know and met so many chartered accountants in my journey of life. How many of us has implemented attendance system, biometric, timesheet into their office? Not even 30%, 25%. So this is what I'm trying to say. Let's look into ourselves and say, do we really want to go beyond? It is never going to happen that one fine day, one call is going to come up and say, well, I really like you. You are a nice little gentleman, and I'm going to send you a letter of, $50,000 a month, and you start doing this business. It's not going to happen. That readiness is very, very important. So Rakesh ji, just a concluding statement on the execution and we'll conclude.
Yeah, so I think on the execution, one again mantra I would like to give it to all of you is, and this is one of the challenges we always have, is touch points versus journey. And what is the difference in touch point and journey is all about experience. You may be doing a bit of the entire chain of the process for your customer. Let's assume that you are doing some invoice booking. Now we focus on how well we are doing invoice booking, how accurate we are doing invoice booking. Many of you may be doing a payroll accounting. I'm just taking an example. I give you very interesting, again, outside in view, that processes like accounts payable, payroll, bookkeeping, reporting, they all are really a job in a sports parlance of a goalkeeper. Goalkeeper cricket में होता है. लंच का असर है. गोलकीपर क्रिकेट में होता है.
Everything is yes.
So it is hockey भी चलेगा and football भी, right? So I was thinking of football for sure. So you guys are a goalkeeper. You know what is the difference between a forward and a goalkeeper? Forward will always be remembered for how many goals he has scored. And goalkeeper will be remembered for what? नहीं. How many goals he has got? आपने 10 सेव किए, किसी को याद नहीं रहते. 2 आपके चले गए, वो सबको याद रहते हैं. That is the difference between a goalkeeper and a forward. How many times forward was not able to score? No one remembers. Everybody remembers how many goals he was able to score. But a goalkeeper, everybody will remember only where you have missed it. And that is why if you're only focused on a small touch point of the process, let's say invoice booking, payroll accounting, but he was talking about time attendance. So I took example of payroll accounting. Majority of the issue in the payroll accounting is because of the input process, which is time attendance. If we call garbage in, garbage out, the process input creates a problem. Processing is never an issue. So your touch point processes, whatever you're doing, is not an issue. But do you understand end-to-end journey of the process? You may not be doing it, but do you understand that? So we used to say, you need to look at where the process is initiated and what is the final outcome of the process. So your small journal entry which you are passing in your system for your client, where is it going to hit? Like reconciliation, we used to talk in our capability world is not reconciliation as a process, but as a financial integrity or a balance sheet integrity. That is the experience and the journey connect. If you keep saying, oh, I'm doing reconciliation, you're still doing a touch point focus and you're not upping your capability from end to end perspective. So you may not get an opportunity tomorrow to do entire work, chain of the work. But jo bhi piece aap kar rahe hain, are you able to connect that from an outcome point of view is very, very important.
Thank you, Rakesh ji. By the way, let me tell you this reconciliation, which we are all proud of, is also going to go away with triple entry system of accounting. We don't have time to discuss more on that, but just remember this word. Once this in next 5 years, nobody's going to talk about single entry or double entry. Everyone sitting over here is going to talk about triple entry system of accounting, where reconciliation, what we are doing for ages, is going to 100% go away. So it's time to explore, go beyond and beyond and beyond. And I'm really thankful to Rakesh ji and Aditya for this. They will be offline. If you really want to connect with them, engage with them, and try to learn more and more questions with them, they will definitely be available offline for all of you. And the next session, which is coming up, though we have seen the score, that you all are AI literate. But let me see how Umesh ji is going to moderate this session on AI, which is going to be a very, very interesting session just post this session. I also want to thank Durgesh Kabra ji for his presence over here. And once again, Chitle sir, that post lunch, we have a full house sitting over here. Thank you so much for, all to you. And we tried our best to make this as interesting as possible. Over to Sanjeev ji is there from Adani, and we will definitely look forward, sir, for your insights. But over to the MOC.
Right. Wow. So thank you so much, all of you. It was definitely an awakening session, I must say. So we will end this session by felicitating our speakers for today. And I would request the dignitaries on the dais to do that. And followed by a vote of thanks by Rajesh, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. On behalf of GCC Group and Pune branch of WRC of ICI, it is very habitual to pronounce GST and very rare to pronounce GCC. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you first, and very specially to the speakers, Mr. Aditya and Rakesh ji, and also our moderator and chairman of the group, Sanjeev sir. And I also thanks to Durgesh Kabra sir for his enlightening session, guidance, and Chitra sir as a program director by giving such a beautiful session to all of us. After lunch, such session is really cream on the cake, because I thought ki GCC, which is very new to all of us, and made it sleep after such a delicious lunch. But really, Rakesh sir, your poll and the way Sanjeev sir has moderated the session keep us live during the session. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so quickly moving forward to the next session, I would request CA Umesh Sharma sir, CCM ICAI, and CA Abhishek Dhamne sir, RCM ICAI, to be on the dais and get our dignitaries, CA Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi, CEO Adani GCC, on the stage for the next session, please. Welcome, sir. Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi, a distinguished GCC and GBS leader with 30 plus years of global experience in building captives, COEs, and enterprise shared services across HR, finance, procurement, IT, and analytics. As CEO of Adani GCC, he drives operational excellence for 25 plus business units, leading a 3,000 member team and delivering significant cost efficiencies. Previously, he headed Deloitte's capability centers and Syngenta's SBS APAC, achieving multi-million-dollar savings through transformation, insourcing, and process excellence. Recognized among India's top GCC and visionary leaders by SSF, 3AI, and HR Association of India, he is also an SSN Global Board member and sought-after speaker. We welcome you, sir, to this session and GCC Summit. I would request CA Umesh sir to set the tone for the session, please.
Good afternoon and welcome to this next session. The next session is from cost to value creation. And friends, as told by Rajesh earlier, from GST to GCC, and in between we have GPT. So from GST to GPT, from GPT to GCC. This is the way we are transforming our profession. And it is nice that we are moving towards G. So growth hai, 3G factors are there. And one more important long form of GCC is there in Pune, the great Chandrasekhar Chitle. So thank you, Chitle sir, for having GCC here. So संजीव भाई, यहाँ पहले से ही GCC था और रहेगा. Yeah. So GCC 2 is permanent GCC. So friends, this is very important session. Sanjeev sir is going to take toward the journey that how we can change our mindset from cost to value creation. As the chartered accountants, we know what is meant by cost. From the days of our COP holding, maximum chartered accountants are on the cost side of the client. Consultancy, it's a cost to the client. Return filing, cost to the client. Audit fees, it is a cost to the client. Many few have moved to the value. That is providing some business consultancy, providing some further growth consultancy to the clients. And in GCC, when we see the journey of GCC, you are seeing it from morning. It's all started from cost arbitrage. The people thought that it's a developing country, labor is cheap, space is cheap, resources are cheap, and they started coming here. And slowly, when professional mindset came, talent came, new learnings came, we went to the value addition chain. So now GCCs are moving towards value addition. And now how this journey is happening, how we have to start, because if we wish to start a GCC, first of all, we will be thinking of cost, but then how to move towards value addition. We have Sanjeev sir, and who knows in India how to add a value none other than Adani Group. You all will be agreeing to that. And he is from that group. So he is the best person from Indian multinational. So a round of applause. And with these words, we request you, sir, to take the journey forward.
So I'll stand up and speak if you allow me. So good afternoon, Chitle sir, and welcome all the dignitaries and council members for inviting me. So qualified back in 93, I'm a CA, ICWA CS, but I'm very proud to say that the CAs are the best CEOs and they can do anything which is possible. Because they are all-rounders. There was a question which Rakesh asked. I do nothing on finance, but I have the largest finance team. I do everything in HR, procurement, IT, and this in last so many years. Before this, so my career has shaped. I started my career back in American Express, Standard Chartered, and then moved to HP, Syngenta, Metro. I'm from Pune only, so I'm very proud to be a Punekar and representing the CA chapter here. And then I'm from Deloitte. I moved to Adani Group last year when Gautam Bhai called me up, and that created a big challenge. So one of the biggest group in India and probably the world, Adani Group, by the way, just spends around 25% of India's infrastructure. We have 26 different businesses, very different businesses, right from ports, cements, airports, reality, to solar, to batteries, to semiconductor. You talk about 15 listed entities, 900 legal entities we close, right? And the scale is enormous. 240,000 employees on contract, 50,000 payslips every month. And the enormous, and we know what has happened in Adani Group with Hindenburg and everything else. So it became a challenge to go, and when he called me that, can you lead this GCC and create something for us? So it was a proud moment, and of course a challenging moment, but it took it positively. But the whole issue was that we are setting up a GCC, 90% of our operations are in India. What was the unique thing about this GCC? Not only Ahmedabad, but 700 different sites we have in India, right? How are you going to integrate 700 sites? Every 3 months, we acquire a company, every 4 months, right? We acquired Ambuja ACC 2 years back. Since then, we acquired 6 companies. Reality, you have heard, we are acquiring multiple projects. We are getting into healthcare now, the new Mumbai airport. So with 800 different applications, 240,000 people at site, 50,000 people on payroll, 700 sites, how do you create a GCC? So it is said easy, but the whole idea was that what's the value add? It's not about cost because you are moving people from India to India. You're moving people from Ahmedabad to Ahmedabad. So what you had to think was what's going to happen and why Gautam Bhai is talking about this. So today, just to throw some numbers and not to scare you, we have 1 lakh crore of EBITDA, 7 lakh crore of assets, and we are trying to double our EBITDA to 2 lakh crores by 2030 and double our assets to almost double to around 12 lakh crores. How do you manage 26 different businesses, 800 applications? You can't do it unless you centralize functions, unless you bring that scale, you bring technology, bring digital, and look at how you integrate processes. Because for us, the biggest is the shareholders. All of you have invested in 15 entities in Adani Group. If you don't publish our results on time, if you don't close our books on time, what happens to our shareholders' money when we go to the market to raise funds? So compliance was foremost. the technology and way to move and to scale up was paramount. So what is going to happen and what we did was, I'm going to talk about some journey on what we did with Adani Group as well and what's happening. So GCCs, if today, and I think Sanjeev Bhai talked about, GCCs is going to become game changer catalyst. It will not be called global capability centers anymore. Because if you see what's happening in the GCC world, the adoption of AI is picking up fast. We are not there where we should be, but India will become the AI capital of the world, the technology capital of the world. And today, the talent Rakesh Bhai talked about, you need to have the right set of talent to drive the next wave of GCCs. So for us, he talked about 4 C's. For us: compliance, customer centricity, centralization was very, very important. And we embarked on a journey. Today, we have a team of around 3,000 people serving the entire Adani Group. Most of them are in Ahmedabad. And we serve a few more countries. We serve Australia, we serve Dubai, we serve Indonesia, Thailand, and many more countries which are coming in. So let me talk about, and I'll give some time for Q&A as well. So of course, GCC, everybody talked about. It's all about now technology and the talent, because talent drives technology and technology drives talent. I think it's interchangeable. Well, you need to have the right set talent to drive the technology and drive the GCC. And that's what is changing. Earlier, it was all talk about labor arbitrage, because if you look at the mid segment of the Indian industry, GCC industry, and Rakesh is here, and the top tier, our salaries are at par with the global. And when I talk about, I'm very proud to say that we employ 500 chartered accountants in my Adani GCC in the finance team. The salaries are at par at the global level, not at the bottom level, but those roles will get changed and will get eliminated. So labor arbitrage is going to be something of the past. If I talk about innovation will keep us thriving and growing. And if you talk about the opportunities for us, if you don't innovate and improve, if you continue to do L1, L2, L3, you will not survive as a GCC. You need to create a value. And by value, I think it's a very loosely word. What I mean is that how you are integrated with the business, how you impact the outcomes, and how you impact the business strategy, how you implement. And that's the role of a GCC. And if more often than not, I worked with Gautam Bhai, I report to Gautam Bhai and the group CFO. If you have the seat on the table, if you have the right strategy to work with, and you are impacting the strategy, you are helping them to achieve the business goals, that's value. It's not about the cost anymore. When I presented a business case, I said, we'll give you 20% savings, we'll save you 400 crore rupees on this. He said, don't talk to me about 400 crore rupees, it doesn't matter, right? At that level, when we are talking about lakh crore of EBITDA, so it's not about the cost. He said, what you're going to change, how you're going to manage this kind of volume, how are you going to centralize, make sure that our shareholder money is protected. And when we borrow our money from the lenders, that they feel comfortable with the Adani Group and we can sustain this growth. That is what I'm looking at from a GCC and not the cost. So these are multinational brands we know, which have come in. So Pune, of course, is one of the leading centers other than Bangalore and Gurgaon. But Pune has a lot of financial services companies, right from Credit Suisse to UBS to many Citibank and many other companies, Barclays. And I think what is happening is we need to look at infrastructure of these big cities. I think that is what causing slowdown in the growth. We know what's happening with Hinjewadi, a lot of IT companies moving out. But I think the government has to look at the ecosystem for GCCs to thrive and survive. Talent is not an issue, but I think the talent gets stuck. So you see a lot of companies, when they were moving out to Bangalore, they are moving into Hyderabad because of ecosystem infrastructure. So I think we as a group, we as a fraternity need to make sure that Pune gets a very good share of GCCs, provided we cope up with the infrastructure here. Otherwise, we lose out to the other cities, and tier 2s are coming up very fast. Yeah, they are all, so we are listed as Adani GCC Limited. We are a limited company under the umbrella of Adani Enterprise. Adani Enterprise is listed. So we are not a listed company, but we are a subsidiary of Adani Enterprises. Most of the companies are private limited companies and they are set up as a legal entity in India. So, sorry, sir. Yes,
Sir,
that's right.
sir, question answers we will take at the end. Please, you continue.
So as I talked about, I think 26 different businesses, 650 sites, 900 legal entities, 6 lakh crore of assets. And what we did, we said, let's look at what is the digital dexterity of these companies, how we can bring and integrate this. We work with 800 different applications, 14 SAP instances, Oracle as HR tool. And when we bring in different companies, some of them are PeopleSoft, some are on Oracle, some are on this. So you need to bring a culture of integrating them very fast, integrating into your systems. And I think Sanjeev, you talked about reconciliations that still exist when you're merging legal entities and you're acquiring companies. But yes, with the help of AI, technology, and digital, you can still integrate pretty fast. So that was the aim. And I think that's what we do as a scale. So this is just the numbers. We process around 3.5 million invoices annually for our group. 4 billion of e-auction. So we run very independently a procurement process. And that's why I said, I do e-auctions for the group. We do both forward and e-auction. E-auction is for procurement. Forward auctions where we sell our products from the group. And if you talk about roughly around 3 lakh pay slips every month. But what we did, we set out a vision, and this is a vision for the GCCs and for us, 4 E's. And Rakesh has helped us co-create this. I've been working with Quintus for the last 10 years, so the credit goes to him. The first one, if you talk about, is the efficiency. So when we try to consolidate, and when we did, we gave upfront savings that what can you do by combining capabilities. The second thing was the experience for our people and our vendors and customer. And that was important because when you consolidate, because you are trying to create a GCC while it is running, right? Because the operations are running, we are not trying to do something new. So the experience was critical for us. The third was very, very critical for us is effectiveness. And effectiveness here I mean is compliance, declaring our books, quarterly results to SEBI, quarterly results for our listed companies, closing books on time, getting the books audited. I think, and then this year we have almost 8 or 10 auditors, and they all gave us the credit that we closed all the legal entities in time and declared our results and had our board meetings. So that's a kind of scale. And so if you talk about efficiency, excellence, and the last thing was excellence. And I said, all of you can do, but if you don't continuously improve your processes, you don't question your processes, you will not survive. And you need to have a seamless process. So for example, in our HR space, we are implementing something called touchless hiring, where when you come to the group, you'll be automatically inducted right from setting up your interviews to your onboarding, etc. will get automated. Invoice processing right from the infancy stage to processing will get automated. Right from your master data, we manage around 12 lakh master data in the group. So that level of efficiency and automation you require, and you need to require excellence. Because at that scale, if you don't automate and invent and improve the processes, you can't sustain. So I think for us, for everybody in the room, if you need to survive in your current practice or current something, do question your status quo. What can I do better? How I can implement technology? What can I make use of it? And that's the way to go. I think there were questions on dashboards. There were questions on attendance systems, etc. But I think they are passé. So make use of technology, make use of whatever is available so that you are spending more time on your strategy and business outcomes rather than managing your processes. I think going forward in the next 2 to 3 years, the bottom transactional processes, 40% of them will get automated. And what you will need to do is what value as a firm, what value as an individual, what value as a practitioner or you are in industry, I'm creating for my customer. Because when you're going to talk to the customer, you're going to talk to him about the outcome you're going to deliver and not how cheap you will deliver. And what's your cost? The cost will not be a differentiator for any of us. It will be the value you create and how fast value you create and what is that will be the differentiator for all of us. So if you look at this, I picked up a survey, which is very unique information. If you look at, a lot of companies are now spending 61% of our budgets will go into digital transformation. And that's where the companies There's still an effort to reduce 54%, and that's the focus. But if you look at what previous cohort talked about, all the GCCs are becoming multifunctionals. So you can't survive just having finance or HR or procurement as a function. You need to bring the core processes into this, right? And you can't be doing transactions. If you have to move the value chain, bring end-to-end process into this. I'll tell you a data point. 80% of our HR is done by the GCC, 80% of HR. Like I said, the HR teams in all these BUs of 1 lakh crore of business of power, airports, etc., there are only 4 people. Similarly, in finance, 90% of our finance is done in the GCC, which includes treasury, cash management, FP&A, budgeting, etc. So you need to question the status quo. And you can't say that GCC will only do this. You can do with the help of technology, with the help of talent. And when you bring end-to-end processes, that's where you get the scale, experience, and efficiency. So I think we talked about, there was a survey, everybody and the parent company, all the stakeholders, they said, we are just not looking at cost arbitrage. It's the value creation and the strategy. So 92% of the GCCs now are being looked at whether they will create value or not. It's not about the cost anymore. So end-to-end processes I talked about. Functional scope, 70% of the GCCs are saying we want to expand and do something. I've got 10 functions into this. It's HR, procurement, techno-commercial, analytics, AI, digital, SAP, different functions. And you need to change the landscape, whatever you can't do. So we are going to do something like corporate security also as well. So you can do and expand. So don't limit to yourself what is a traditional approach. Question that traditional approach. The landscape is there. This is an important part. One thing I'll tell you, whether you're practicing or whether you are in a firm or you're leading a venture or you're doing something, business intelligence. Data is food. And unless you convert data into information into business insights, and one of the objectives, I did not put it, when Gautam Bhai said that I'm setting up a GCC, he made an announcement. He said, I want business to focus on business and not on processes. And GCC should bring data into information to business insights so that business can take decisions faster, can implement decisions faster. And for your clients and for your own practice, make sure that information you are creating, you have huge amount of data, but information is converted into business insights. That's where the value will come from. And that's important for us. Of course, data visualization, we have many tools which we are doing, but I think everything is being talked about data. I think people have moved away from a functional expert to a journal expert. And that's what I said. CA is the best fraternity to do this kind of roles. And I've said that I have learned AI, whether it is digital, whether it is procurement and HR. I'm not doing finance for the last 20 years, but I'm qualified all three. I've done my PhD in economics, but I don't use finance because it comes naturally to me. But CA is the best place people to do anything. And please challenge yourself. You can go out and expand your horizon. And I'm challenging everybody. Don't get stuck to that I'm an expert in tax, I'm an expert in this. You can do everything, provided you believe that you have the capability and you have the confidence to do it. And this I talked about. So people are the biggest assets, I think, Rakesh and everybody talked about. I think right skilling is important in any business, whether I'm running a firm or anything, what kind of talent I need. And is it fits my purpose, fits my ambition, fits my strategy. And when we looked at it, we had a choice to move people within the businesses into the Adani GCC. We said we'll take the experts, but we'll bring a fresh talent outside who is more digital savvy. And that really helped us not only manage cost, but move our pace into technology adoption as well. So I think the right set of talent, the right skill set of talent is important for a GCC to survive. And it's a mix of talent because you need all the 4 generations of talent available, which is there. It doesn't mean that baby boomers who are above 40, 50 do not have a job. Everybody has a job, but you need to right skill those level of jobs for you to be a successful GCC. And that's what we did. Right set of people, right mix of people we brought in. And you need experts at some point of time. So for supply chain, you need a supply chain expert. For being an HR professional, you need a HR professional. For AI, data, SQL, Python requests, you need some experts, but you need. And of course, you need to have an innovation culture. Then only you can survive. And I'm again telling you, emphasized that if you have to scale the kind of growth our group sees 24% annually and double every 3 years, 4 years, you need to have that innovation. You need to have that invention. You need to have that curiosity that I will do something different for me, for my client, or for my customer, or for my parent. And I think that's important. Having that mindset. Of course, grooming talent is important. You need to invest in people, or reskill people. You can't be letting go of people. As the jobs get automated, I'll talk about that. The jobs will become mundane. You need to upskill people. And that will be the biggest challenge, to retain people, to upskill people. And when I go in the industry, and we did 3 campus recruitment for CAs, when we bring on board, we need to invest a lot to bring up to from campus to the corporate. And that's what I was talking to some of the senior colleagues in the council, that we need to bring and integrate our processes where when people come out of the CA qualifications, they very well understand how SAP works, how GCCs works, what can they do, what kind of role they are. And I think that's the job we all need to play as seniors, that the adoption comes easy. So I think there will be huge investment in talent going forward to make it right fit. Upskilling is 81%. So we, all of us will also need to upskill. Huh? So if you think that we are the experts, technology will change it. Let me tell you, when I was studying back in 80s, I had to read the entire book for a year. Today, on a click of a button in 1 hour, I can get a summary of the entire book. Where you spend years to become an expert and tax expert or a GST expert, today you have the knowledge available to you in 3 hours, 4 hours, and you can run any algorithm to get out the results and anything else. We had the ITDs, ITRs, and everything when we are doing a CA articleship. Now that is available online. So the tacit knowledge will become available on minutes. So we need to upskill ourselves. Flexibility, that I can do anything else. I need to diversify and I need to take something new. I think that will make you survive and flourish. Of course, bring the right set of leaders. You are as good as your leaders. So when you are practicing, when you are the firm, you are a business, bring the right set of leadership. Compensation, people talk about compensation, money and money. Money is not important. I think the younger generation is more looking at what kind of career upskilling and investment we are doing in them. So I think it's a combination of everything. And compensation is important, but not the main component of this. And of course, functional expert, AI, ML, and I think these are the skills we'll require these days for us to grow as a GCC and to survive. So it's not about the cost. It's all about talent, people, innovation, technology, and expanding your scope as a GCC to survive. I've coined a term called brave. If you see your GCC to survive next 3 to 5 years to 7 years, you need to adopt this word called brave. And this is something which I have not stolen from Rakesh for a change. So business aligned. I think most very, very important is whether you are customer aligned or business aligned, you need to understand business priorities. You need to have your people sitting with business to understand what they do, what are their nuances, what are their problems. And unless you solve their problems, you will not be successful as a GCC. Please understand that. Data. Data is food. Give them data, give them insights, give them analytics. That's important. AI-led, adopt technologies, bring new technologies, change the game. Change the game. Vision-driven, align your vision, get the vision from the top, align your vision of the GCC. Don't run your vision of GCC that I'll save so much of cost, save much of FTs, I'll automate these processes. It has to be aligned. It has to be from top to bottom as to a business strategy and empowerment. That you have the right to bring right talent. You are empowered by the group, you are empowered by the chairman, you are empowered by the leadership to do what you need to do in the GCC to fit. Because you need to have the seat on the table. And we talk about the global GCCs. They report multi-function. Somebody reports into technology, finance, everything else. But I think that's important that we are all empowered. So again, I talked about 3 things that define any GCC, any process, any company: people, process, technology. You need to have right scale of people, right set of processes, and right set of technology to survive. I think this is my last slide. Yeah. Why will a GCC become successful for tomorrow? So this is a mantra that you will become the centers, you will become the COEs, the business excellence centers. You will become business insight centers. You'll provide data information for them to take decisions. Innovation centers. And let me tell you, the S&P said that 70% of the companies which are there today, the global companies, only 40% will survive by 2020. Their business model will change. And GCCs will enable that change, whether it is M&A, whether it is business model change. So that's, and I can bet on this, that 25% of our global talent, and it's going up to 30 to 40%, will come from the GCCs. And as GCCs will become the global hub for the talent. Closing statement for me. I think all of us talked about this. Focus on innovation, focus on invention. Don't get stuck to one that this has worked well, will work in the future. Challenge the status quo. Invest in the right skill set, right technology. And I think you are in the best place as a CA fraternity to expand, challenge, and drive value. Don't look at cost. That is not the outcome. Cost is always the result. When you look at the value, cost is one of the parameters. And that's why I always say, when I grew up, that profit is the end result of a good sales or this. Profit is never a strategy. It's the end result of something we do, right? So with that, I end my session. I'm open to questions and answers if you want to ask.
We will allot only 5 minutes.
Sir, one
because-
question.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That the secret of success of Adani Group, is political blessings or this GCC or their innovation?
Sir, I am responsible for GCC. I don't handle the group that chairman handles, so I can't answer that question. My role is limited to providing services to the group, and that I do religiously.
Yeah. Any specific question? Last question. At the back. This is the last question we are taking.
For the GCC setup for the Pune, any plans for the Pune GCC setup?
Sir, we support, what we have done is 80% of our headcount sits in Ahmedabad in the GCC.
Right.
We have clustered our 650 sites into some of the sites. So we have some people in Pune supporting reality because that's the major business here. If any other business comes, we'll have some people sitting here at this, but our headquarters will remain at Ahmedabad.
Yeah, and one more thing, like, what is your perception or the thought about the region like Nasik being another destination connected close to the Mumbai? So is there any possibility that GCCs would come to places like Nasik or other tier 2?
Navi Mumbai Airport, sir.
Sir, it's all about the talent availability and the ecosystem. I think our previous cohort talked about ecosystem.
Right.
So I think Nasik is not tipped to be taking over or growing very fast. I think cities like Ahmedabad, Visakhapatnam, Hyderabad, and Pune, I think they are taking this because, as you see, more and more companies are coming with the tech, AI, digital, and all that. Nasik is not on the landscape of getting that set of talent. And the growth is going to come in the technology sector with AI, Gen AI, cognitive AI, and information. And I think unless Nasik has that ecosystem, we may get some finance and HR professionals, but not on these areas.
Right.
I think the growth will be fueled in the new technologies. And I think that's where Nasik may not see a major growth. That's what I see.
Yeah, true. Thank you.
Okay. So.
Sorry?
One last question. Yeah.
Yeah. So, sir, you referred something about, the fourth generation of the resources. So my question is with related, how you find a perfect mix of the resources to run a perfect GCC?
Sir, there is no perfect mix. It's about how the culture you create in the organization for everybody to thrive and survive. Because people like us who are in a certain age bracket in the 50s range, you need to use their skills and experience to a certain level. The digital tech savvy people are the ones who are good at digital connecting and doing work and creating innovation and implementing technology. The second level layers is one, where you need to invest a lot because you need to bridge the gap because the current generation doesn't believe in hierarchy, doesn't believe in this. So you need to manage that expectations. So you need to have a culture and roles definement for everybody in the organizations. And you need experience, you need skills, and you need the new generation to come in and implement and drive that faster. So you need all the three generations to work together to have this. And you need to have an ecosystem where everybody has a defined role and they integrate and they work collaboratively. I think that was something we talked about.
Sir, just a similar add to that. How you are handling Gen Zs?
Sir, all of us have children. I'm not able to manage my own children, but you talk about Gen Zs. So it's not a science or a formula H2O. It's all about that. What's the culture? How do you retain them? And do they see a connect or a stickiness to stay with you? The stickiness comes from three things. One, do they see a career? It's not a job for them. How do you invest in them? How do you retain them? And secondly, you give them a chance to explore, you give them a chance to innovate and do something new because they get bored in 6 months. They don't want to stick to something. So I think you need to build that ecosystem. It will come with the experience and learnings, but I think you need to invest in them, you need to groom them, and you need to give them a freedom to do something else every 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. Of course, you can't change jobs very frequently, but you need to have that ecosystem where you're investing with them and working with them and listening to them, importantly.
So thank you, sir, for your candid discussions here. And after listening to the all questions and the answer given by you, sir, you are an all-rounder. You are CA, CAS, ICWA, and much more than you are a very candid person. You have expressed your thoughts in such a way that it is encouraging all of us. So thank you, Sanjeev, sir, for being here. And thank you, Sanjeev Bhai. Both Sanjeev and Sanjeev, a deadly combination is here. And we will see many new things happening in our profession. And with this GCC, we will grow together. Thank you. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much. Now we'll just head ahead with the felicitation of Sanjeev sir, and then I'll request Abhishek sir to give his vote of thanks.
CA, CS, CWA, Dr. Sanjeev Rastogiji, CEO Adani Group, a proud Punekar. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session. CA Umesh Sharma, sir, who is my principal at Central Council, heading AI committee. Pritesh, managing committee member of Pune branch. Chitale, sir, Sanjeev, sir, and all dear participants. A very good evening to all of you. A big round of applause for Sanjeev, sir, for his wonderful interaction. Sir, you not only told us about how you are running the GCC, but you told about the three C's, maybe the compliance, customer centric, and how the culture of the GCC should be. So you also told about how the talent drives the technology and the technology drives back the talent again. So it was really wonderful interacting with you, sir. So you also told about efficiency, experience, effectiveness, and most importantly, the combination of three can lead to the excellence. So that is a true formula how GCC can be developed. And most importantly, the way you have integrated your HR, finance, and all other services to your GCC, and which is, I'm sure the cost saving would be there. And the topic which you are heading is the cost to the value creation is, of course, we could not have got any other better speaker than him. So thank you so much. Your session will make our chartered accountants from Pune truly brave personalities. Now they will be going to the GCCs. Yes, sir, through your advice. Just, I'm sure you all are determined to become a GCC in coming years. So just for all of you, जब आंखों में सपना लिया, जब आंखों में सपना लिया, मंजिल को अपना मान लिया, तब मुश्किल क्या और आसान क्या, ठान लिया तो ठान लिया. With this, I'm really honored to, on behalf of Pune branch, we heartily express our vote of thanks to you, sir. Thank you for taking out your valuable time and making this session very interactive. Thank you so much.
So quickly heading towards our next session and the last session for the day, I would request CA Rekha Dhamankar ma'am, RCM ICAI, and Sarika Dindorkar ma'am. Okay, she's yet to come. So I would request Rekha ma'am to get the dignitaries on the dais. CA Parag Rathi, co-founder TexTax US Corporation. CA Anand Govande sir, co-founder and director Offshore Accounting and Taxation Services Private Limited. And CA Lalit Valecha. A quick introduction of the speakers for the session. CA Anant Govande sir, co-founder and director, Offshore Accounting and Taxation Services. Anand sir is a rank holder, chartered accountant, cost accountant, and a company secretary. He is the co-founder and director of Offshore Accounting and Taxation Services, established in 2006. With over 3 decades of experience in finance consolidation and global reporting, he previously served as a finance director at Geometric Software and have spent 10 years at Thermax in key finance roles. He is the chairman of the Pune branch of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce 2526. We welcome you, sir. CA Parag Rathi, sir, co-founder TexTax US Corporation. TexTax US Accountancy, a joint venture with a CPA firm in California, focuses on delivering CFO outsourcing, accounting, tax compliance, valuation, and litigation support services to US-based clients. As co-founder, the mission is to grow a high-impact team in India, providing robust financial solutions for international clients. With over 12 years of experience as managing partner at Rathi and Company and a prior role at ENY, the focus has been on international tax advisory, regulatory compliance, and deal structuring. CA Lalit Valecha, sir. He is the CA with 22 plus years of experience in transaction advisory services and is the founding partner of Ahuja Valecha and Associates LLP, a leading advisory firm with 350 plus professionals across 9 cities. His expertise spans up startup fundraising advisory, cross-border structuring, fractional CFO services, outbound investments, financial modeling, and VC advisory. Lalit previously worked with PwC Pune before establishing AVA in 2005. A sought-after speaker at national and global platforms, he also advises multiple SaaS B2B startups and currently serves on the WIRC, ICAI, MSME and Startups Committee 2526. I welcome you all for the GCC Summit, and I would request Rekha ma'am to set the tone for the session, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, all of you. Dignitaries on the dais on behalf of Pune branch and WIC welcome you. Don't you think that since morning we are learning the alphabets? Someone talked about ABC, someone talked about BCD, 3 and above all 3 C's, 3 T's, 3, and again these people are talking about 3 P's, which is precision, perspective, and perspection and progress. So this lot of things we learned, I think, right from GST to what GCC1, GCC2 is Great Chandrasekhar Chitray and all that. 4 C's, 3 T's. So as a forensic auditor, when we are all financial analysts, financial experts, so the time has come that we should come out of the role of financial analysis and move towards a financial forensic auditor. So FA to FA, the progress has to be done. In between, I learned two books. One is Business at Your Fingertips and Business at the Rate of Your Speed of Thought. So those are very fantastic books. Bill Gates has written that business at the rate of speed of thought. So the way you think, the way what is your speed of thought thinking is your progress depends on that. I think the time has come to implement both and show to the world that India can form the largest GCCs. So with this, I think I don't want to waste much of your time, and I'm handing over. I welcome all of you and handing over the mic to the MC. Thank you.
We will quickly start the session, and I will request CA Parag Rathi sir to take this up.
Thank you, Rekha madam. Thank you, MOC. Good evening, everyone. Good to see all of you. I think 500 odd people I heard within 8-10 days registration khatam ho gaye, and you are the lucky ones, fastest finger first. So me, Lalit sir, Anand sir were talking that everybody is talking about GCC, how GCC landscape is evolving, how many GCCs are coming up, how many employment, kitna million square feet lease hua. And both the seniors told me that we are not going to talk about that. The fellow colleagues are here to know हमने क्या करना है. What is that we will have to do to acquire that first client and render that service, and we have that mindset of GCC. So now I'll request Adan sir to start with the opening remark on, what is that he feels we should be doing as a strategy that, we should be carrying from here, while we'll talk about precision, perspective and progress, between all of us. But then to start with on the opening remarks, sir, so people want to understand what is that they want to take home from today.
Thank you. So thanks to the organizers, the Central Council Committee, the Pune branch and the Western Council for inviting me here. It's nice to be back here among our friends and talk about things all of us want to do. So it is very much possible to have a GCC. I have seen it evolve. Like Rekha said, there have been different alphabets. So earlier there was an alphabet called ODC, Offshore Development Center. Then it was a Captive Service Center, CSC. Then, again, it was some other nomenclatures were there. Now we are talking of GCC. So finally, we are looking at Global Capability Center. So we are sitting here in India. We are capable, and we are going to provide services globally. And it's not just the cost arbitrage. All of those you have been through the entire day. You have looked at various advantages, cost, ecosystem, and all of that. Finally, it boils down to what can we do and how can, as solo practitioners or small firms, SMPs, can we really do it? Or should we just watch larger brands just, do this and we should just attend seminars? So I am here. I am a small and medium practitioner. I have been earlier in job and now I've started, maybe not now, 20 years back. So it's very much possible. There are several pathways one can take to do this. And in this session, we'll be talking about precision, which Parag sir will talk about. I'll talk about perspectives, and Lalit sir will talk about progress. So while it looks like PPP, private public partnership or whatever other model, we are not really going to have any jargon. We are going to say what we did, whatever achievements we have had, whatever failures we have had, we'll share. And it will be more about sharing of experiences, do's and don'ts, rather than some theoretical knowledge. So I'll hand over to Lalit sir for initial remarks, and then we'll talk about these 3 P's. Thank you.
I think relevant, and good evening to all. Thank you, the ICI team, both the branch and the central level, and the WIRC as well for having me here. I did a session just few days back with the National Student Conference also that just happened. And I ended the session with anecdote. I would just want to spend maybe 2 minutes on that, and then maybe I can hand over to Parag to start the moderation. Just certain numbers that I want to present. I think some of the other speakers might have presented that earlier, why it's relevant and what we want to do from this. So number of CPAs outside, when we look at how the global accounting profession is moving and where are we in terms of CA in India. Globally, when I look at AICPA, which is the largest accounting body today, they have around 6,72,000 odd members. around 42,000 active CPA students who are pursuing CPA out there. Coming to the India side, we are the second largest in terms of the members. We got around 4,08,000 members, give or take some people who would have passed out in this time, some more members added out there. 10 lakh students. And then there are the other institutes that follow after that, which is China. And then there is maybe Australia, New Zealand, Canada, they follow after that. So these are the top 5 bodies that are there. One important fact, and anybody can read that, we've got 6,72,000 members on the US side. 25 to 30% are at the retirement age. Okay, so they're going to go off. They will need CPAs. Okay, where do these CPAs or chartered accountants or CAs, where do they come from? India is one of the regions. What I said in the last session was India is known as the pharmacy for the world. It's at the point that where we are, it's just like an IT boom. If we have to grab the opportunity, it's there, right there. India soon will be the accountants to the world. Okay, it's not just the pharmacy to the world. It's at the brink of being the accountants. Are we ready to grab it? I think this session is more about how do we get that first customer? How do we get to the second one, 0 to 10, 10 to 100, and what happens after 100? We've seen some of it. Best part about this panel, I'll tell you 3 aspects, which I wanted to bring the 3 piece additionally to that. Parag has done extensively on US taxes. So maybe he can just give some anecdotes on how it works on the US taxes. Sir has worked on global accounting. It's not just India, globally how accounting functions have performed and what he's doing it on the Indian side. I do transactions. Okay, now transactions again is not just India domicile, it's cross-border. So now there are 3 capabilities that somebody can take from what can happen from a tax perspective. Can Indian CS contribute there? And how do we get to the first customer? How does it happen on the accounting perspective? And while we talk transactions, on various aspects on cross-border things, how does that span out and how in the whole GCC ecosystem, where do we fit in as chartered accountants? I think it's a given that it's a big opportunity somebody has to grab. How do we get there is what we're trying to address today.
Perfect. Thank you, Lalit sir, Anand sir, both of you. Now, from a perspective of having that one step for doing one client acquisition, to have a client, we will have different ways of reaching out and we may have that one or we already have that one. But what it takes to really walk the path of GCC and not really have 1 or 2 foreign clients to whom we are serving for one particular thing. So now from a perspective, if you look at precision is something which, we were talking about, that we as an accountant, we know that accounting is always a work in progress. So therefore there are prior period adjustments, right? So even if we've closed the books, there are prior period adjustments which comes in. So while we do integrations and we do reconciliations locally in India, we realize that there are things which after detailed work for multiple years also we miss out, and there are changes which we have to do over a period of time to reconcile and improvise the accounting. So accounting is always an improving function. And when you set up a GCC, it is expected that you do your accounting and record keeping with the highest level of precision, So that precision mindset has to be first inculcated amongst us, that this is what exactly we're trying to do. The way we are approaching any work needs to be with that precision. So that one particular change has to be there in our mindset to ensure that the first, second, third client leads to a 10 client or 100 client, as sir rightly said. So from a connected perspective, Lalit sir, what are the most important trends and key drivers to the growth of the GCC, as in, as a institute, if somebody wants to? So any key drivers you would want to share?
Yeah, so I think while I think sir mentioned it very well in terms of the names that have changed, now we call it GCC, how it's panned out over the period. In the period, it was also known as shared services, like a lot of processes in terms of accounting and all the other stuff that is getting offloaded to the Indian aspect, a lot of work coming to India. Now, this is not just a simple case of accounting being offloaded. It's gone beyond. I think the initial aspect of work getting the key driver was the cost arbitrage. It started with the cost arbitrage, then obviously the talent, and now it's moving beyond. It's not just maybe the number crunching. It's not just a consolidation. It is not just the MIS that needs to go out there. It is analytics. It's the FP&A function. It's budgeting, AOPs, maybe preparing a data room for an acquisition that is going to happen, because when we talk global businesses that are getting done, the accounting happening from India, the precision level and the accounting aspect and the implication on when an acquisition happens, what happens there. That's very important. And there are 2 sides to it, because these are global companies that we're talking. It's not just the Indian perspective. How does it span out from a US perspective as well. Like I'll just talk to you about a very small transaction where we are doing some kind of transaction for a company which we were doing the accounting as well, where it's a cross-border US-India. Now the acquisition has Indian nuances because there's an Indian shareholder holding foreign company. Back India, there is a subsidiary. Globally, there is businesses, customers, acquisition happening at the topco level. Now there is a question on what happens with the taxes. Now, obviously on the Indian side, we have this indirect tax provision that comes into play. In the US side, there is a different tax that comes into play, which is a 280G. We have to do an analysis in terms of what happens there, in terms of acquisition that is taking place and a bonus that is getting paid out. Now we have to be aware of what's happening on the cross-border side. What is the interplay? So I think things are beyond, and these are happening on ground, as in these are transaction advisory that one will have to look at. So the upskilling that may be required, I think from a precision perspective, while we want to deliver these services, we have to reskill ourselves. We have to be ready to say, hey, boss, if I'm going to do services for a global company, I have to understand the nuance in terms of how it happens. Now, just going back on deep diving on US taxes itself, like Parag does it very oftenly, and he may tell you, we are aware of one nation, one tax in India is GST, right? Everywhere, everything, one language. Go on the US side. Every pin code, not every state. Just imagine every pin code having a different tax. A 411040 in Pune having a different tax from 411001. Imagine different taxes in two different pin codes. That's the level of granularity that I'm talking about. When we're talking global GCC work that is delivered from India, how do we get to that level? Now, obviously, data precision is super critical. How do you manage it? I think somebody in the previous session spoke about customer-centric focus. I think that's the first thing that one will have to look at in terms of how you're managing the data, how things are getting delivered from here. One of the conversations that we were having in the room is what your customer wants from you will define your delivery of service. I went slightly beyond. It's not just what the customer desires from you, because there are two types of customers. One may say, hey, I need it today. Aaj ke aaj chahiye, kal sham ko chahiye, whatever. That's the urgency that they have. The other customer may say, boss, I depend on you. I completely rely on you. Deliver the way it is required. The practice of having a discipline in place is very important, is my fact out there. Obviously, Anand sir can defer to that and he may have a different aspect. But what I believe is that in the long run, if this company was to get acquired or sold at a later date, and if there is some shortcut or a jugaad that we've taken in doing some kind of a quick fix that comes out during a diligence, that's a big no-go. So the discipline has to be there. You have to reach out to the customer, say that, boss, what's good for you? Because you're ultimately the data managers, you're the bookkeepers for that, or you're the advisors. How does that happen? I think that's what it is. And it's not just firms like firms like us. Globally, there are tier 2 firms who have partners in India, or they've offloaded work and created their own offices in India. Two of the firms that I know of, and I think Parag and Anand sir can add to that. Cherry Beckart is a US-based tier 2 firm. They're not in the big fours. They may be the top 25 accounting firms globally. They have an office in Bangalore and Hyderabad. Whipley is another firm. They've raised private equity VC. I was speaking to Chandrasekhar sir. Fortunately, he mentioned that ICI is planning something in that direction. So let's hope things pan out that way. So just imagine a global firm raising private equity or VC money. They have a back-end center in somewhere in Hyderabad. Okay, so they have that they're offloading work. And because I'm talking progress, there's a lot of work that has been offloaded to Indian firms as well. We'll come to the next question. How do you get to that work? That's a different thing, but I will stop out here. Maybe Anant and Parag can add to that.
Perfect, Lalit. So you rightly mentioned precision is not about a skill. It is about a discipline, which we'll have to follow and make what we're trying to make. And then, sir, one of the things was what he was mentioning, that we have to understand the perspective of the the client side also, from a US side, So how do US companies and their existing employees view the shift of accounting work to the Indian GCCs, from a perspective, we wanted to understand.
Yeah. So all of us have heard this story of this elephant and 5 blind people. Somebody thought it was like a rope. Somebody thought it was like a pillar. Somebody said it is, like a wall. It's just a bag. So there are different perspectives. And if we are not aware of the entire perspective, we might miss the elephant. And, we'll think it's a rope or it's a wall or it's a, some kind of a other element, but we might miss it out. So the most critical part is if you put yourself in the shoe of the person who's, dealing with you, you are more likely to understand his or her perspective and try to address that. And if you don't do that, you might end up having some kind of a conversation which may not lead to where you want to go. So the most critical part is when we are talking about GCC here, there are 3 or 4 perspectives. One of them, like Parag sir said, is a US company which is trying to form this GCC and its employees. So US company is your customer. They have employees who are performing these functions. And you are now saying, okay, I'll set up GCC. I have this ecosystem. I have talent pool. And I am going to do all the work that you are doing. Now, we are all human beings. We want our jobs. We want to take care of our families. So as a company, it very much is crucial that they don't lose this opportunity, because if they don't do it, their competitor will do. Their cost structures, their productivity, that will go away. So the company has to do that activity. But how do you address this HR angle? Obviously, as a GCC service provider, you are not directly responsible. Finally, it's the company which has to take care. But you should be aware, okay, this is a perspective. There's somebody who's actually going to lose his job, or they might put him in some other function, and most of accountants all over the world, they are introverts. They're not like marketing people who will go get some new job or something. Of course, US has a very large and well-developed social security system. So it's not as if, immediately they will get totally into poverty. But if somebody loses the job, that has an implication, and we should be aware of it. The human aspect of GCC should not be overlooked. That is the most important part. Then there could be a transition team. I remember our people had gone to Chicago for transitioning out one process, and the person who was teaching them was the one who was, whose job was going to get replaced. So we had taken it quite sportingly, because in US, there are frequent job changes and there are opportunities. So that was a very, I would say, delicate situation. Here is our team lead who has gone there, and she was taking over from that person who's going to give it away. One should be aware, this is a perspective. How is that getting addressed? Is that properly? So, in terms of knowledge transfer, is it taking place properly? Do you have proper checklists which ensure that, there is no dependency? Many US companies have well-defined processes. So you should look from that process perspective and try to see that, in spite of all this turmoil and job change, etc., the knowledge gets transferred. Also, it is important to address the cultural part. When you are going there, it should not appear as if you are threatening or, you are taking away. It should work in a way that works for that company. So how is this capability getting built here? Here we have a pool of qualified accountants who are going to do this activity. Doing the same thing in US, first of all, you may not get people. Cost might be twice or 2.5 times what you're going to get here. So once all of this is put in perspective and you recognize that there is this human element, it becomes easier. There's empathy, and you realize that, maybe 20 years down the road, we might be in that situation. There'll be somebody from Tanzania or some Burundi or somewhere who will come here and say, okay, now I want to transition process from India to somewhere else, when we become Viksit Bharat. So maybe, so we should be aware that empathy should be there. And without that perspective, sometimes it might get transactional, and you might lose out on that continuity and connectivity. So whenever you are going there for lift and shift or for transition, or when your calls are happening, we should always be aware of this human element of the perspective. So I've covered this US company and US employees perspective. Maybe in the next round, I'll cover the India GCC and the India employees perspective.
Thank you, sir. So in my opinion, finance is the most mature tower of GCC. There are multiple layers to GCC, and we as a finance professionals, we've looked at presently, all of you must have seen in some or other situations, month-end close is happening in India for many companies. There are some banks which are operating here from Kharadi nearby, and there are 500, 600 chart accounts working. So not only month-end close, we have FP&A, tax, treasury, audit, compliance, ESG. You look at all of these things are being done for a global conglomerate in India. About 60-70% of Fortune 500 companies, they already have GCCs who are operating their, the value creation services, which, we've been mentioning on the finance. Therefore, this evolution and the maturity of the finance model in the GCC brings in a lot of opportunity for each one of us around. Now the transition will not only limit to the Fortune 500 company, it will go down to the tier 2 and tier 3 companies where, we can create an opportunity and we can create a setup for them to start with as a finance GCC and then extend it to various things. When I started my US accounting practice in 2021, in the early stages, we like take one client for $500 a month and started doing some things, and then mind started Power BI लाते हैं, थोड़ा सा रिपोर्टिंग ठीक करते हैं, MIS के रिपोर्ट अच्छे देंगे, एनालिसिस देंगे, and things like that. You go on to evaluate, but one small error, and then I realize that if my numbers are not correct, nothing else matters. So if my numbers are not correct, how I am presenting it, what analysis I am doing will have absolutely no value. So from a finance perspective, that is something which I realize that the number being correct is the most important thing for any accounting function. And that's where precision comes in the GCC from zero defect reconciliations. We have to look for consistent accounting policies that, we cannot change it so easily the way, we otherwise do in Tally and things like that. Standard workflows has to be designed and followed thoroughly. The processes which we define, we were talking in the room while we were discussing that. Generally, we, as individuals have a mindset of achieving the result faster. We take shortcuts to ensure that there is a result which is achieved faster, but that's how our deadlines are, that's how our culture is, and that's how our practices are built. But then when the workflows are defined, it has to work from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. So culturally also there is a change which we would need to bring in our mindset. And then there are other reliable data points which will have to bring in reconciliations and things like that. One of the thing which all of us are talking technologies, why GCC, there is a team which is being built, there is a technology which is available, and that's what makes us render the services to our clients. So Lalit sir, on the technology side, if we are presently not only talking about process flows and automation, there are more than 58% GCCs now are investing in agentic AI, very costly affair to start with, and automation, obviously. So how do you see finance teams transitioning from support function to innovation-driven partners? And what skills must accountants reskill or upskill for the new era?
So very valid. I was speaking to somebody in the US because we also were looking at maybe implementing AI. So I'm reaching out to firms to discuss in terms of how they have implemented AI in their perspective. How do we need to deliver our service cross-border, be it in India, any customer that we're talking. So when I spoke to the person in the US, I realized that they're far advanced in terms of what they're doing. And the reason for that, the conversation and the only common thing that we had both overlapping with each other in the same problem statement, like firms like us, the mid-tier firms that we are talking about, is the attrition. Like people keep moving. Like we got some person who works with us, does the internship, becomes a CA. Obviously, there are opportunities in Big Four's industry. He moves on. Very common. I think a lot of these people in the room will agree, right? I think most of us have the same problem. So when I spoke to the person out there, he also resonated, boss, this is a problem that I'm facing. The work challenges. I don't have anybody who's sticking around with me for more than 2 years or 3 years. How do I solve that problem? So that is where the agentic AI, he was maybe building an agentic AI for delivery of his services, be it accounting, be it bookkeeping, taxation, advisory, whatever. But then while we were conversing, we realized that even the agentic AI part of it is very expensive. While we want to adopt it, it's very aspirational to say that, boss, I want to do agentic AI. Is there something frugal that we can do? That's where we started introspecting in terms of when we are delivering services to global customers, be it inbound where there is a global company having something in India or maybe outsourcing their work, or outbound, maybe a Indian founder going global, having setups in the US, others, because it's both ways. The business that you get and the go-to market that you have, it could be both ways. So how do we have something which is very frugal, not go towards the agentic AI, but technology is a key driver. Now, how do you solve that? Few of the things that we discussed, which we wanted to share, is have basic stuff. So I spoke to somebody else who is doing MS Office implementation, doing something around Copilot in MS Office. So the first question that he asked me was, if you're in the MS Office environment 365, have you created workflows? Have you used Power Automate? My answer was no, I have not done it. So can the work delivery that we're doing, can it be such seamless that, because ultimately what you're going to deliver is maybe an MIS to your counterpart somewhere outside, some customer that you have. Now, if you can have a workflow which is through the Power Automate, or your standardization is built in, because ultimately it's the process flow that matters. It's always the discipline. When I say discipline, it is built in terms of what the customer needs are. We have people, the fact that they keep moving, So the only constant will be our documentation, our workflow, how it is flowing across. And hence what we started is looking at other aspects of technology, not going to the agentic AI, not very expensive, very frugal one. Can we do a Power Automate, link all the systems? There is something in Zoho. Zoho provides you something. There is something that is known as a Frappe that they give you an open source, can be built in against that for delivery of these services. The answer is yes, you can do that in a frugal manner. You can't do it otherwise. Now, what is the other unique thing, like what Parag asked, what is the reskilling or skilling that we need to do apart from going to technology? If I want to do US taxes, okay, if I want to do US taxes, all of us would believe कि मेरे को CPA करना पड़ेगा, right? How many of us would believe कि यार मेरे को US करना तो CPA करना है? How many of you? Very few hands, okay. अगर CPA नहीं करना तो क्या करना? I'll tell you the other thing which Parag will also tell me I'm correct. Correct. So if you want to do US taxes, it's the EA. You have to do EA, enroll agent. You don't have to do CPA. Don't worry about doing CPA. It's not going to teach you taxes. You have to do EA. Okay. And similarly for other geographies, there are various other things that. Sorry. No. CA degree is not recognized. If you want to file US returns, you need to be a certifier, which means EA is the one that you need to do. You don't have to really do CPA. CPA also cannot directly file a return because they don't teach you in CPA course how to fill a return. They don't know how to do a 1040. They don't know the SUT. They don't know taxes. If you do EA, they teach you all of that. And that's a very different course. It's available and you can do the exam in India. All that is possible. So if somebody wants to target, say, I want to do a center of excellence, and there is, I'll tell you, a lot of companies in Pune today have the center of excellence for taxes in Pune. I'm not going outside Pune. In fact, when we talk GCC practice, your practice is not Pune, it is India, right? Just be mindful of that because you can get customer from Hyderabad. Ultimately, I'll tell you, when you look at the top 9 cities, first level, you'll have Hyderabad, then you'll have Bangalore, then you'll have Delhi, then you'll have Pune. Pune is the top 5. Okay, so there'll be GCC service centers which are in Hyderabad also. So your market is not Pune, your market is India, and your customers are not in India, your customers can be anywhere. Okay, for this, then that is one other reskilling that you have to develop. How do we deliver the service sitting from your office in Pune, where your GCC is Pune or wherever you are, and you're able to reach out to them in a different form? So that's one, technology, frugal. Second, reaching out to customers, treating your office as the delivery center for global, doing courses which are relevant, learning cross-border stuff, or as Jack Ma said, it's not necessary that you need to know it. You can hire people who know it. You don't have to learn. You don't have to become a CPA. You don't have to become an EA. You become the powerhouse of getting the work. You become the powerhouse of developing quality, having the discipline in place, having the structure in place, doing all of the management, speaking to the customer, reaching out. Ultimately, I'll tell you what matters to a customer is relationship. Like Anand sir said, it can't be transactional. Ultimately, somebody has to stick out the neck saying, boss, I am the person. Because any time you do this, one of the questions that they will ask, by who's my Spock?
One point.
ये बड़ा question है. Who is your Spock? I think I'll end my part and then maybe
on the technology and upskilling, apparently, sir has covered a lot. Sir, we were talking, on the perspective of the US side, that how US employee or US company looks at when, we go and transiting. There is also, a perspective which Indian employee or Indian leadership in a GCC carries, adding a technology flavor to it, and, what other perspectives you think we as a chartered accountant should be aware, either we will be leader or will be employee of GCC, how would that?
So I have been on both sides of the table. So I worked as an employee of a GCC and now I'm running so-called GCC. So Chitra sir said you're running a GCC. So I said, yes, we are doing outsourcing service provider. It's like a global capability center. So the second perspective is, we looked at US company and US employee. Again, both are diametrically opposite. Indian company, like a service provider and employees of the Indian company, I would say broadly the perspective is positive, because in India we are getting these opportunities to work globally. The salary levels are higher, which for the company owner may or may not be the good thing, but for the employees at least, they get experience to work on global systems. They work on all these SAP and NetSuite and various other skills, which are globally transferable. So that is something which is very important. They get good career paths. Sometimes the working hours can be odd, but in general, most GCCs are able to work on India day shift or slightly later. There are very few where you have to shadow US hours, which personally I don't like because I would not want to work in night shift. So I don't want my employees to work. Having said that, I'm not against that. If there's a value creation and if people do it, that's their choice. So for employees, there's a career growth, there's a global skills, globally transferable skills which can be applied. They get a better pay package, better career path. So all of these are very positives. But one has to be also cautious about the cultural differences. So the way we look at obedience or follow the tick mark, whereas the customer might expect initiative. They might, while they still want all processes to be followed and dot the I and cross the T, they will want you to highlight something. If you notice that, don't just wait for the monthly call. So highlight that. It's also important that we don't isolate ourselves or feel that okay, we are just doing this particular small corner of the work, but how we become part of the team, get more I would say perspective of what that company is doing and how we can contribute to that. It's also important to avoid stereotyping. So we should not always think that India is the most cost-effective solution. They may or may not be. They might get people locally, and that we shouldn't take things for granted. So that is a very important factor. That one should be on one's toes, ensure that quality of delivery happens. From the India company or people like us who want to, have this business, how do we start? So what will you do tomorrow, which can help you start the journey towards, providing these services to customers outside India? One is obviously, if you have some contacts there, you could tap it. You could set up an office there. Like Lalit sir said, there are many CPAs who are retiring. So one of the strategies some CPAs have followed or some CAs have done is that they go and purchase a CPA practice. In India, it's very emotional. If somebody says I want to sell my CA practice, it will be very difficult. It will not be easily possible. But CPA practice sale is quite common in US, and I have seen chartered accountants who go and buy the practice. So initially start with a good base rather than starting at a zero base. Another thing which you can do if you don't want to spend in getting a practice which may have its own unknown factors, you want to start working with US firms. Many of us have customers who are India subsidiaries of US companies. So we are a service provider. So instead of just saying, okay, I'll do your TDS return, I'll give you Form 16, or I'll just do your transfer pricing, some 3CA certification or something. If you start interacting, if you say, okay, I can do this analysis, I'll do this MIS. When their global leadership visit the India centers, if you have good networking, if you meet them. So that is one of the way in which you can showcase your capabilities. That yes, I have this global transfer pricing knowledge. I know OECD norms. I can do this documentation for you. Or I can do your AP processing. I can do your, I know this Concur and whatever other tools you have, and I can do this processing. It may not happen tomorrow, but once that thought is in their mind that, okay, this is a team which has the knowledge, it has the capability. They are trying to do something, so there is this urge to do something. Then we have seen this translate into real business. So many of our customers in US or UK or Australia, they actually came to us through their India subsidiaries. So this is something which can be a very practical approach, in trying to get customers. And then of course you can have your friends, family, your network people, who can tap into there. You can visit shows, so go meet people, get the exchange cards, get the contacts. So invest in marketing. It's not a very good word to speak here, but create awareness. So I'm not saying you give ad in some big newspaper or something, or digital marketing, which is not, I would say, blatant. You create awareness. Okay, this is what our capability is. So from the India company and India employees perspective, I think we are on the positive territory, but we have to build on that. We shouldn't take it for granted.
Some of the good points are mentioned, a week later, I think the advertisement will also be permitted and digital marketing will also be permitted. So it won't be a word which, we cannot talk in this forum. I'm sure all of us will benefit out of that. One point, sir, was mentioning that there are CPA firms available for sale. I'll connect it to what Lalit sir said. There are about 2 lakh CPAs which are retiring in US, and the next generation don't want to be in the accounting business. And what he mentioned is there are 42,000 new CPAs, the students who are pursuing CPA. So 2 lakh retiring, 42,000 coming in, as you know, if all of them clear. And what we look at in India, we have a 10 lakh students and we have only 4 lakh 8,000 members is what he mentioned. So we have a good bandwidth to cover and there is a gap which is getting created. So on the US CPA side, the way the firms are getting sold, it is about 1 to 1.2x of revenue. Generally, you know, assuming 40% profitability, it is 2.5 year of maximum 3 year of profitability. And then there are seller funded options which are also available. So there are good websites online available, accounting practices for sale, CPA practice for sale. If you can do a little Google, while sir is mentioning, you go reach out, exchange cards. But starting to watch that will give you a perspective that, you know, at what value people are trying to exit. And, you know, why can't I buy a small practice of 250K, 300K and try to see that if I can create an ecosystem where I'll be able to render services with the support of exiting CPA for a year or two and pay him out as a seller funded option. So there are multiple options. As you go through the websites, you will get to know more. But as sir was mentioning, from a go-to-market strategy to go reach out people and figure it out, this will be a good way to track it. So, you know, go to those websites, try understand how these firms are selling, at what prices they are selling, reach them out, register there. It's all free of cost available, right? So if we do a little investment, then it is worth traveling to US also. Once you have 3-4 CPA firms identified, you had some initial communication, then you can try to take it there and you don't start at zero, you know, you start at something and supported by your exiting CPA partner. So that's something which, you know, I would like. While on the technology side, whatever we say, there is AI, there is ML, there is dashboards, there are many things which we can try and inculcate into the practices of what we're trying to do. But no technology will, you know, ever create precision. The precision is created by people who care. Precision is created by somebody who is watching it and trying to ensure. So technology works on the principle of garbage in, garbage out, right? So we have to ensure that what we are trying to maintain as a data. So people who care, they create the precision, and processes that don't fail, that creates the precision. So from a technology perspective and go-to-market strategy perspective, we had some discussions, you know. So this is for you again, Anand sir, that how do Indian chartered accountant service providers and Indian government view the rise of GCC, as you know? So we as a chartered accountant, know what should we be watching for?
Yeah, so this is a good question. So it's not that all of us have to set up GCC. You know, we are chartered accountants and we can provide services to GCC. We can help them set up companies. We can do various registrations. We can advise on the structuring of the entity. What should be the shareholding? So all of these, our core CA practice activities, we can do for the GCC. And if more GCCs get formed, that is always good for us. Most state governments have now woken up to the fact that, you know, this is a good service sector job opportunity creation possible. So Maharashtra has issued their policy. I believe tomorrow there's a session about that. So it should be very valuable. Many states have come up with GCC policies. So in general, governments want to do activities which will promote creation of GCCs. So while they cannot give straight away any GST or income tax exemptions, which maybe 20 years ago was possible, but they will facilitate. There will be easier norms for setting up. There could be some facilities in terms of you know, business centers or power availability, stamp duty related parts. All of this will help, and it will encourage creation of more GCCs. So governments want to promote it. As chartered accountants and service providers, I think we want this system to grow and lead to more employment creation of more businesses. One of the factors which sometimes, you know, the promises or the talk versus the reality on ground, I think there's still some way which we have to travel. So company formation, you know, we talk of so much ease of doing business, but still applications get rejected for some unknown ground. So there's some gray area which is left to the discretion of the person. So I think one by one, we need to address the realities on ground, and all of us need to represent to the powers that be that, okay, these are the practical things. So while this policy talks of all these great things, if formation of a company takes 4 months, you know, that initial enthusiasm goes away. You know, when we say 4 days and it actually goes to 4 months. So I'm sure this can be worked upon. So creation of this GCCs, reskilling people or training people, all of this becomes important. And from that perspective, GCCs can be a very positive, you know, factor in the growth of the state or the city's economy.
Thank you, sir. Lalit sir, want to add something, please.
Yeah, so I'll add two things, two questions that I wanted to, obviously the go-to-market that sir mentioned, and I think Parag also just did a deep dive on that in terms of acquisition of a US CPA who's retiring. I would want to take it a different angle, a hard work angle, but it's worked for us, as in we never went to the US or other places to say, boss, I'll do your work, or did that. We did it very differently. There are two transitions that are happening at the same time, very importantly. There are global companies which are coming to India, which is inbound. There are a lot of companies who want to have their own setup. I'll maybe give you a small example. The second one, and then I'll tell you how to approach both. The second one is there are a lot of Indian companies going global. Okay, there are a lot of Indian founders who want to create holding companies outside in the US, in Ireland, and maybe, and not for tax reasons. Let me just be very clear on that. These are not for tax reasons. They are raising VC money. I deal with a lot of startups. They get serious money from a VC in the US. They get serious money from somebody in UK, somebody in Australia. So their requirement, it has to be a global venture. It can't be India. And I think Anand sir rightly mentioned in terms of how the incorporation piece takes place, what is the red tapeism, the policies that are there. It will take time. And I believe it's improving. What it was 10 years back, what it is today. Today, India stands at the best tax technology of the world today, as we speak. There is no tax technology that matches that. Like Parag does US taxes, he will agree that if he gets a tax notice, it's a manual notice. He doesn't have a window to see, boss, a notice kahan se hai. You have to get on a call at night, 3 a.m. to speak to the IRS guy. Now there's a government shutdown going on. It's very painful. So I think where India has progressed is far ahead. Now, deep diving, how do we approach that customer, which is going out? Because they are going out, and these founders are also going out. They're hiring globally also. This is one way to look at it. There are a lot of IITians who are creating great ventures. They're going outside, creating a holding structure outside. It has its FEMA nuance, it has transfer pricing, it has POEM, all the complexity that you talk. And I think as CS, we've dealt with many of them, like the litigations also that we've seen. So can we be the catalyst for an Indian founder? Say my go-to-market is, hey boss, you're an Indian founder, you want to have global aspirations. We are the firm that will help you go global. Okay, again, this is global capability, right? I'm helping somebody set up in the US, I'm helping somebody set up in Australia. I'll give you a very small example, some anecdote. We were helping somebody for maybe doing something in Austria. We reached out there saying, "Ki boss, Austria, can I reach out to some firm local? Because we don't know the Austrian side, but I need somebody on that side." So they said, yes, we can do it. They said, boss, send us these list of documents, KYC, all of that. So we sent all of that. They said, thank you for your mail. We are going on a holiday. We're going to be available after 4 weeks. Imagine I'm asking him, boss, to proposal. He's not giving me the proposal. He's saying in the first week of July, I'll be available after 28th of July. In India, if we had somebody like that, boss, wo bolta ki yaar theek hai, tere se baat kar liya, 2 logon se baat kar liya, proposal le liya. Who's the fastest one? Who'll do it best? You lose your customer. So that's the difference between an Indian mentality in terms of how Indians see things, or a person thinks ki boss, ye aaj ke aaj deliver karna hai, we want to get it speed. That's the difference. So that's one way to look at it. If there's an Indian founder, he may not want to go outside to ask for somebody outside helping him. He'll reach out to you. Boss, I want to go outside. Can you help me? Can you be the catalyst? The answer should be yes, I can do it. Because when you start doing that, that's your first customer. Just imagine that's your first customer. If you give him experience, he'll get you the second one. These 2 customers will get you to the next 10 customers. The 10 customers, you don't have to worry. The 10 will get you to the 50. The 50 will get you to the 100. You don't have to go anywhere. You're sitting in Pune, sitting in your office, just saying a yes to one person who says, boss, I want to do something outside. Can you help me? That's the easiest sell. The second sell, somebody coming from outside saying, boss, you do my Indian MIS, Indian accounting, all of that. You do it well. The discipline that I spoke about, the workflows, having the SPOC, having the deliveries, having the customer-centric approach, retaining your people, doing whatever minimum technology that you can. He's impressed by your service. Organic growth. He says, boss, I have my parent company, and we've seen that. I've got a lot of customers who we do the Indian accounting, say, boss, mera US ka karke doge kya? Can you do consolidation? Can you help me with the US gap? Can you help me with somebody in UK saying, boss, IFRS karke doge kya? We know these languages, right? Not very difficult to learn. Again, reskilling is required. That's the only thing. So there is some requirement that came from outside. 2 things. One was consolidation. One was getting it audited. He did not want a CPA to do the audit because US audit is not mandatory. Like MCA is coming with a regulation saying, boss, 1 crore ke niche ka aapko turnover ka audit ki zarurat nahi hai. Globally, it's that way. Let's not worry that our business is going away. There are a lot of businesses outside. They any which way don't need audit, but they need somebody to check their quality of earning, because transitionally these people are raising or getting exits. So how can we help them? That's the other business. Somebody impressed out in India going global. That's the second way of tapping global business. Like you get 1, get 2, get 3, get to multiple. Very easy. Third, there could be a possibility that obviously you can tie up with some other firm outside. Maybe he's not retiring. Maybe he has the same problem like the firm that I spoke about, right? He's doing agentic AI or something. He's going to go scale up his firm. But he knows that he's not going to retain people. His costs are going up. Just imagine, and I tell you, the dollar moving upwards is great for us, right? The dollar is moving upward. It's 89 today. Like as I speak, it's 89, 88.8 something. What when I saw last. It's good for us because what we're talking. Just imagine $10,000 what you used to pay us 2 years back, and the same $10,000 that was pays us today. Can't we hire a CA with 10 lakhs or 20 lakh? Doesn't make a difference because we're getting paid in dollars. So it doesn't make a difference. So I think the cost arbitrage doesn't come from the fact that we are getting cheap labor. We're getting premium labor. We need to get premium labor because we need to deliver quality, but there is a need outside and there is a great economic sense to have that person and deliver that service. So three ways to get businesses, obviously two sir said, Parag added to something, but sitting in India, sitting right in this room, you can get business. Where your customer is coming to you, how do you get to them? You need to identify the geography that you need to do. Very important. I'll tell you the three geographies that is doable from India. You can do Singapore, you can do US, you can do UK. UAE बहुत लोग कर रहे हैं. I think it's already crowded, but you want to try a shot at that, certainly go for that. That's not a problem. And again, all of these places, the common factor, Indian diasporas. आप देख लो कितना बड़ा है. Indian diasporas is spread across. You need to get to that one person who will get you the connect and deliver for them. That's easy. Last one, GCC setup. I'll just take 1 minute on that. There are GCCs being set up, not just by the larger MNCs, by the ones who are maybe 100, 200 seater also at that level as well. We got 2 calls where they said that, boss, I have got 400 people working in Cognizant. They're managing the insurance backend processing for one of the companies who are doing insurance settlement outside. And it's a small company, 400 seater, not a very large one. They are already working with Cognizant there in Hyderabad, and they are identifying where to go. Now, whether to relocate from there, whether to set it up there, Pune में नहीं है, हैदराबाद है, Bangalore है. They're looking at that option because South में देख रहे हैं. That's the where the talent is, and Cognizant के लोग वहाँ पे. Now they don't have a contract of a termination where they will re-employ those people or a BOT वो सब built in नहीं किया था because when they set up, they did not have this construct. Now whether they will transit the people or not transit the people is a separate question. But now the question कि भाई ये कहाँ पे form करना है? ये कहाँ पे आपके जो state benefits है? Karnataka is giving something, Telangana is giving, Maharashtra is giving, कल ओडिशा ने announce किया. So ये identify करना. अब वो LLP होगा कि private limited होगा? Very basic questions. Just helping them out कि भाई ये तो क्यों? Because when profits get accumulated, because this is a cost center and it's going to be a cost plus, or maybe the margins that you have, transfer pricing compliance hoga, profit accumulation hoga. What is your strategy of taking back the money, the profit that gets accumulated? वो भी एक answer करना है. So whether LLP versus private limited, treaties क्या है, all those reliefs.
When we talk Lalit sir, 400 is not a small number.
Yeah.
For you, it is 400. But for me, the first 20, first 25 people, how are we going to add? And from
No,
where we
400
start?
of the team for their team, as in their team, not our 400. The team that they want to move, advisory in terms of how their setup should look like, GCC perspective. Sir.
Interesting. So, as sir rightly mentioned, there's so many avenues which we can explore and we can go ahead, not only accounting, taxes, or, the various services, Indian promoter going out, coming in. And sir also mentioned from the government service side. My piece of advice will be the way I started in 2021 is started doing accounting. Because, since whatever 2002, I learned debit is debit and credit is credit. दुनिया में भी यही चलता है. So, we know the numbers. Debit is everywhere debit and credit is everywhere credit. Accounting, QuickBook में करो, Tally में करो, SAP में करो, or whatever different software, Zero and all that is there. It's easier to have a control on. So, if it is the first thing which you're starting, I would recommend focus on the accounting services and work around that. While there are so many opportunities, we should keep watch on and try to see whatever best comes our way and what we can deliver. But, while tapping the opportunity, we should also aware that we have the right skills in place so that we don't miss the right way of delivery or at least have the right associations place. So look at accounting as a first step if you want to look at the 3 Ps which we've been talking in the art of accounting as a matter of practice here. So being more precision oriented, having a perspective that how the US looks at it, how the India employees look at it, how client look at it, and then looking at the progress which sir is mentioning that gradually we, move towards a situation where we are able to bring in technology to do some of the automations by having automatic workflow and agentic and things like that. But to start with, we can look at accounting. We do US taxes. We've started that since the initial time. We have a US CPA partner supporting there. So all our work gets reviewed from a US CPA partner before it goes to the client. So that adds a layer of safety, layer of security for all of us, that whatever we are creating, his training team here in India and the team is preparing, which is getting reviewed before it is going to client. So that's very important, because even if we do EA as a course or a CPA as a course, a one-year-old chartered accountant can prepare the tax return, but somebody like you sitting in the room can add a lot more value to the same computation of income and same tax return. The similar logic applies to the US tax practice as well. And as sir mentioned, it's very complicated. So they have not only one income tax like we have here at a central government level and GST here. So they have a sales tax at a state level, at a PIN code level. They have different federal taxes at income tax level. Also, we have to pay multiple taxes at multiple states. And that complicates the things the way we can keep pace with. Not to discourage, but the EA gives you authority to file taxes across the state. But to keep that pace, we would need to have those kind of client. We would need to have those many hours available to study and file those tax returns. So I would recommend, if somebody wants to start as a first layer of accounting, precision and progress related GCC, go for accounting and reporting, CFO outsourcing, MIS reporting, which we have a better control of, better knowledge of, and then we gradually expand it to taxes. The way Indian culture is, the similar culture is there in US also, that all services under one roof and we take care of the regulatory aspect. Similarly, in the US also, people want accountant to take care of taxes. So you may need to have appropriate people around and associates around who are helping you do taxes. So that's my piece of advisory. When you would want to have a go-to market, you identify somebody, try focus something on which you have a control of, you have already a skill of, and then start acquiring more people around. So I think we're reaching towards the closure of the time. I will request Anand sir, if you want to add something on the closing remark, then we'll go to Lalit's. Or anything which you want to add, which I did not.
No, so I think you summarized it quite well. And I would only add that, next time we should have more people, who have actually started the journey. We should have a study circle which is focused on GCC and, help each other out. And, it's very much possible for us to do this, and we should do that.
Sir, your remarks, please.
Okay, I think I'll just end the session by saying, as I started, we were known as the pharmacy of the world. Soon, I think accountant to the world is what we can achieve. There's a lot to be done, lot to be learned from. I think the only mindset that has to be there is, are we ready to provide the next level? And are we ready to move beyond the ledgers, the GST, non-regulating compliances? Because I think we've dealt with enormous amount of complexities that we've dealt out here. Things are very different outside and they're very professional. As in, when we talk about these things, timing also you can match depending on the go-to-market that you have. And as sir rightly mentioned, it's more of how do we get to the delivery of those services, having more closed door conversations with quite a few people coming together as a study circle and then deliberating that. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think accounting is a great piece to start with. It's a simplistic thing. That's the most simplistic thing. And US GAAP is not very complicated. You can even target a very specific industry. Like you can say services. I'll just do IT companies. I'll just do tech trading companies. Very simple approach. The US GAAP is not very different out there. It's very simple approach. I think reading that is also not very difficult. And a lot of material is any which way available online that you can read through. I think it's just the mindset change that somebody has to get in. But I think it's all possible. There are various ways to get it done and deliver those services. I think I'll advise you.
One last thing I would like to add, that I heard Narayan Murthy and Sudha Murthy used to walk from university to camp in the old days before Infosys was formed. So there is some connection for IT to have that in Pune. So I believe that in the older time, the IT was at an influx point, and therefore somebody who was a ordinary Indian citizen could incorporate something like Infosys and take it to one of the best IT company here. So the similar influx point on the accounting profession we are standing on today. We have to recognize that opportunity and understand that each one of us and this Pune city has that capability to make that one GCC which can lead, or make those multiple GCCs which can lead from all of us, and we can show that way. And I would like to thank Chitle sir, Pune branch chairman, Rekha madam, WRC member, for bringing this conference here and trying to give us that perspective that we are at influx point. So let's not miss it. Let's try to, take that extra mile. Let's try to figure out which we would want to contact and what one thing we are trying to do. And as Anand sir rightly mentioned, that when we meet again next in any of the conferences, we would love to see, many of you have started something out there, and we are always available to support, all of us, to any of the members around Pune. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, moving forward, I would like the dignitaries to felicitate our speakers. I request Sarika Dindorkar to give the vote of thanks and close today's session. And we all meet tomorrow at 9:30 for breakfast, and the session starts at 10.
Thank you, Sharvari. As we close to the final session of day one, I must say that this one was the one of the most practical sessions, something each one of us could immediately correlate with. From Pune branch of ICAI, I am CA Sarika Dindokar, thanking to CA Parag Rathi, CA Ananta Govande, and CA Lalit Walecha for delivering what truly felt like the cherry on the cake of today's session. On behalf of Pune branch of ICAI, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. The insight-driven examples today clearly demonstrated how precision and innovation can turn GCC into strategic value creators. Thank you all the participants for your enthusiastic engagement throughout the day, and we look forward meeting you tomorrow for another enriching session. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. See you the next day. you.